Blakey, can I do a few underarms into here? Blakey.
on, I will let you know just as soon as they are available. Just a reminder as well, everybody, the members and supporters who have just joined us. At the moment, the ground is split into two halves to make things easier for the pool. So the A is on the electronic sculpture side of wicket, parallel to the wicket, and zone B is at the manual scoreboard and American Road. We're pleased to offer a range of food and beverage options to the ground today. You're seated in zone A at the ground, which includes the Uptonsteel stand and the Gallagher stand at the Benetton. You'll find that the Bennett bar inside the Mike Turner Cricket Centre is now open, serving a team of chocolate and soft drinks, and alcoholic beverages and coffee lounge. Popular sandwiches will also be available as well. You're seated in zone 3, that's the Middlesex Road manual scoreboard side of the ground. This includes the pavilion and red seats in the Building Society family stand. You'll find that the Geary bar is now open, serving tea, coffee, soft drinks and alcoholic beverages from the ground. Popular sandwiches will also be available as well. In addition, there are also further food units located behind the Gallagher stand, that's in front of the Mike Turner Centre, the Middlesex Building Society family stand, and the pavilion and red seats to service your designated areas. It's important to note that the Uptonsteel County Ground is now a cashless stadium, and all food and drink purchases must be made by a debit or credit card. We kindly ask you that when not visiting one of our food and drinks outlets or using available toilet facilities, that you will remain in your allocated seats throughout your time in the ground. If you do need any assistance in vacating your allocated seats, please do not hesitate to contact the nearest steward who will be happy to help. When moving around the ground, please do ensure that you are wearing a face covering. However, this is not going to be worn when you are on your designated seat. Please respect everyone around you and maintain social distancing throughout your time on the ground. Thank you.
Good morning everybody, and you are most welcome to join us at the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. Day one of the LV Insurance County Championship match between Leicestershire and Middlesex, brought to you by BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Leicester. Kevin Hands and Richard Ray, your commentators for the game, and you are most welcome as well to join 750 spectators, the maximum number allowed in the ground. For the first time since September 2019, there are real live spectators in the ground to watch County Championship cricket. The news from the middle is that Middlesex have won the toss and chosen to bat first on a dry pitch, which is expected to take a little bit of turn as the match goes on. So possibly a very good toss to have won. The Middlesex openers, Sam Robson and Steve Eskenazi, are out there in the middle. Weren't sure whether it would be Eskenazi or Gubbins might have moved up the order, but it is going to be Eskenazi. And it will be Chris Wright to open the bowling for the Foxes. And it's a very, very good morning for the first time up here in Leicester for this game to Kevin Hand.
Richard, it's lovely to see you. Good morning, everybody. Lovely to be here. Goodness me, it feels like a long, long time ago since we were last here with COVID last year as well. We actually were served up a belter, if memory serves, for the very last one with a run chase. Hilton Cartwright, if memory serves, was the man who managed to come up with some runs that day, having been bowled, but the bails weren't removed, if you remember that one.
Now you mention it, I do. Your memory is extremely good.
Was that the last one? I think it was.
Chris Wright, who is Leicestershire's leading seam bowler so far this season, leading seam bowler since he joined the club, is going to open the bowling for the Foxes from the Bennett end, and he's going to be bowling to Sam Robson. He's got 3 slips and a gully, otherwise a fairly conventional single saving field. Down the slope comes Wright and bowls, and looking to drive, a fullish delivery, but steering it out towards wide mid-off, where Ben Mike is the fielder, is probably at some stage I'm going to call him Gus Robson, but it is his brother, his older brother Sam.
How is Gus nowadays, do you know? Where is he?
To be honest, I was asking about him the other day, funnily enough. I think he's been playing some club cricket up in the north east. He had a trial up at Durham a couple of seasons ago and seemed to go okay up there. Didn't get a contract, however, so I think he's playing club cricket. As in goes Wright and bowls thick outside edge, and it's going to run down to third man for 4. It does go all the way. Squared up Robson there, took the thick outside edge, but he played it with soft hands. It bounced well before Gully, diving to his left. Will Davis might just have got a hand to it. He's examining his hand a little ruefully, but it looked as though it just slowed it down and ran down the slope to third man for 4. So Middlesex up and running with a slightly streaky boundary.
Lovely bit of shape on the first 2 deliveries for Wright. I thought Robson played the first one well enough, but this one's right up there on the stumps, shaping away from the right-hander, and lovely bit of swing first thing for the former Middlesex man.
In he goes and bowls, a fuller delivery, forward, carefully, tentatively, suspiciously. Goes Robson, plays it out to Mike again, and there is no run. So changes to the Leicestershire side. We'll go through the middle. Kevin will go through the Middlesex side in a second with you. But from the squad, they left out, this is Leicestershire of course, Alex Evans, the young seam bowler, Gavin Griffiths and Rishi Patel, one of the batsmen. In came Ben Mike, who missed the last game, just nursing a slight side issue for him. And obviously back came Callum Parkinson, the vice-captain now this season, and going forward, and the left arm spinner, not surprisingly. So Leicestershire side is Ackerman, Azad, Barnes, Davis is in as well, the seam bowler, who has not played so far this season because of injury. He's crouching down in the gully as Wright goes in and bowls very straight again and again. Robson is very careful, pushing it out into the offside. Sam Evans, Marcus Harris, Lewis Hill, Ben Mike, Callum Parkinson, Harry Swindles and Chris Wright.
Yeah, Middlesex, Robson and Eskenazi. So a recall for the man who captained Middlesex the first 2 games. 2 defeats to start with for Middlesex. Eskenazi got a 50 in that opening game against Somerset. I felt it was a little unlucky to be the man that made way, but it was him that made way for Hanscom.
Wright is in again, full. Again, a little bit of shape to the delivery. Forward, almost on the walk, is Robson, steering it out to Sam Evans, who's at point.
So Nick Gubbins at through scored that century in what was looking like it was going to be a marvellous run chase at the Oval last week until the weather intervened. Hanscom at 4 again, he played a big pass in that with a 50, his first for the club. Robbie White, who's been one of the form batsmen this season, at 5. John Simpson at 6. Martin Anderson, the all-rounder, at 7.
Right. Bouncing goes in and bowls just outside off stump. Forward went Robson, pushing it out into the offside. That is the end of the over. 4 without loss. No great dangers for the batsman. Just that one delivery that really shaped. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. Makes a change, doesn't it? And a warmish day as well. The news from Grace Road is that Leicestershire lost the toss. Middlesex won the toss and chose to bat first on a dryish pitch that need early wickets. Then the Foxes in the hope of picking up a little bit of swing this morning. 1 over has been bowled by Chris Wright. 4 came from it off the outside edge of Sam Robson's bat. So Middlesex at the start of the game are 4 without loss. Back with you online and on the streams. Hopefully, I'm struggling to pick up the stream at the moment, but hopefully you're managing okay through the various websites by which it is available, YouTube as well, of course. And Kevin will talk you through the first over from the pavilion end.
And it's going to be first ball for Eskenazi to face as Barnes is in with 3 slips. He bowls right arm over and Eskenazi solidly behind this on the off stump. My goodness me, we have the perfect line for this. I'm trying to think if I've sat in line like this season. It's lovely.
Been some strange old positions, haven't there, on the edge of the obviously on the edge of the boundary, but from not certainly behind the bowler's arm.
Well,
Bristol, we were
at Lords. We're sat in the tavern stand at the moment because of the redevelopments.
Right.
And you don't have Lords for the reverse fixture. I think we're at Merchant Taylor School, aren't we?
We are.
Which is lovely.
That's a tent again.
It's a tent, but I can promise you it's a nice tent, and it's a lovely surround. You'll enjoy it. Barnes past the umpire now. He bowls a full delivery outside of the off stump, shaping away, and Eskenazi leaves well alone. Just to finish that team, Anderson at 7, the all-rounder, and then Luke Holman, Tom Helm, Ethan Bamber, and Tilan Walalawita. So again, there's a really youthful feel to the Middlesex bowling lineup with the 2 young spinners put in, Holman and Walalawita. They've both had a look this year, but playing together for the first time, and a pitch that in the pre-match interview, the interview at the toss, the captain said he feels that it might get a bit dusty and break up. Here goes Barnes. He's midway through his run-up. Bowls, and this ball's edged and just short of second slip. That got an extra bit of bounce on Eskenazi. Through it goes along the floor. He actually managed to play it relatively well. You could see the angle of the bat and the soft hands that he was playing at it as it spat up. I say it spat up at him. He played it as though it spat up at him, didn't he? But he still managed to give himself every chance of helping that ball to ground rather than to hand.
It didn't carry. No great pace in the pitch, that's for sure.
Barnes turning away from us. The gentle but stridey approach. He's in. It's full and straight, and Eskenazi solidly behind this one, pushing to mid-on, and there's no run.
First class career best figures last time out for Ed Barnes. That was obviously down at the Ageas Bowl against Hampshire. 4 for 61 for the young Yorkshireman, and a very gutsy batting effort on his part as well. 17 not out. I think he was the second highest scorer in the Leicestershire side in their first innings, in the match as a whole as well, actually. And that was coming in at number 10, and a vital last wicket partnership to save the follow-on.
Barnes past the umpire, he bowls, and nice length delivery again, just starting a little bit too straight, and Eskenazi across onto the off stump, manages to steer it backward a square on the leg side for a single. 5 without loss. Middlesex as Eskenazi's off the mark, 5th ball. And yeah, it's a bit of cloud cover now. A gloriously hot, sunny morning here in Leicestershire to start with. Came out this morning to the car, and I'd say the sweater off immediately for the heat. The sun just having some cloud pass across in front of it now, though. Has dipped the temperature slightly, but Yeah, it was extraordinary. I think everybody was a bit surprised by the sun this morning. As this one's short and up on his toes, Robson defends. His first ball faced from Barnes, end of the over. 5 without loss, Middlesex after 2, having won the toss here at Grace Road. And Eskenazi, Holman and Walla Luita, the 3 in for Middlesex, with Davis, Murtagh and Cullen making way. And yeah, I guess no great surprise on the changes. Middlesex still have a 3-seam attack in Anderson, Helm and Bamber. Holman and Anderson really filling both of them all-rounder roles there at 7 and 8. Simpson, the wicket-keeper, at 6. And I mentioned that run chase here. Of course, it's 10 years since Middlesex had another famous run chase here, which saw them promoted from Division 2 in 2011. And Gareth Berg was one of the heroes of that day. Neil Dexter as well, who go on and have a stint here at Grace Road himself.
There have been some good games here between these counties over the years, a few of which we've been lucky enough to see. Chris Wright to continue. Sun has gone behind cloud here at the Uptonsteel County Ground as Wright, with 4 slips now, not 3 slips in a gully, comes in and bowls to Eskenazi. He's squared up a fraction, but a little bit in front of his pads as he defends that one out into the offside, picked up by Ben Mike. There's no run. Hassan Azad at first slip, Colin Ackerman at second as ever, Marcus Harris squat figure at third, and Will Davis at 4th. That's the Leicestershire slip cord. Long leg out as well. In comes Wright, bowls Fuller, waiting for it. Eskenazi plays firmly, but only as far as wide mid-on, where Parkinson scrambles across and makes a stop in front of a new marquee that has been put up here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. Whether it's a hospitality marquee or whether it's got a specific purpose, I'm not quite sure. We'll try and find out at some stage. No doubt the club will let me know, but a very solid looking.
There's a lovely wood log cabin.
Yeah, I saw that. Sort of like.
Is that new as well?
Yes, no, that's new.
I liked that.
And that may be for the 2020s. In goes Wright and bowls on off stump. Eskenazi carefully forward, thick outside part of the bat, steering it out to point. And there's no run. It looks like sort of one of those German market type.
It does.
Sort of cabins, so it might be selling some. Well, I'm sure it will be selling something or other, or purveying something or other. I did
see burgers. The lady, as I strolled past, she was.
Something going on in there now.
Yeah, she was scribbling on the boards on a blackboard at the back. Burgers was at the top, and I'm sure, as you say, Bratwurst perhaps wasn't far below.
In goes Wright and bowls very straight. Eskenazi forward carefully, pushing it out down the pitch on the on side. Ben Mike comes across from mid-off.
And yeah, there was another one over the back at the Bennett end, which was open up this morning. Gave him a nod and he had a cheery good morning. I said, is it the first time? He said, yep, first time in 15 months that he's opened.
September 2019 was the last time we had spectators in the ground.
But I think anywhere. I think this is the first time he'd opened his, his stall.
Oh, I see. Okay.
His burger stall.
Has a good day.
Yeah.
Right, charging in, bowls, Eskenazi outside off stump, steers it off the back foot, down wide of 4 slip. Evans wins the chase back from point, about 20 yards inside the ropes at third man. Eskenazi, nice shot, didn't try and hit it too hard, just made sure he got on top of it and steered it through the gap. Picks up a couple, moves on to 3. Electronic scoreboard not quite as whizzy fast as it usually is at the moment. So I'm glancing across at the manual scoreboard down the Milligan Road with a couple of clock on top of it. Nice to see the Geary bar open for business as well. It's taken a lot of cleaning to get the ground into condition with power hoses and things like that. Been going up and down the plastic seats. In goes Wright and bowls. Driving is Eskenazi. Mike falls to his left, gets 2 hands to it, slows it right down. Doesn't quite manage to stop it cleanly. Concedes a single as a consequence. Eskenazi moves on to 4, keeps a strike. He and Robson both on the same score, 4 apiece. Middlesex 8 without loss.
Were you here for a press day? Did you see it? The hoses going on?
No, the club have been tweeting lots of.
I thought maybe you'd have been able to pull your car over at a certain angle and say, "Go on, lads, just give it a quick blast there for us, will you, while you're going by."
So power pressure hoses put a hole in your car these days, don't they? Lots of people being in touch on Twitter at Rich M Ray, R-A-E, or at
Kevin Hand BBC.
And we're always pleased to hear from you. I think there were one or two issues with the stream first thing, but I understand it is now all up and running.
Barnes bowls. This is driven with an open face by Eskenazi. 2 points, and there's no run. 8 for no wicket. It was the commentator calming me there as I took a mouthful of food, not realising Barnes was running into bowl. I've seen it already on the stream.
Everywhere.
I've seen it already on the stream. It's going to remind me to have good posture. Actually, sit up straight.
Are we on? We're on telly.
Yeah, on the telly box. I was slouched in the chair, which isn't a great start at 11:10 to a 4-day game.
Yes. Nowhere to hide now.
Barnes hits the crease now. He bowls, and a good length ball outside of the off stump. Eskenazi leaves alone. Starting wide enough for him not to be troubled. Yeah, it's been lovely this morning. It's just strange, isn't it? All of a sudden it was busy. The funny thing was, last week at the Oval, it's such a big ground as well that everybody was just wandering everywhere. But here it does have a bit more of a channel to it, doesn't it? Of where you can go and where you can't. I was on one side of the ground, had to walk all the way around the ground and to the other. But they've worked it out very well, and well, it's marvellous to see as many in as there are. As Barnes bowls to Eskenazi outside the off stump, he leaves alone. Through to the keeper once more. Yeah, it's been lovely wandering around this morning, and a real cheeriness to it as well. Chance for everybody to be back inside the grounds and watching some cricket in the summer, and a lovely day for it. We were fearful last week at the Oval that the weather was going to totally ruin the 4 days. It did end up in a draw, the game. Rain affected, really. Heavily rain affected throughout the few days, but at least we got somewhere close to a result and a bit of a finish. Barnes to Eskenazi. Oh, that was a good ball. Now, Eskenazi went a long way across to that one. I was wondering, was he going to play around it? There was actually a little bit of late swing on it from Barnes, and
well, you were robbed, basically, weren't you? You were robbed by the weather, really.
Yeah, well, yes, although if there are any Surrey fans tuned in right now, which I'm sure there aren't, they would say that, of course, Surrey, if they hadn't have been robbed by the weather on day 3, could have batted for a lot longer and set a bigger target. But that pitch really flattened out. 190 played 160, and then 2 massive scores it was going to be in the second innings, so it would have been a great game had the rain not intervened. As here's Barnes bowls, and forward goes Eskenazi pushing away into the offside. 8 for no wicket. I mean, all the pressure was on Middlesex in that final innings, not to make a right mess of it, and quite the opposite. Gubbins and Hanscom took complete control, and Middlesex were cruising.
Good to see Hanscom find his form, because he's been struggling so far this season, hasn't he? And he's far too good a player not to be in the runs before too long. The Middlesex captain.
Yeah, it was really good for him. He's been a really calm, cool figure despite the defeats for Middlesex so far, as Barnes bowls just short of a length and Eskenazi turns to mid-wicket. There's no run. End of the over. 8 without loss. Robson has 4, Eskenazi has 4. It'll be Robson's half-strike.
Good morning to Robert Coe and his dad Jeff, who are in the ground. Hopefully they can hear us now. First time, obviously, back in the ground for a couple of years, and good to see them. Good morning to Jake. Working today, so got you on the stream. Let's hope for a quick start with the ball. Good morning to Martin Barry, just tuned in. Enjoy the game. Very confident of our first victory of the season coming up. Well, Middlesex is going to have something to say about
it. Was
that.
Your newsreader just now introduced you saying it was a basement battle, I think, and indeed I was on the cricket show last night, which I'm sure you were probably on as well. It was pre-recorded, so we didn't get to have a natter, but it was billed as, a bit of a playoff between these two.
Right, is in bowls and takes the thick outside edge of Robson's bat, but again Robson head over the ball, manages to angle it down, taken on the second bounce by Davis at 4th slip.
Actually, what was the phrase? Not a playoff between these two. It was like the a two-leg kind of cup final for these two at the bottom of the group, in 5th and 6th. We were both seeing an opportunity with 2 games to go again. They haven't played each other yet, so still home and away to be played. An opportunity for real bragging rights and perhaps to try and scramble that 4th spot to a 2nd division spot in September.
Right, bowls again on off stumps. Good accurate stuff from Wright, but Robson equal to it. Plays it carefully out into the offside, picked up by Ben Mike, recovered from his slight side niggle, it seems. Young all-rounder. Could have to test that side, one suspects, as the day goes on. Pitch looking reasonably okay at the moment. It's marked up a little bit. on the crease, but that's bowlers sort of scrape away there for some reason. In goes right and bowls. That's onto the legs, and it's a peel fall leg before. It was the in swinger, but it did a little bit too much, I suspect. And certainly that was the opinion of, I think at that end, it's umpire Tim Robinson. Or is it Mark Newell? No, it's Newell at that end, isn't it? Newell is at the Bennett end, and Robinson is at the pavilion end.
Perhaps just a bit of moisture being brought into the crease by the bowler's boots. We obviously can't go out there anymore because of COVID, but you know, we've been told that it might break up, it might get a bit dusty, and equally though, the outfield does have a little bit of moisture in it.
Right is in, bowling on off stump out swinger. Again, Robson, not too much foot movement, but very compact figure at the crease. Not a tall man, and essentially everything is very close together, and pushing it out into the offside again, trying to get everything behind it. Difficult, but there's runs to be made, I think, today, and probably tomorrow as well. So if they can get through this sort of opening hour, these two, they'll be confident of building a decent first innings score here, Middlesex. Robson has been consistent this season, hasn't he? He's really been in goes right and bowls to him, slightly shorter, and he's up on his toes, defending off the back foot, back down the pitch on the onside, and there's no run. 435 runs, best score of 165, averaging 33. Probably, they want to be over 40, don't they? Good players of Robson's calibre, but
yeah, young Hamid is averaging over 50 at the moment, isn't he? And you know, Robson at the start of the season scored 165 and says, I want to get back in the England side, as he said, for 7 years now since he was dropped. I'm feeling he was hard done by when dropped, but he hasn't scored the weight of runs to get back in. There's no doubt about that. He hasn't consistently scored the weight of runs, and off the back of that 165 first innings of the season, to be averaging 30 and have hit 95 as well in that time, that tells you that the other scores have been a little on the low side.
Morning, Mark. Mark Nadolski is watching the live stream at home. Let's get our first win in front of our fans. Be a few feeling that way. 8 without loss, Middlesex, as right is in and bowling, and Robson is forward. He's going to pick up runs there. He's hit it straight past Ben Mike, who turns in pursuit. It's travelling quickly across the outfield. Mike doesn't get there. Thought he was going to get there, put in the slide, but just leant into that one and timed it really nicely. Sam Robson, and it didn't seem to lose any pace over the outfield. It is quick, despite all the rain we've had over May. It is very, very green out there, but it is short and it is always fast. Handfuls of sawdust now being picked up by Will Davis and Hassan Azad, put into the crease for Ed Barnes. I think Wright had to put a little bit down as well. So as you say, Kev, it's just probably bringing up a little bit of moisture. Sun has gone behind cloud, just could do with a day or two sunshine on it, the ground really, but it does look a picture, the greenness. Yeah,
Peter Hanscom touched on that. You were there alongside me, and I was having a chat with him this morning on the interview that he said about, you know, sun belting down. Well, day 2 is so often the best day to bat, isn't it? And that could well be the case on this one. Let's sure hope so, and I think that's why it's crucial Middlesex do try and have a good day today with the bat. They will be bowling last on this, or that's their hope anyway. So here's Barnes, 12 for no wicket, he bowls, and Eskenazi's a long way across. He defends into the onside. No run.
Morning, Matthew. Fango down in Melbourne, Australia, who came onto a cricket show on which in which you participated on Tuesday. Bless him. 3 a.m. in the morning it was in Melbourne, and he came on live.
He's a long-time listener, Matthew. As long as this is my 17th season doing it now, I think. I can remember Matthew as far back as was one of the first seasons there, contributing. Good to hear from you.
Well, you are his, quote, other favourite BBC comms man. There you go.
And I didn't even know he was going to say that. Honest, folks. Here's Barnes bowls. And a big swing and a booming drive outside of the off stump from Eskenazi. Beats him through to the keeper.
First really loose shot of the day, really.
Yeah. Bit of a tempter out there for Eskenazi. He is a lovely flowing batsman when he gets going. Good to watch.
Fango likes the look, or loves even the look of the Foxes 11, especially the 4 pace bowlers chosen.
Yeah, I was going to ask you that one on the make-up. Middlesex going with the 2 spinners. It's Barnes bowls, and Eskenazi outside of the off stump. Leaves alone on a 5th stump line. Through it goes.
Brunty's here. Son's dogs, sadly. I'm not allowed to bring... well, Bertie might have stayed at home anyway, but Freddie and Norm would normally be here. It would have been a debut for Norm at the Uptonsteel County Ground, but sadly, just because sort of COVID regs and wandering around, not allowed to bring them yet.
Barnes bowls and Eskenazi defends back up the track, perfectly back up the track actually to where Robson stands at the non-striker's end. 12 for no wicket it is.
And good morning to Mike Jelfs, who's on the other side of the ground, dangerously close to a certain instrument, he says.
Huh?
We know which one that will be. Stench will be there with his vuvuzela, I'm sure.
Oh, I see. Yeah, there's a lovely hubbub this morning, isn't there? Here at Grace Roads, which feels good. As Barnes bowls full and swinging, and Eskenazi resists the temptation, having gone for a big booming drive at a ball a little bit wider. That one was right up there, just outside of the off stump, and it was given every chance to swing by Barnes, wasn't it? And Eskenazi, I think, having gone for that big booming drive earlier in the over, decided on this one, nope, put the shots away for now. Just tap it back into the offside, which is what he did. Watchfully playing that swing. The coach has talked to them about it, that you don't score your runs in the bowler's first spells. As Barnes is in, bowls. That one is a half volley and put away by Eskenazi. It's a lovely shot. Just brought the back down, and effortless as Eskenazi is at his best, which is good to see for him after having a tough season so far. Just dropped the bat down on that one really with a nice angle of the open face and lovely timing for 4. It's 16 without loss as Eskenazi moves to 8 level with Robson, and the first hand sanitizer break of the match.
Sam Robson sprinting off.
Oh,
so
caught short.
Something along those lines. Obviously left his bat and his helmet out in the middle. Leicestershire players sanitising their hands. Harry Swindle's having a chat to umpire Robinson.
So this was the group of death. As I say, it was kind of billed by your newsreader there and also on the cricket show last night as being this own little cut between these sides in 5th and 6th at the moment, because they've got to play each other twice in the last 3 games. What's the season been like for Leicestershire? And Middlesex really see it as an opportunity missed when they'd lost 3 of their first 4, but knew that they threw away match-winning positions in 2 of those 3, and had Somerset turn the games completely on their head.
Yeah, and Leicestershire knew it was going to be tough at the start of
the
group
season
of death when they saw, especially the early fixtures. And I think it's been positive in that they've been, by and large, competitive. They've pushed sides. They've struggled in the first game. They were a little bit caught out by Hampshire, who played very, very well in the first game. And Somerset were very good in the 3rd game, but set up the game against Gloucestershire, dominated against Gloucestershire, who managed to win the game with a last day run chase by 4 wickets. Held Surrey comfortably to 2 draws. Hampshire, likewise away in the end, was reasonably comfortable, though it was pretty nerve-wracking for a while. Progress has been steady rather than spectacular, I think, they feel, but generally I think the direction of travel is good, felt to be good by the spectators and the members. And
had you have had Mohammed Abbas,
would have been a big difference. In goes right and bowls on off stumps, solidly forward again is Robson, back down the pitch on the on side, just misses the stumps at the far end.
This guy's not bad though, is he, Chris Wright? He may well have been my very first summariser at BBC London. Chris Wright, we were in a tent together at Uxbridge. I remember Nick Compton, he was on 12th and 13th man duty, him and Compton, and Compton stuck his head round the tent having looked for Wright, who'd been on with me for about an hour, and said, "Oh, wait, swap." And then that was it. Compton didn't leave the mic for the rest of the day.
Wright is in, bowling onto the legs, worked away nicely by Robson down towards square leg. Chasing back is Lewis Hill, puts in the slide, picks up, gets his 3rd away, manages to keep it to a couple. Robson moves on to 8, joins Eskenazi on that score, 16 without loss. Middlesex, no real alarms so far this morning, just that one loose drive from Eskenazi, otherwise openers playing very solidly indeed.
If you ask Wright about a game that we did together, though, it would be at Headingley would be the story that he'd tell you.
He's in and bowling down the leg side. Got that one a little bit wrong. Didn't get anything on it there, Robson, as he tried to work it away down to fine leg for 4.
Sat up in the old rugby stand, football stand at the far end, for a day-night, whether it was 40 or 50 over the game, whatever it was, day-night match, and there we were for BBC Radio London, and Dave Callaghan, dear old Callie, was in the box next door with whoever his summariser was. But we had a group of Yorkshire fans right in front of us, and they gave it to us all night, but they gave it to us in a really good spirit, though. You know, and
they could hear what you were saying.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wright is in and bowled a little bit squared up there is Robson. He was initially looking to work it on the leg side, probably just swung back towards off stump a touch, and he ended up almost taking the bottom hand off the bat as he pushed it back down the wicket towards the former, well, Essex, Middlesex, Warwickshire man.
And perhaps most pertinently, we could hear what they were saying.
Right.
But it was delivered. It was delivered well. It was good spirit, good humour.
Wright is in and bowling outside off stump. A no ball. Bounced just outside off stump. Swung away. As Kevin said, we're in a perfect position in terms of being behind the bowler's arm. And Wright has a quick word with umpire Newell. Asks him to show him where his foot was. Umpire Newell does.
There are a couple of occasions, though, that both Brighty and I kind of looked at each other out the corner. We thought, what's coming next early on in the evening, but mind you, I suppose later on in the evening, a bit of alcohol consumed, maybe we could have been just as worried.
I remember those little commentary boxes up there. In goes Wright and bowls full on, driven by Robson. It should go all the way. Parkinson gives up the chase fairly early. Again, the secret there for Robson was not trying to overhit it, just waited for it, leant on it, made sure he middled it, hit it very straight, picks up 4, moves into it's going to say on to 14, isn't it? Yeah, that scoreboard again. He moves on to 14, Eskenazi on to 8, Middlesex, 24 without loss coming up to the first half hour.
Not done much wrong here, Leicestershire, but just perhaps could be a little bit tighter. The runs are being scored with drives, which is what you'd want at this stage.
Wright is in again, that one comes back in, but Robson reads it on off stump, defends it back out into the offside end of the over. Right, 4 overs now, none for 19. Yeah, they've been giving it a chance to swing, but there isn't too much there. A little bit of shape to the deliveries. There has been an issue for Leicestershire this season for the bowling attack in terms of control, if you like, if they're not taking wickets, and they struggle to do so consistently. But equally, they've also struggled to sort of bowl maidens or keep the batsman scoring rates under control.
We could check the wagon wheel of where these runs have gone this morning, but crucially, my feeling is, without looking at the wagon wheel, that they've all been drives, and that's exactly as the bowlers, if they're going to score runs at this stage, make sure they're driving. As here's Barnes in, bowls and a forward defence on the off stump from Eskenazi up to mid-on, 24 without loss after 7. And with that, it's a very straight line, which has allowed that on drive that we saw from Robson there. Eskenazi's come a long way across to get behind that ball on the off stump. Quite determined with his defence, but we have seen a couple of drives from outside of the off stump as well. Some more successful than others. As Barnes skips away and then gets into a decent stride. He bowls, it's a low full toss, and he gets away with it as Eskenazi pushes it straight to Chris Wright at mid-on. And a little later in the innings, perhaps Eskenazi would have been punching that straight back past the bowler. Robbie White was out LBW to 1 like that in the match at the Oval. He played all around a ball, low full toss on middle and leg. Always surprised him. I think his eyes lit up and he went, whereas Eskenazi kept that bat face perfectly open there and respectfully pushed it to mid-on. White let the bat face close to work it to the onside and played all around it and was plumb. Couldn't believe it.
Jordan Clark had the grace to look a little embarrassed about it.
He's on a length. Oh, just dropped for a quick single by Eskenazi. Well run. Just a tad short on that, and Eskenazi on the back foot was happily over the top of it. And I think, as well, you mentioned it, the pace of the pitch. It's not lightning quick, is it? And I think that one there from Eskenazi, dropping a single on the back foot wide outside the off stump this early on, with 3 slips behind you, he was obviously happy that he was in control of the situation there to get at that. And again, that drive down the ground from Robson from right as well. There wasn't much wrong with that ball from right, but there's obviously a little bit of confidence here from the batsmen that they are in position early, and I've got it lined up well. I've got the pace of the pitch already as Barnes comes in, bowls, and Robson defends. That's a lovely ball. Just outside the off stump. Robson batting on off stump, defending roughly 4th stump line there, up to mid-on.
It's been a decent spell from Barnes so far, from the young man.
It's just that one drive, wasn't there, from Eskenazi, and again that was slightly over-pitched delivery just outside of the off stump, and all Eskenazi had to do really was drop the bat down on it, wasn't it, and punch it away. But other than that, he's racked up the dot balls here. It's been good from him. So he's in now. Bowls, and this ball's defended into the onside by Robson. 25 without loss.
Update for BBC Radio Leicester. Yeah, sunny, a little bit of cloud around, but essentially good early summer's weather, and it's good for Middlesex at the moment. They won the toss, chose to bat first on a pitch expected to take a little bit of turn later on, but there are runs to be made, and making them are Sam Robson and Steve Eskenazi. Robson has 14, Eskenazi has 9. Not much there for the Leicestershire bowlers. They need to keep it tight and try and hope to pick up a couple of wickets before lunch. At the moment, Middlesex 25 without loss.
Barnes bowls, and this one's worked away by Robson. Backward screw on the leg side off the back foot. Just a single. Moves to 15, 26 without loss. And by my reckoning, Barnes, that's only the 3rd run off the back, so there was a 4. I think the other one was a 2, plus that one, so it's only the 3rd scoring shot off the bat from Barnes at the end of his 4th over, which tells you how tight and economical he's keeping it. Wright's having a long chat now. That's with Ackerman, isn't it? So perhaps just a little discussion. His economy is 4.8. So you've got one man keeping it very tight. The other one, Wright, who is probably getting a little bit more shape at a slightly quicker pace than Barnes. Would that be fair to say? Marginally. Not much in it, but...
Yeah, as you say, not too much in it. Sort of late 70s.
I guess the question I should pose to you perhaps is the easiest way to, or the better way to answer it. Who would be more the strike bowler between Barnes and Wright, and who'd be the holding bowler?
You'd certainly say Wright at the moment. I mean, he's obviously the leading wicket taker. He's got 21 wickets so far this season.
And that's where
only Parkinson is otherwise in double figures.
That's where that economy is more forgiving when you look at it as his. Right. Bowls, and this one's pushed defensively into the onside. My apologies, Richard. Jumping all over your delivery there.
That's all right.
I think there was an inside edge on that, wasn't there?
It sounded it, didn't it? And it was a reasonable stride. It looked highish as well, but we'll have a look at the replay.
Oh,
a bumblebee is very interested in our effects mic at the moment, bless his heart.
That was terrifying, because it felt like it was around my left ear. Was it the same for you? It was only in one ear, which is my left ear.
I'd seen it sort of going towards it. It's very hairy, the effects mic, and bees are often quite interested in it, wondering what it is essentially. As Wright is in and bowls. Eskenazi gets a ball that comes back in a touch, shapes back in. He plays it well off the back foot, sort of jumps a little in the crease. Very different in style to Sam Robson, but at the moment equally effective. Will Davies just starting to warm up at 4th slip, expecting to come on before too long. Because I was watching that delivery, I didn't see the replay, so just wasn't enough going for it, essentially, really. It was a kind of plaintive, desperate appeal from Wright. He knew as soon as he turned it wasn't going to be out. He could see the umpire, but he kept the appeal going. In he comes and bowls. Eskenazi is forward on off stump to a delivery that, again, perhaps starts to shape back in a touch, pushes it out to Ben Mike, who's at a wide-ish mid-off.
I tell you what, it's not the worst appeal I've ever seen, but it looks better from the angle that I've seen it there than first look. The first look that we had, I thought height straight away was an issue on it. It's not a bad shout at all. No. Robson plunging that foot forward, and arguably
just outside the line, maybe.
Well, arguably he's not playing a shot there, Robson.
That's what I'm just wondering about. Yeah, which would have. In goes Wright and bowls. Fuller waiting for it, turning his wrists on it is Robson, pushing it out to mid-on, and there's no run.
Where the batsman had his back to us, I instinctively felt it was an inside edge. It actually wasn't. It seemed back, and it was the amount that it seemed back that made me think it must have been an inside edge. Because but actually, when you see it from this angle, it had seemed back a fair way, and that is not the worst shout in the world from Chris Wright, I tell you. Even were the umpire to deem that he was playing a shot, where the ball strikes him, Robson pushes that pad forward again after he's struck, and then he's a long way outside off.
Right is in and bowling, and it's driven back past him. Scrambling across from mid-on, it is Parkinson. There's a start of an appeal on the base it might just have clipped the pad first, but Wright is starting to bowl in-swingers more than out-swingers now, and Robson almost caught out there. Picks up a single, moves on to 15.
Does strike roughly above the knee roll, marginally above. It was almost though it was just hitting the very top point of the knee roll and then bent the top of the pad back as it did so, which again would suggest with a reasonable stride that he had in, height would have been an issue, which I think, well, was certainly my first thought on looking. I think was yours as well. But I think that's one they would have gone upstairs for, right, if they were allowed to.
Right is in, bowling for Eskenazi, almost looking for the Yorker, waiting for it in the creases. Eskenazi clipping it out towards mid-wicket. Hill's throw requires a dive to stop it from Harry Swindles, and he raises a hand in apology. It's the end of the over. The scoreboard's disagreeing. I think the electronic has frozen after that previous delivery, because I have Robson on 16, so does the manual scoreboard. 27 without loss, Middlesex after 9 overs. It was a maiden from Wright, so perhaps that was as a consequence of the conversation with Ackerman at the start of the over, or before the over started. 5 overs, 1 maiden, his first, then none for 19.
It felt as though it had a lot more threat in it that over as well, and it was a maiden.
And there was in-swingers, wasn't it? He stopped,
yeah,
looking for the outswinger, stopped looking for the outside edge as much.
There was a lot of control in that over from Wright, wasn't there? On a very aggressive line and length. What have we had? Nearly 40 minutes here at Grace Road as Barnes none for 7 from 4. He sets off with 3 slips crouching down behind Robson on 16. Bowls and Robson defends into the offside. 27 for no wicket it remains, and Middlesex will be very happy with the first 40 minutes. Alarms really just being that big appeal in that last right over, and a couple of plays and misses. Robson had that early edge, didn't he?
He did.
From Wright, which got him off and running, and Middlesex off and running at the boundary.
Davis definitely turning his arms over now. He's come out of full slip, gone into wide mid-off.
Barnes passes the umpire, he bowls, just full of length and a forward defence from Robson. So one of your correspondents, and apologies to mine because there's a whole load of them on Twitter, we've been nattering away and I haven't got through any of them yet, but I will do in a moment. One of them inquired about your 4-seam attack for this one. For Leicestershire, and now Middlesex going in with the 2 young spinners as well. How is the balance of the sides?
Well, they would, I think, maintain Leicestershire that Parkinson and Ackerman constitute at least 1 3/4 spinners, of course.
Yeah.
Ackerman isn't really a frontline spinner, and he hasn't. I'm not sure he really trusts his own bowling particularly.
Barnes to Robson onto leg stump, and that's nicely clipped, but down to long leg for just a single for Robson. It was angling away down the leg side, so he wasn't able to get it as square as perhaps he'd have liked, where he could have thought a boundary.
But I think they would say he is a sort of batting all-rounder, Colin Ackerman, that the spin is more than useful from time to time, and so that they feel they have 2 spinners, essentially.
I will Robson get a bowl, actually. His leg spin. Occasionally gets an outing.
Might need a bit more bounce in the pitch.
Anderson bowls and a forward defence from Eskenazi. Yes, Middlesex's pair are Wallaluita, young finger spinner, and the wrist spin of Holman. So a little bit of variation there. Robson, as I say, a leg break bowler as well. Gubbins turns his arm over with a little leg break as well, which is always fun to watch. He runs in as though it's almost a shot put. He has the ball almost under his throat as he runs in. Barnes 4.4 overs, none for 8 for him. He bowls now to the right-handed Eskenazi. Up on his toes, thinking about dropping that single again, but points quickly in. There's no run. 28 without loss.
It's just his 5th first-class game for Ed Barnes, 23-year-old from Knaresborough. Wrote a song during lockdown.
Did he?
Offered him the opportunity to sing it on the cricket show.
Yeah, he declined.
He declined, but not as if it was a ridiculous suggestion. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if at some stage we hear from him in that respect.
He's in now, sun to his left, shadow to his right as he bowls, and this ball's hooked away by Eskenazi. He might get fourth. That's a lovely piece of time, and if he does, long leg. Oh, desperate dive there to try and flick it back in, but that really was well timed by Eskenazi on the back foot. He really seems to have taken to the pace of this pitch quite well, Eskenazi, and 32 without loss. He's on to 13 from 30 faced. Robson has 17. We'll have strikes. It's the end of the 10th over here on BBC Radio Leicester and BBC Radio London.
He waited for it really nicely and then didn't try and overhit it. Almost a sort of flick pull away. As you say, he's worked this pitch out at the pace of it at any rate. It's been a very good start from these two, from Middlesex. And as a consequence, Colin Ackerman, Leicestershire skipper, has made his first change. So Chris Wright comes off, 5 overs, none for 20 for him. And Will Davis, for the first time this season, he's going to have a bowl for the first team. Picked up an injury in one of the pre-season games, which has ruled him out of contention until now. He's going to bowl from the Bennett end. With 3 slips, Ackerman standing a long way in front of Azad. He's got a mid-wicket, long leg and mid-on the leg side as Davis bustles in and bowls fullish on off stump. Leaning forward is Robson, pushing firmly out to Parkinson, who's at wide mid-off, and there's no run.
Yeah, apologies, those tweets that I promised I'd get through. Peter Mead, morning Kevin, following you on my phone, sitting at my desk. Are today's selection changes rotation or drop? I think it's really match circumstances, isn't it? Or pitch, responding to the pitch.
Davis is in, bowling, it seems back in, a little late on that one, Robson, and he thought for half a second he'd got that one through Davis, but he managed to keep it out, push it out towards Wright, who's at mid-on, no run.
As soon as I arrived at the ground this morning, that was the first rumbling that, you know, the two youngsters could both get the nod. Looking at the surface, which again is lovely, isn't it? I said that to Peter Hanscom in the interview this morning. It's nice to see something different, isn't it? Because for 2 months now, it's pretty much been dampish surfaces under grey skies.
Davis is in, bowls on off stump, and forward goes Robson, solidly out to mid-off on this occasion.
And Peter Mead also adds, the big question is, are we ever going to see Stephen Finn with the red ball again? Well, we're off into white ball season now, aren't we, where Finn was the T20 captain last year for Middlesex. So whether they want him to focus on that one, because you look at this one, they've gone with Helm. I mean, Mert's been dropped for this one, which obviously is a big call for a Middlesex, but as much in the surface, I think.
Davis is in, slightly shorter this time, stays back. Robson looks to force it out into the offside, picks out Ben Mike, who's now at extra cover, so there's no run again. He's shed his sweater, Sam Robson, probably for the first time this season, I suspect. Sweaters even being shed. Davis turns, chest on as he comes in and bowls, finds the outside edge of Robson's bat, but guided down into the ground, bounces twice before it reaches Marcus Harris at third slip. Harris throws at the stumps, hits them, but Robson had gone nowhere. He remains 17, 13 Eskenazi. Middlesex 32 without loss. BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Radio London. The trees around the ground now pretty much in full leaf as Davis turns in, bowls again, middle and off line, good line, and Robson has to defend. Davis's right hand started to go into the air, thought it might have got through, it didn't. A maiden over to start with. Good start for Will Davis, a good start to his 2021 first class season. 32 without loss remains the score.
Look at a bit of movement that Wright's had out this morning. I mean, the like-for-like bowler there for Middlesex is Tim Murtagh. We've seen it shaping away with swing, we've seen it seam back in from Wright. Murtagh a great exponent of any little bit of help there is in the pitch, but they've gone for a youthful attack on this one. Possibly saying, you know, Waller, Lewita and Holman, you're going to get through a lot of overs here. And the youngsters, you know, if you do get flogged on this, if it is a lovely sunny day and this pitch bakes a little today for day 2 to be the best day to bat, then not wanting to flog the old warhorse. Tim Murtagh on it.
Well, Hassan Azad has padded up. He's sprinting back now to his place at first slip, but the fact he's put his bat pads on suggests it won't be long before we see Callum Parkinson.
Barnes, his 6th over, he bowls full straight and defended by Eskenazi into the onside, 32 without loss.
Pitch has marked a bit with the follow-throughs, so might be a little bit for something for Parkinson to bowl into. Eventually for the left-handers, initially to the right-handers going over. I don't know, he might try it. First ball might turn square and we'll sit up, but we'll see.
Barnes into the crease now, he bowls and left alone by Eskenazi as that one shapes away, 32 without loss. None for 12 from 5.2. Where'd that whistle come from in the crowd somewhere? You say it was what was the other instrument that's here?
A vuvuzela.
Yeah.
Accenture's vuvuzela.
So and a whistle as well. There's always the vociferous chap downstairs who sadly passed away a few years ago. Was it Trevor? Downstairs?
Big Phil?
No, Big Phil was the dressing room attendant, wasn't he? But there was also the very loud...
oh, yes, sorry, yes, of course, yeah.
Here's Barnes bowls, and this is run by Eskenazi to backward point. 32 without loss. One of the most vocal around the grounds, around the country.
Yeah.
Always shout a bit of advice.
Forget how far you go back sometimes. Actually, you look so young. And
two kinds. Yeah, it's been a wonderful journey watching cricket here at Grace Road. I have to say, Grace Road, when the sun's out, is one of the best places to watch, isn't it, up here as well? Because you look out the back as well, and it's a lovely view. That's the city.
Well, it's a view of the city, but lovely. But
Barnes bowls, and this ball drops into the offside, 32 for no wicket. I have to confess, one thing that struck me on coming up for this game was, of all the years coming here, and I think when the sun's out, there are fewer better places to be than Grace Road when the sun's out. Sometimes, but I tell you what, when it's leaden skies and pouring with rain, actually it's one of the worst to be. And I do mean that with all due respect, 'cause it's not Grace Road's fault that it's raining, but it is a stark contrast. When the sun's out, it feels absolutely wonderful here. As I say, looking out the back with blue skies, the city bathed in sunlight as it was earlier on, it was lovely to be here. But one thing I did remember on the way up as Barnes bowls, and this ball's dropped for a quick single by Eskenazi. Up runs the mid-wicket fielder, and they're through for that single. It's 33 without loss as Eskenazi moves to 14. Was that I have never, in all the years of coming to Grace Road, actually wandered around the city centre, which is full of history as well. So I must do so on this trip. There's no excuse for the good weather we've got for these 4 days.
yeah, I mean, it's not the prettiest. It's functional a little bit, the city centre, but there is one very old area, obviously around the cathedral, around where BBC Radio Leicester is based. It's mostly pedestrianised now, but obviously there's Richard's tomb now to see as well in the cathedral.
Barnes bowls full straight down the leg side at angles in the end, and actually went through a good pace and bounce, that one through to the gloves. 33 without loss. There was a little bit of a grunt from Barnes, whether it was just an effort ball. That was the end of his 6th. None for 13 for Barnes now, and Robson remains on 17. Eskenazi will have strike on 14. Yes, exactly that. How long ago was that now? A couple of years ago? Maybe a little bit more?
I was going to say a few more than that, I think now. 4 or 5. The King's remains were found in a car park.
Yes. Yeah. I was listening to a documentary on it the other day as well.
Was it the reunion by any chance?
Quite possibly.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah, it was interesting. So quite controversial as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, there was a big move from many people, have some people, supporters, that he should be laid to rest in York as the Duke of York.
Yes.
Richard of York.
That's you, isn't it?
Yorkshire. So almost. Davis will continue from the Bennett end. Sun behind cloud at the moment. In he comes and bowls in swinger, or looking to seam it back in perhaps to Eskenazi, who is solidly behind it, pushing it out to mid-on. Curious episode with Steve Eskenazi. In recent weeks, good to see him back in the side. Some strange old selection decisions going on, but I'm sure they all had good reasons behind them. Or look to be from the outside. Goes Davis and bowls Fuller, and Eskenazi is leaning forward a little tentatively, almost got that one through onto the pad, didn't. Thick outside part of the bat pushes it out to Ben Mike in the covers. There's no run. Good social distancing has gone on, everybody is sitting carefully in their allotted seats. So the crowd of 750 is nicely dotted around the Uptonsteel County Ground. Davis, a bustling run. In he comes and bowls, and looking to on-drive Eskenazi elegantly, but tumbling across to his left at mid-on is Chris Wright, who makes the stop.
I should qualify what I said about it being one of the worst in the rain. I meant that purely from my perspective of sat up here, because we're the other side of the ground to the press boys, aren't we? We are. So if it's lashing with rain, you're rather isolated up here in this commentary box, as I'm sure you're well used to now. Yeah, that was my reason for that. I don't mean in terms of the ground itself, because any ground's not particularly fun when it's pouring with rain.
Davis bowls again, coming back into Eskenazi, who's working it, looking to work it off his pads, and indicates to Robson there was a little bit of, perhaps for the first time, a fraction of seam movement. He worked it out to mid-wicket. Parkinson is indeed beginning to warm up. We'll learn a lot from the opening overs, but they're turning to him early.
Yeah, I remember the old days when you used to do it on your own. Up here back at the start, the internet commentaries for radios, they were back then. If you were on your own for the 4 days, the only chance for conversation was the other side of the grounds with the press boys, and it was lashing with rain. It was a tough 4 days.
Davis is in. Fuller, and again looking to on-drive. Not quite there in terms of timing for Eskenazi, and again Wright can get across from mid-on. Cuts the ball off.
I think I've told you of the match in 2007, I think it was, maybe 2006, where it lashed with rain one night, and there were lakes across the outfield at this end. It was called off before I'd even got to the breakfast bar that morning. John Embry saying, "Yep, we're off for the day."
It's much better drainage now, like so many of the grounds. It was drilled a few years ago, and it is now a pretty good draining ground. Davis is in, bowling onto off stump, and again Eskenazi, without a big stride, is looking to drive, plays it firmly out to Parkinson at mid-off, and there's no run. A second consecutive maiden for Will Davis, yet to concede a run then in his 2 overs so far, obviously. 33 without loss, Middlesex after 13 overs. They're going to have to be patient, Leicestershire, today. It could be one of those sort of days.
I think both sides will be very happy, won't they? Middlesex are playing out what the coach would want from them. This first morning of the match is not the time to be playing shots. Again, a phrase that I keep repeating on air. You know, it's something that comes back to me. The coach should really put in players how Middlesex are going to resolve their batting woes of recent years, of many years really, I feel. 60 without loss at lunch, please. It's not 100 for 3, it's 60 without loss. That's what you're to be. You score your runs in the second and third spells of a bowler, not in their first spell.
At the moment, they're bang on course.
Here's Parkinson into the attack, so spin, as Richard rightly predicted, with a slip and a short leg. He's left arm around, bowls, and forward goes Robson, driving up to mid-off. There's no run, so slip and a short leg, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep backward square leg. Pretty orthodox field for the left arm finger spinner. Comes in again, bowls, and a nice line and length there, and Robson defends back up the track. Planted the first two quite nicely, hasn't he? Parkinson. Reasonably lengthy run-up that he has. Nearly a medium pacer's run-up. He comes in, bowls, and that one takes a little bit of extra bounce and high up the outside of the bat. It deflects along the floor to backward point. Robson attempting the forward defence.
Yeah, 12 wickets at 56, 57 for Callum Parkinson so far this season.
It's been no summer for a spinner yet, has it?
No.
He's in now, bowls, and forward goes Robson, pushing away into the offside, no run. And it's lovely to see here, actually, you know, that not only one, but two Middlesex young spinners in the side. Nathan Souter, sure would have been desperate to come along and play in this one. He'll be playing a big part in the T20 for Middlesex. It's Parkinson bowls, and on the back foot, Robson waits on it and turns a single backward square on the leg side, and they all feel that he took that from a straight line and took a bit of a chance to Parkinson in his first over to take that probably off the top of leg stump. Robson would feel that, you know, he had a fair element of safety with it, but from a line that Parkinson perhaps would be quite happy seeing Robson play if one does just get a little bit of extra turn or bounce. Comes in again, bowls, and under the nose of Eskenazi. That's defended very much almost with the toe of the bat as he prods into the offside. 34 without loss, Parkinson with just the one run off his first over. Eskenazi has 14, Robson will have strike on 18.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing a Lawita bowl, because it's a really fascinating backstory that young man has. We'll hear it, I'm sure, during the course of the game once he gets his opportunity. He'll be hoping not to get an opportunity today, I would imagine.
Yes. Yeah, he'll look for bounce. If there's a little bit of bounce out there for the off spinner, then that's what he'll be looking for. Holman, it's a very young wrist spinner, the leg spinner. It'll be really interesting to watch him go as well.
Davis from the Bennett end is in and bowling. Seems back in a touch to Sam Robson, who is behind it carefully, pushing it out into the onside. Sam Evans, I beg your pardon, it's Lewis Hill who's out there at mid-wicket. Chris Wright at mid-on.
This is the last round for Middlesex. They've got a week off next up. So it is T20. Next for them, I mentioned Nathan South there, Mujibu Rahman with the other overseas. That's to replace Marsh.
Davis bowls slightly short of this time, and he has now conceded a run as off the back foot Robson steers it away through the gap in the cover. Sam Evans gets back. There's an attempted bit of relay work, but Ben Mike was too close to him, and the throw from Evans actually missed Mike and went back 10 yards or so. And fortunately for Leicestershire, Messrs Robson and Eskenazi didn't think it justified pinching an extra run as a consequence, but that could have been a bit embarrassing. Especially in front of the spectators these days.
Great camera work, I must say, here at Grace Road. For the stream, very impressive.
Good stuff. Extra cameras. All the streams, I think, are brilliant now. As Davis is in and bowling. That one doesn't seem back in on off stump, and Robson, waiting for it to seem, ends up steering it out towards Ben Mike at extra cover, and there's no run.
Rob Pressler says Richard III was discovered in 2012 and reburied in 2015. Ready for the Leicester City title win in 2016.
Thank you, Rob. Davis is in, bowling. Seems back in a touch, but not quite as much as Davis's reaction when Robson left it suggests. It did still miss the stumps by a good 8 inches or so. Brunty, considering what digging up Richard III's body did for Leicester City's luck, I'm surprised we haven't had a go at digging up the car park behind the family stand to see if we can find any more dead monarchs. worth a punt. I wonder what that would reveal. Digging up that car park. A few shattered hopes and dreams, I suspect. Davis in again to Robson, squares him up as he's looking to work that one away into the leg side, comes off almost a leading edge and runs out into the offside, and Davis justifiably on this occasion has his hands on his head.
Fred Nathan inquires, what's the equation for Middlesex? Is qualification out of the question or just playing for pride? I think second spot, only I think even a victory last week against Surrey, second spot would have been out of the equation with 4 wins to finish. I don't think it would have been enough for Middlesex.
So this is your 7th game? 8th game?
8th, yeah, there's only 2 to go after this, yeah.
Davis is in, bowls outside off stump, slightly short, brilliant stop, diving away to his right by Sam Evans at point and picked up by Mike, who hurls the ball at the stumps at the non-striker's end, to which Eskenazi had rapidly retreated. Dot ball for all that effort and activity. Update coming from BBC Radio Leicester, 36 without loss, Middlesex now Robson 20, Eskenazi 14. Information you will shortly hear me repeat, no doubt. A bell rings. And Leicestershire yet to pick up a wicket this morning in front of 750 spectators, the first time since September 2019. They're 36 without loss, the visitors having won the toss and choosing to bat first. Sam Robson has 20, Steve Eskenazi has 14. There's not much in the wickets so far for the Foxes. They're going to have to be patient in their search for wickets.
As Parkinson bowls, and this is pushed away into the offside by Eskenazi for no run. 36 without loss. The crunch of the bat on the ball there, I think, fooled the newsreader into thinking it was something more than just a dot ball into the offside. As forward goes Eskenazi again, defending back up the track. 36 without loss.
Literally perfect view. We are looking over the head of umpire Robinson. See the drift that Parkinson's trying to get.
He's in now, bowls outside of the off stump, that's left alone by Eskenazi. Quite a wide delivery on that one.
Got a very severe haircut, Callum Parkinson, at the moment.
Aye. Must be careful in this sun this week, won't he? As he comes in now, bowls, and forward goes Eskenazi, defends it into the offside, 36 without loss.
There for him at the moment, is there?
Hair-wise?
Well, hair-wise and turn-wise. You'd be amazed if there was after an hour's play, but...
Gives that one a bit more of a rip. A bit more pace on it right up there, but Eskenazi equal. That was the Chris Lewis one in the West Indies, wasn't it, when he shaved his head and got sunstroke. Which didn't go down well with the England management. Parkinson bowls, and that ball takes a bit of bounce, and the outside, high up the outside edge of Eskenazi's bat. The single is taken backward of points. It's, again, in position well, angling the bat, soft hands, but a little sniff of something for Parkinson, which will please him greatly. 36 without loss. Eskenazi moves to 14. He'll keep the strike at the end of the 16th, and Robson has 20. In fact, I think that ticks Eskenazi's 15, does it? And 36 without loss. 37 without loss. Middlesex will move to, I think. Or have I jumped ahead of the scoreboard? No, yep, there we go.
They're disagreeing at the moment, but
are they?
I think you're correct.
Oh.
I think you're correct.
In the end, not wrong for long. Did you mention Matthew Jarrett's Eskenazi's forward defence looks exactly the same as Colin Ackerman?
We'll get a chance to compare in due course as Davis is in and bowling seems back in, and again he thought for a second he threw that Eskenazi defence. He wasn't. Eskenazi plays it out into the offside. There's no run. Gavin Griffiths goes for a walk around the boundary. Can have a word with Ed Barnes perhaps at long leg.
Eskenazi, yeah, he does have quite a distinctive technique. Well, it's not massively unusual.
Davis is in, bowling to him. He's waiting. He's quite a tall man, steering it out into the leg side, and he's going to pick up an unnecessary single there. Lewis Hill dived across at mid-wicket and actually deflected it away from Chris Wright, who was covering behind him. As a consequence, Wright had to run 4 or 5 yards back towards the new marquee. And Eskenazi was able to pinch a cheeky single. He moves on to 16. Middlesex 38 without loss. Robson waits, bat raised as Davis is in. Bowls to him, almost chops on there. He was looking to steer it away through the offside, got a thick bottom edge, bounced onto the pad in front of the stumps and bounced out into the offside. Sanazad, hands on his head as well as Davis. Almost played on there.
There's enough out there, isn't there, for the bowlers at the moment? It's
just slow, isn't it? It's just
little
bit.
You've got to be relentless. You've got to be a metronome, haven't you? And
exactly.
Just hope that then eventually brings the mistake from the batsman.
Exactly. Patience is the key as Davis is in, bowling on off stump, and forward goes Robson. Head over the line of the ball, pushing it out to Ben Mike. At extra cover, and there's no run.
And again, that's a Tim Murtagh pitch, isn't it? Just hit the top of the off stump, then he'll get one to nip back. He'll get the majority to move away. But over goes the challenge to Anderson and Bamber and Helm, who along with Cullen last week, they picked up 6 for 7 in that collapse against Surrey. And Fraser's fledglings, as I called them, were going well at the Oval.
Davis is in to Robson, who's driving, thick outside edge. He's got that one away behind point, not where he was looking to hit it. Should pick up 2, might be 3. They are turning for a third. His bottom hand came off the bat there as he looked to drive, but a little bit unlucky there for Will Davis. Exactly what we've been talking about, his patience nagging away. And Robson trying to make something happen instead of being prepared to wait. Managed to pick up 3, but slightly fortuitously. Moves on to 22. 23, I think. Scoreboard. In goes Davis and bowls outside off stump, cut away for 4. Eskinazi did not hesitate there. The tall man stood up tall, rocked back, cut it hard. Backward of point, no question. That's exactly where he was looking to hit it. Picks up 4 down to third man, wide third man. He moves on to 20. I think the scoreboard is wrong because it only gave Robson 2, and so it continued to have him on strike. Manual's right, it has him on 23, and Eskinazi therefore should be on 20, but there's a little bit of confusion, both scoreboards at the moment.
Mentioned it a few times, but just in that comparison of...
it's given Robson the runs as well. That's not right, is it?
No.
No, it's not right.
Robson on strike. That's
better.
It's Parkinson, he's left arm around bowls, and Robson, that's a lovely length from Parkinson. Robson defends back into the offside, but he was on the front foot and waiting for it as he defends. I mentioned Eskinazi. Our correspondent mentioned Eskinazi in comparison to Ackerman. It's Parkinson bowls, and Robson slightly quicker onto the bat, that one from Parkinson. It's defended to point. Ben Brown, the Sussex captain, was on mic with us in a T20 down at Hove, and he said it's a nightmare bowling to Eskinazi because he scores in areas you don't expect him to. You set your field, you think, right, you've got all the angles right, and then he finds ways of scoring runs. As Robson defends into the offside, there's no, and that cut shot, that little late cut there, as you described quite rightly, that was where he wanted to put it. At first you were looking through point thinking, oh, where's it gone? It's gone down to third man. It's very much Eskinazi. It's best. He's a very good batsman to watch. Ackerman bowls and forward goes Robson. Pushing back up. Robson, the more classical, technically correct batsman. Certainly for an opener. Parkinson bowls to him again. Solid defence into the offside. Robson quite happy just to see Parkinson off here before lunch. Not get involved with anything. Still 50 minutes to go until the interval, but again, I think that score will very much be on Middlesex's mind. 60 without loss at lunch, not 100 for 3. Just setting up the innings at the moment, taking time, or putting time into this ball as Parkinson bowls. Nice bit of drift on that one, actually. And very full outside of the off stump. Robson was comfortably over the top of it, but you can clearly see a little bit of drift on that one for slow left armour. 45 without loss it is after 18 here on BBC Radio Leicester and BBC Radio London. Robson 23 and Eskinazi 20. Commentary for myself, Kevin Hand and Richard Ray.
Eskenazi just looking at his entry in Who's Who. What would you do if you were in charge of county cricket? He says, introduce a rest day in championship matches, which, given they're only 4 days long, is a bit... There used to be one in test matches, I remember, which was slightly more understandable, but I'm sure growing up that one of the days was a rest day. Used to have it on... Was it the Sunday was sometimes a rest day? It was... There've been some strange old innovations, if that's the right word, over the years.
Well, they'd go to a one-day game on a Sunday, wouldn't they? And then could be a different part of the country.
Yeah.
Then come back to finish the other match. And we think the scheduling's bad now.
I think most people are pretty happy with the format this year, so hopefully it gets a chance to sort of bed in and then people enjoy it. They like the idea. In goes Davis and bowls. Eskenazi is beaten on the outside. Is that the first time the ball has genuinely beaten the bat today? But that was a super delivery from Davis, which just bounced and held its own and went past the outside edge of Eskenazi's bat. He did play and miss earlier at Ed Barnes, but that was a sort of drive, a slightly loose drive. That was a genuine defensive shot, and it beat the outside edge.
Yeah, that was a lovely ball. Angled back in towards the off stump, just straightened on Eskenazi. Just very, very good basics from Davis.
Who is in and bowling, and almost again found the outside edge as Eskenazi went forward. It began to shape away and took the thick outside part of the bat. Went along the ground out to Evans at point. Good stuff from Will Davis. Conceded 10 from his 4.2 overs so far. But he's asked a lot of questions. Made the batsman play.
Simon Whiteside says the replay motion graphics, they're very Christmassy. I've just seen what he meant on the replay of that.
Oh yes,
they're like baubles or fireworks, aren't they? Or an exploding bauble.
Davis is in and bowling, comes back in, and a big stride forward, or a big lean forward from Eskenazi. Sees the ball defended out into the offside again. 45 without loss remains the score. Well, there's a question for you. They're having a debate in Melbourne as to your exact age.
Oh, goodness me.
It's entirely up to you whether you wish to reveal that, sir.
Where is...
That's Matthew down in Melbourne. In goes Davis. Bowls onto middle and leg and turned carefully by Eskenazi, only as far as mid-wicket where Lewis Hill is the fielder.
Who is we, Matthew? We are having a debate here.
Matilda might be having a look as well. Little Matilda, I don't know.
Go on then, let us know.
Mrs. Fango.
Let us know what the guesses were. You're the one that throws everybody, Richard. I mean, people are genuinely about 20 years out when they guess your age. The right way, I should add.
I'm not going there. I was going to say at all.
The right way.
Either way I lose, I feel, on that one. In goes Davis and bowls thick inside edge onto the back pad and bounces out into the offside. Again, almost played on. They're nagging away here, Leicestershire's bowlers.
What would you say was the opposite of a punchline? There wasn't going to be a punchline on the back of it. The tease was in the statement itself, but the punchline is genuine in the right way. Everybody's always... I was discussing it with somebody last week, I think, and they said, no, he's never. I said, yep, he's only 55.
Davis is in, looking for a Yorker, floats it up rather and gets to Eskenazi on the full toss. He works it away towards square leg, doesn't get his full weight into the shot, had to wait for it though, so Hill can pull it in around 10 yards inside the ropes. Eskenazi has to settle for a couple. He moves on to 22, Middlesex 47 without loss. Absorbing stuff, but steady from both sides this morning. Middlesex conscious of the need to sort of go big as they possibly can in the first innings if the pitch does start to turn. Leicestershire knowing they have to be patient on a pitch that at the moment isn't giving them too much and is a little bit slow. 47 without loss after how many overs we had? 19. Parkinson being in the attack should mean that Leicestershire's over rate for once is there or thereabouts. They are terribly slow at bowling their overs. In the first couple of games we had some sort of 7 o'clock or later finishes, and had the floodlights not to go, had to go off at 7.
Here's Parkinson bowls for defence from Robson. They run. Did they get deducted points on any of those? Were they that bad? Are they over 8?
I think they managed to sort
get away with it.
Work it, fiddle it in the end, one way or the other.
Middlesex have gone from one extreme to the other. They were one of the worst for over 8s, but Peter Hanscom's put pay to that immediately. They're very quickly between the overs.
Good on him.
Robson awaits as Parkinson bowls, and that off the inside of the bat deflects to mid-wicket, and there's no run. He remains on 23. He was talking about it, I don't think, necessarily in terms of Middlesex's over 8, but he just said what happens in the field sets the tempo and the tone for everything about the match. I thought it was a very good way of looking about it as Parkinson bowls. There's a silly point just under the nose of Robson now. This is driven into the covers by Robson, just gently, watchfully played.
He's only played a couple of games, but I'm already conscious of the absence of Rishi Patel, who is incredibly loud. He's usually in the slips, and every ball is ooh and ah, you know. You almost see, even if it's hit for 4.
Parkinson bowls a little bit shorter outside of the off stump, and Robson leaves alone. I like that. Yeah, like I said, the bell, there was the bell just before you did your update there, wasn't there? We had a bell, we had a whistle. What's it called, a vuvuzela?
It is. We haven't heard it yet.
Ah. Does that wait for a wicket, does it? As here's Parkinson bowls, and on the back foot, Robson defends into the onside. No, it's nice. Like I say, there's a hubbub about it as well. It's nice just to hear the little additions. That's one of the great things as a child when you're watching Test cricket around the world, is all of the little things at the different grounds. Gravy over in the Caribbean as this ball's left alone from Parkinson. One that goes straight on from the left arm of Parkinson, but starting wide enough that Robson didn't need to be worried about it at all. And ooh and an R again from around the stumps, but it probably went through on a 4th or 5th stump line. It wasn't that close to the off stump, but something for Parkinson to play with. None for 2 from 4 for Parkinson now. Another maiden. Middlesex are 47 without loss, 23 for Robson and 22 for Eskenazi.
Was that Jamaica? Trinidad?
Just trying to think. Off the top of my head, it was Antigua, but
Antigua?
Was it not the wreck? Was it? I think it was the wreck, wasn't it, in Antigua? It used to be hanging from the rafters. I could be wrong, but that was off the top of my head what I thought it was. But now you say Jamaica, that has thrown me. Maybe it was Jamaica for Gravy. Don't know if he travelled around, did he? Whether he went to the different.
Yes, probably at most of the tests, most of the islands.
It was always the one. Can you imagine now though, somebody hanging from the rafters, as Gravy used to?
Davis continues, down the slope he comes and bowls to Eskenazi, who's not quite certain whether to go forward or back then. He sort of did neither, managed to get plenty of bat on it and steer it out into the offside, but good length from Will Davis. Puts a little question mark in Eskenazi's mind. You can see the footmarks in the outfield from the bowlers now, just marked up a little bit. Nothing like it did at the Aegeus last week, I have to say, when it began to look like a beach, so much sawdust and sand, where, especially as they got close to the crease. In goes Davis. Bowls, that one seams back in, thick inside edge, just past leg stump. It was slightly short of a good length, but it did seam back in. Eskenazi tried to force it away off the back foot, got a thick inside edge, didn't miss leg stump by very much. Long leg, Ed Barnes came into field. Eskenazi picks up 1, joins Robson on 23, 47, 48 now without loss.
I was going to say that was a little loose, wasn't it? I'm going to watch the replay though and confirm that. It would have been a horrible way for Eskenazi to go. Having been recalled to the side, and I think batted pretty well the way through. You say that ball in the previous over that beat the edge. It's a lovely one from Davis, but overall he's really played with confidence this morning, Eskenazi.
Davis is in to Robson, a tempter. Foot outside off stump, and it went straight on, and Robson got in position to drive it away. Left his bat raised. Almost. He launched himself at that one. Didn't.
Yeah, it was loose. I've just seen the replay. If he'd have fallen to that, he'd have been cursing himself, playing away from the body wide outside the off stump. Not too dissimilar to how he was dropping those singles off Barnes at this end, but a slightly different pace, I'd say. Davis is nipping it a little bit more seam movement as well, whereas Barnes was a little bit more gentle with the outswing.
Davis in, bowls, a little bit more bounce there, but not too much seam movement, so up on his toes. Robson can play it firmly out into the offside. No run. A lonely gull circles overhead.
I think you can hear as well, he's hitting the bat a little bit harder, Davis, isn't he?
Yeah, it's good stuff from him. 13 from his 5.3 overs. Leicestershire won't be too disheartened, not particularly encouraged by the lack of response from the pitch, but they have just about kept control of the scoreboard, which is something they haven't managed so far this season, by and large. Davis is in, bowls line and length delivery on off stump. Robson has to cover up, does, pushes it out on the onside. Lewis Hill comes in and picks up from mid-wicket, throws it to Chris Wright to do the polishing.
I think Middlesex will be delighted with this surface. They've played on some real bowler-friendly surfaces so far this summer, but this one, you know, is really a good contest between bat and ball. There's definitely enough there for the bowler.
They just like it to be happening a little bit more quickly, I suspect. In goes Davis, bowls, middle and off, and Robson plays it comfortably enough, but then sinks at the knees a bit, as though indicating it stayed a little bit low.
Yeah, if the spinners do come into it as the game wears on, and well, both even the first innings, then I think that lack of pace perhaps won't be such a big issue. I think if it doesn't turn for the spinners, then maybe as the match goes on, then the bowlers will feel, oh well. It's from my perspective, it's nice to sit here and watch a slightly different pitch. It is one where the batsmen know they've got to be on top of their game, and they have been. I think these two have played really well. I think that has to be noted, that I think they've played exceptionally well, the two openers here, and Robson's playing to his reputation, really. You know, former England Test opener. He's come out and he's opened this innings in proper first-class fashion, and Eskenazi has equalled that. And Middlesex will be delighted with these two, really. I did wonder, you were asking me whether Eskenazi would open. I thought perhaps they might push Gubbins up. But then Gubbins is going well at 3, so maybe they decided leave him where he is. They used to be opening partners, Robson and Gubbins, with Eskenazi at 3. But any one of the top 3, really, you should be able to throw them up in the air in whatever order they come down. They're 3 openers, but usually, aren't they? Your top 3 batsmen. Here's Chris Wright replacing Parkinson, number 20 from his first spell at the Bennett end. He's in from the Pavilion end now, his 6th over. He bowls a wide ball outside of the off stump that swings away from Eskenazi and through to the gloves, taken in front of second slip. 3 slips still for Wright. Point cover and a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. But yeah, for the seamers at this stage and the swing bowler, it's just to probe, isn't it? Just keep hitting the off stump, keep hitting the off stump. The scoring rate is respectable, going at 2 and over at this stage. That means that the bowlers haven't let Middlesex get away, haven't let it get out of control. Right, comes in, better ball, closer to the off stump, but always shaping away, and Eskenazi leaves. And 35 minutes from lunch, they'll know one could easily bring 2, and if that happens quickly, then all of a sudden Middlesex are counting down the minutes to lunch to try and not be 3 down at the interval. Which I think on this surface, if you're 4 down at lunch on this surface this morning, I think Middlesex would really be having to have a look at themselves. Because you often say when a side is put in, you want them 4 down at lunch. Right, bowls, and forward goes Eskenazi on the off stump, defending into the onside. He got a long way across to get behind that one and try and negate that swing.
Talking about being 4 down at lunch, Yorkshire 31 for 6 against Lancashire at Old Trafford.
Ooh.
What are those dastardly Lancastrians prepared? Sussex struggling too. They're 51 for 5 at Hove against Northamptonshire.
Right in. 2 slips and a gully now. He bowls to Eskenazi, who drives with an open face. And, well, that was loose from Eskenazi. It felt loose. Driving with an open face wide outside of the off stump. He's going to pick up 4, and it brings up the 50 for Middlesex. 52 without loss as Robson is on to... Eskenazi is on to 27. I think overtaking Robson for the first time this morning. And, yeah, it was a little loose. If he fell to that one, he'd be kicking himself, wouldn't he? Had he have gone. But in the end, I'll say there's 2 slips. That gully is more a wide 4th slip, isn't it? There's 3 in there, and then there's the backward point. So Eskenazi with that open face, there was a little bit of a gamble about it, but it was in the air for sure, wasn't it? If point was backward of or gully was deep, then maybe one would have had a chance. As right comes in, bowls and left by Eskenazi. On a 5th stump line, good length.
Yeah, wickets falling most grounds. Essex 77 for 3 against Durham up at Chesterless Street. Worcestershire 76 for 3 against Derbyshire in Worcester. Warwickshire, Edgbaston is not dissimilar to here. They're 46 for 1 against Nottinghamshire. Surrey 50 without loss against Gloucestershire at the Oval.
Right, bowls full, swinging on the off stump, and Eskenazi in a lovely position right over the top of it. Angle bat, solid defence, it deflects away into the offside. 52 without loss. He has 27, Robson has 23. End of the 22nd over here on BBC Radio Leicester and BBC Radio London with myself, Kevin Hand, and Richard Ray.
Ackerman will, given we have 2 right-handers, wonder whether he'll give himself a little bit of a bowl before lunch. Davis will continue though. Davis has bowled with control, unless they're going to bring Parkinson on at the far end to see if he gets something from the Benetton. Yes, they are. So it's a double change, but only essentially a change of ends for Callum Parkinson. There's a helicopter heads south. There is the Leicester heliport over there somewhere, so he might be heading down there. Parkinson is in and bowling. Robson goes forward, then goes back, plays on the length and jams it out rather to mid-wicket where Lewis Hill is the fielder.
Another nice one from Simon Whiteside on gravy.
Parkinson tosses that one up, bowls and almost yorks himself. Robson was getting into position to drive it away, had to come down late on it and stopped it almost at his feet.
So I was lucky enough to meet Gravy at the old ground in St John's in Antigua.
Okay.
In 2004, watching Brian Lara make his world record 400.
Parkinson, a quicker delivery. Robson down on one knee as he defends that one out into the on side.
Let's not loiter on this, bearing in mind who was bowling that day. Managing director of cricket now at Middlesex. Angus Fraser was there and went on a boat trip where Gus and Athers were I went on a boat trip where Gus and Athers were the guests.
Parkinson bowls, and that's a decent shout for leg before he's got his man. He beat him on flight in the end, might just have straightened a touch, and Leicestershire have their first wicket, and there for the first time today is the toot of the Vuvuzela. Well bowled, Callum Parkinson. Patience was the key. Robson went forward, might just have straightened a touch, and the leg before decision was awarded. 52 for 1. Let's have a look at the replay. Yeah, it did straighten a touch, but it didn't get up very high, and he went forward, but certainly height wasn't an issue, and I think it's probably fair enough. What do you reckon?
I'm just getting my first look at it now. The line seemed okay on it from, yeah,
He just
pretty plumb.
He missed it essentially, didn't he? And
pretty plumb. I don't think there's anything really much on that. If you went upstairs on that one, what do they call it? 3 in the red?
Yeah.
I don't think there'd be anything on that for Robson. Wasn't close enough to get outside the line of off or anything like that. So once it had beaten that inside edge, he was done.
And there'd been an update for BBC Radio Leicester. It's nice to be able to have something to tell them. Hello, and as you come to me, Leicester have just taken their first wicket. Callum Parkinson was the man who made the breakthrough for the Foxes. A young left-arm spinner brought Sam Robson forward, beat the outside edge of the bat and was given out leg before wicket. 52 for 1 then Middlesex. They'd played very well, the openers, up to that point. Leicestershire had been patient though, working away, and they got their rewards. Middlesex then, having won the toss and chosen to bat, are now 52 for 1. Parkinson with a left-hander to bowl at now. They would dearly love to get Nick Gubbins early. Over the wicket he goes and bowls. Gubbins is leaning forward, playing the ball back up the wicket to the young Lancastrian.
Yeah, he's looked in great touch this summer, but well, in fact Robson has as well. He's got those couple of scores, Robson. He's got a few starts but hasn't got back to the 50s again since.
Parkinson bowls, and Gubbins again leaning forward, thick outside part of the bat along the ground, out into the offside, and a wicket maiden for Callum Parkinson, and lovely to hear the sort of ripple of applause around the ground, and a whistle blows as well in tribute.
Yeah, it's great. There's a lovely atmosphere, isn't there? Really lovely atmosphere here at Grace Road on day one, which is great to see. Thursday start. The only thing about the Thursday starts, just diverting slightly for a moment, if it is a 3-day game, it's a terrible shame to have a Sunday without cricket. There's the applause for Parkinson as he heads down to the Bennett end.
The green seats down there giving him a welcome. Miss things like that, little things, as you say.
Yeah. Right. Bowls full straight and clipped to mid-on by Eskenazi, and I tell you, I thought he was going to play all around that for a moment. He just about resisted the temptation to fully whip that to mid-wicket or square leg and close that bat face. He kept enough of it open, pushing it up to mid-on in the end, but it looked for all the world as a full swinging, straightening delivery on Eskenazi would bring his downfall, that he'd get carried away with it, but he did. He played straight into mid-on. Only just, though. It was really felt as though that one could have brought the wicket. Well done, Eskenazi, for resisting the temptation as Wright comes in, bowls, good line and length again on that off stump, and a solid forward defence. 52 for 1. Eskenazi on 27, and Wright right on the spot. And you can hear the chat in the field. That just livened a few of them up there, didn't it, I think? As the wicket will have done as well.
You can hear Harris building up the pressure. That's what Leicestershire are trying to do. Take wickets through pressure as much as anything.
Right. So that's a good sprint about him as he heads in and bowls. And Eskenazi has hit a midship and he's down, rolling across the crease in pain. Goodness me, he did a forward roll.
Spectacular reaction.
That clearly stung considerably. Sometimes there's a slight delayed reaction, isn't there? Not on this occasion. That stung dreadfully for Eskenazi as that ball came back in, beat the inside edge, and thumped to midship and really hurt. And yet he just dropped the bat and head over heels did a front roll in agony as he dropped that bat. Just fell forward, didn't he, and rolled. And now taking a moment to take a breath. The physio, Kurt, and the physio is wondering whether to come out or not, but there's not much he can do. He's down there on the edge. Oh yes, dearie me. Horrible for Eskenazi. Horrible. He's batted so well as well for his 27 on his return to the side. Only a third match of the summer for him.
He kind of did well to get down that low in a way. Wrong way of phrasing it, but it didn't sort of jump up too high, did he? He was crouched slightly, the knees were bent.
Well, at first I wondered, as it beat that inside edge, we were going to hear an almighty appeal for LBW, but then I realised quite how high it hit. And yeah, looking at the replay, there was never a moment that you would have been appealing. There was an interesting shot the other day. I think it was Pope actually, and you saw it on the replay on TV. He went down for a little paddle, and I can't remember whether he did get bat on it. It was given as runs, but whether on the replay he got bat on it, he was down so low that it either hit his forearm or hit his helmet. But actually on the replay, I can't remember whether they put the ball tracking on it, whether he would have been plumb LBW going down for the scoop, being struck on the helmet. Maybe he did get bat on it that day. It was given as a run for sure, but I do remember just having a quick glance at the replay on it, and you couldn't tell for sure that he did. Right to Eskenazi. Bowls full, swinging outside the off stump, and Eskenazi actually would have been mightily relieved to receive that ball and allow it to swing away outside the off stump. 52 for 1 it remains.
See what you mean about the replay and the baubles.
Yeah. Looks like a firework going off in the middle of a bauble. As we watch the replay of poor old Eskenazi being felled. It's the very red and the green of the Leicestershire away one-day kit, isn't it? On those replays, this is a swinging ball outside of the off stump, which Eskenazi leaves alone for Wright once more. 52 for 1. If you were to say that Wright was taking sympathy on Eskenazi, then that's what he'd have done with the last two deliveries, because they haven't asked Eskenazi to play, whereas the last thing he would have wanted was something full and fizzing around that off stump once more. But the balls are comfortable leaves outside of the off stump. Let's see if this one's going to come jagging back in though. Last ball of the 24th, 52 for 1. Eskenazi bowls now. Alright, bowls now. No, it's an away swinger once more to Eskenazi. 52 for 1 it remains. And we've got 23 minutes to lunch on day one here at Grace Road. Live coverage from the BBC, on the BBC Sport website and app, and on the streams via the club's websites. Commentary from BBC Radio Leicester and BBC Radio London with myself, Kevin Hand, and Richard Ray. If you want to tweet, it's Rich M. Ray or at Kevin Hand BBC. Yes, Simon Whiteside, I think the wicket interrupted that one, so he was there for the world record 404. Angus Fraser was there, and we went on a boat trip where Gus and Athers were the guests. We named our son Angus in 2005, a year later, says Simon, so there we go.
In comes Parkinson and bowls to Gubbins, who goes back, times it nicely off stump, forces it through the gap in the cover. He's going to pick up a couple. Lewis Hill picks up around 15 yards inside the ropes at extra cover.
Stat Dan, thank you kindly, says don't forget that's the first 50 opening partnership this season for Middlesex. That tells you a little bit about the tracks they've been playing on this year. Wickets are plenty.
Nicholas Richard Trail, T-R-A-I-L, Gubbins. In goes Parkinson and bowls to Nicholas Richard Trail Gubbins, who defends out into the offside. Radley College and University of Leeds. His guilty pleasure is Oreo ice cream. He's driving, that's nothing guilty about that pleasure. He'll take in that shot as he drives it away through the offside, wide of Ed Barnes at point, and Barnes can only pursue the ball back to the ropes in front of the Geary bar. Nice shot from Gubbins, nicely timed. He already looks like a man in form, which of course he is after his fine knock against Surrey last week.
Yeah, only out slogging as time ran out on that game.
Parkinson in, bowls to him, gives him another opportunity to play it through the offside, and he does, scrambling across to his right. Hill mistimes his dive rather, so Barnes has to go chasing after. He was about a foot short of that as he dived across to his right. Complete misjudgment there by Lewis Hill, and it means that Gubbins can pick up, pretty sure he picked up 3 there. He did. He moves on to 9, 61 for 1.
I don't know if Barnes thought Gubbins had struck it better than he did, but he seemed slow setting off, didn't he? And then he almost looked as though he was running in sand after it from that point. It was a slow chase to go and collect it.
In goes Parkinson, bowls, and oh, how did that not bowl? Eskenazi went straight through him and somehow missed everything, taken by Swindles. Goodness me. And Eskenazi's just checking the stumps to see that the bail hadn't come off. Now,
I think he did whip it. I think he did whip it off when he took it. He took the ball and whipped off the bail, I think.
Well, we'll have a look at the replay of that one, but goodness me, that was close to going through him.
I think he
did go through him.
I think he had the ball in the glove when he whipped it off as well.
Wow, that turned. Went past the outside edge. Interesting. In goes Parkinson. Bowls again to Eskenazi with his big stride, getting to the pitch bit, pushing the ball back up the pitch. Goodness me, that was a fine delivery.
Very well ignored by you, by the way.
What was that?
Ignoring my comment. I think he had the ball in the glove when he whipped the bail off as well.
Oh, I see. We're trying to let bygones be bygones.
Sorry, I couldn't resist it.
An apology would have been nice. We still feel that
it didn't come.
It never came.
Really?
No.
Wow. I mean, look, you know, the guy made a mistake and he held his hands up, didn't he, and said, because I think he copped an awful load on social media, didn't he?
Rightly so,
Nobody
but he basically said, well, if I'd realised what I did, essentially Hampshire said we didn't realise what I'd done, and if we had realised, we of course would have called him back. But they didn't sort of say,
didn't actually say
sorry.
sorry.
About that. Yeah. As far as I'm aware, I never heard it anyway, or read it. But there you go, end of the over, 61 for 1. But that delivery from Parkinson to Eskenazi before lunch on the first day.
Yeah. I think, you know, the game's well set, isn't it, from what we've seen. You know, there's been a little bit in it for the seamers on the first morning, and swing bowlers, as you'd hope, as his right arm over to Gubbins. And yes, no was the cry there. Just seemed to get louder and louder. It started with a yeah, and then ended with a very loud no. He went straight to mid-wicket off the back foot. He was looking to get it squarer, Gubbins.
is it rude to say he has a big mouth, Gubbins? It was really curious watching him bat on the stream against Surrey. How well he batted, beautifully, but he has a sort of permanent grimace, doesn't he? It's a sort of a really odd expression on his face.
Wright is in, bowls, and edged in between the keeper and slip. Oh, what a ball from Wright. Absolute dream delivery. And the reason why the keeper has missed that is because it was so good. The ball looked for all the world as though it was shaping back into the pads of Gubbins, and the keeper would have been unsighted at that point as the ball then seamed across Gubbins, taking the edge. And the keeper was completely done. It was his catch all day long, as it was halfway between the keeper and slip. And if he was lucky, Slip would have bailed him out and gone to his right. But of course, Slip's job is to stand perfectly still and take anything that comes down the line to him. It's not to go to his right. That's the keeper's job, to go to his left. But I can understand why that's been missed, because that shape out of the hand from Wright looked for all of the world as that was going to be booming in to the pads of Gubbins, and it held its line, seaming across him and taking the edge. Big opportunity missed. Gubbins on 13 now. Here's Wright, bowls, and Gubbins punches off the back foot, and just in front of point, he'll pick up a single. Moves to 14. 66 for 1, Middlesex.
Could be a big moment, that.
Yep.
Get Gubbins early on just 9.
Well, what a turnaround that would have been to the morning if Middlesex was 60 for 2, had that have chance been taken. And that would have been a real blow for Middlesex for all the hard work that they've put in, but equally reward for Leicestershire for their patience in the run rate of 2.5 it is as it is. Right to Eskenazi, bowls full, swinging on the off stump, and Eskenazi traps the bat down on the ball, which squirts away into the offside. 66 for 1.
Having a look at the replay on that one again.
It felt like a dream delivery from Eskenazi. Felt like an absolute dream. I just think right arm over to the left-hander. The keeper, whether I see it on the replay, whether he stepped to the right. Let's see if he did. No, just didn't move, didn't go.
Didn't seem to pick it up, did he? As you say, because I guess the body was so much covering it.
Wright's bowls, and Eskenazi's over the top of this, pushing away into the offside. 66 for 1. I mean, it's a bad one. It's a grisly one for the keeper. But, you know, there's always a little reason, isn't there, as to why something does or doesn't happen. And just my feeling was, out of the hand, it felt like that was going to be another one of those swinging balls onto the legs of Eskenazi, and that was going to be whipped away. But actually what happened was it held its line and seamed across him, taking that outside edge at good pace as well. It went, as we said, that. Yep. You know, that's the other thing. We felt this morning it's been a fraction on the slow side. You know, if the seamers would say one thing, they just want a bit of extra pace in it. As Wright's in, bowls, swinging ball again outside of the off stump, and Eskenazi's leaving. End of the over, 66 for 1. Gubbins has 14, surviving with that edge on 9. Eskenazi has 27. Middlesex with a fair old life there before lunch on day 1. But that one really zips. That one from Wright, it was a quicker ball for sure, and it responded off the surface.
Yeah, Fango wondering whether Swindle's standing too close. Didn't really sort of seem to react. Picked it up so late. I don't think it was too far away from him.
No, it wasn't far at all.
It really wasn't. So he'll be disappointed about that. Harry Swindles. He's crouching behind the stumps now as Parkinson over the wicket to Gubbins, who goes back, looks to turn it away off middle and leg out towards mid-wicket, where Ben Mike is the fielder. 66 for 1. One more before lunch, and it will be about a balanced morning, you feel. At the moment, Middlesex, one down before lunch, will be the happier of the two sides. Parkinson in, looking to paddle sweep. It's in the air, top edge, just wide of Sam Evans as he chases back from backward square. Could easily, looking just to paddle it round the corner, got the top edge, and it was in the air for a long old time. Evans almost in position for that shot, couldn't quite get there. Gubbins at the moment living a little bit dangerously. Takes 1, moves on to 15.
He'll want to cut that one out.
Round the wicket goes Parkinson to Eskenazi, who was forward on off stump, out into the offside, no run.
Just before lunch on day 1, getting 1 down now would be a huge victory for Middlesex this morning, I think.
Parkinson In. Bowles tosses that one up, worked out towards mid-on, and then Eskenazi almost sells Gubbins a horrible dummy by taking a couple of steps up the wicket and calling no at the same time. Instinctively, Gubbins took a couple of steps down the wicket, quickly turned on his heel and went back. Parkinson again. Bowles outside off stump. Big shout of "ah" as it's left by Eskenazi, but it didn't really do too much, that one, and it was a good foot outside off stump.
I know we're saying that the bowlers, if they were to ask for one thing, it'd just be a little bit more pace. But for Middlesex, there's been seam, there's been swing, and there's been spin before lunch on day one.
Parkinson bowls, forward goes Eskenazi, reaching for it a touch as he pushes it out towards point. In fairness, I mean, I guess you said earlier that tomorrow might be the best after a day in the sun, but it just looked as though it needed another sort of few hours of sunshine on it. I mean, it's been so difficult of late to get the covers off.
Yeah.
Until the last day or two. I mean, it was raining in Leicester a lot of yesterday and the day before, so you can actually see where the run-ups have been covered. The covers have been on for such a long time. Essentially, the grass has been a different is almost a different colour. But it's a really interesting wicket, that is for sure.
He's right. 2 slips in a gully. He's right arm over the wicket, and the left-handed Gubbins awaits, full in swinging to the left-hander, coming back in towards middle stump, defended by Gubbins into the offside. And again, that was the ball, that was the line, that was the shape that Gubbins and equally the wicket-keeper were playing to the ball that seemed across Gubbins. Here's the group of Leicestershire players. That the seconds all going through fitness exercises away to our right down there.
I think it's a mixture of the seconds and the squad, essentially, yeah.
Right to Gubbins. Bowls, and forward he goes, defending into the offside. It's fielded at cover. 67th one. There's a whole group. The chap in a wide-rimmed white cap.
That's Dips Patel.
Ah.
Coach.
He's on his phone. But the rest of them are all being put through their exercises down there.
8 or 9 of them.
And actually there's a few more up in the meet looking down.
Yes, that's where Leicestershire have been changing during the pandemic.
All of them up there, they're just looking down, laughing, I think, at the ones below, aren't they? Having to go through all those paces. Rights in, bowls, and this ball's pushed away into the offside. 67 for 1. No seconds game this week, then. I mean, there's a clutch of 8 of them going through their paces down there, and then another 4 or 5 behind the glass. Obviously, of those behind the glass, some will be coaches.
Friends of Grace Road are back, and they are selling their splendid cakes today, I think, from the indoor centre now. So I think that's where they're having to distribute their cakes from.
Right to Gubbins. That was that ball looking to hold its line across the left-hander, starting a lot straighter on this occasion, though, and Gubbins is able to get right behind it and defend into the onside. I was going to ask that, yeah, so with the meet out of action.
It is.
Well, out of action for public.
Usual purposes, yes. Yeah. It's now, I think, in the indoor centre. I'm sure someone from the club will confirm that, or I'll check on their Twitter feed because they do tweet. Friends of Grace Road.
Right, bowls full, swinging into that off stump to the left-hander, coming back into him, defended into the offside. Yeah, for Robson, it'll be a disappointment to have got the 23, the start of putting all that hard work. A run of 20s and 30s for him, really, since that 95. 165 in the first innings and 13. 18 and 10 at Hampshire then. 95 and, well, not much, not out. I can't remember exactly what it was in the second innings. They were knocking off 17 to win. So his right bowls and Gubbins defends into the offside. There's no run. He got... this after that 95, it was then 6 and 18 at Somerset, 12 and 8 against Gloucestershire, and then 20 and 5 Hampshire at Lords, followed by 17 and 32 in the second innings against Surrey, and now 23 here. So
a lot of starts, isn't it? With it?
Yeah, but Only those two scores, 165 and 95. Fortunately for Robson, they were big scores. That was a maiden for Wright, none for 29 from 9 for him now, 2 maidens. Middlesex 67 for 1. Eskenazi on 27, he'll have strike with Gubbins on 15.
Ackerman is starting to roll his arms over, so maybe he'll just have one before lunch, replace Wright. Parkinson, of course, will continue from the Bennett end. In he comes, bowls to Eskenazi, who's waiting and driving in the air, though again it straightens, and Davis is down on his haunches at short extra cover. He thought it was coming his way. Eskenazi uncomfortable against Parkinson, who's asking a lot of questions with flight and now a little bit of turn as well. Just shoots his cuffs, Parkinson, and blows on his hands, and in he goes and bowls. Eskenazi's forward, right over, head right over the ball as it dribbles back up the pitch. Short leg is in. Hassan Azad as Parkinson bowls, and Eskenazi again is squared up a little bit. There's something there for Parkinson. He plays it out to Davis, but uncertainly. The bearded Eskenazi at the moment. He always had a pretty much so.
Pretty much so.
South African, South African born, but brought up in Australia essentially. Parkinson bowls to him, tosses that one up, brings him forward. It's lovely stuff, this, from Parkinson. On the first morning of a championship game, played out into the offside. 1 for 12 from 7.5 overs for Callum Parkinson. Most of the businesses on Milligan Road all closed up at the moment, as Parkinson is in thick inside edge and looks round to see it running down towards long leg. In pursuit is Ed Barnes from backward square. Eskenazi picks up a couple, but not really sure where that one was going to go. Just Easy Bargains looks to be open. Deacon Appliances. The rest of them all closed up. Can't see a lot of the others though. The limes are now into leaf down Milligan Road. Parkinson is in, tosses that one up, played hard down into the ground, bounces out towards Davis, who ends up fielding with his chest as it bounces up towards him. End of the over. Another good one from Callum Parkinson. Eskenazi survives and prospers up to a point, picked up a couple of runs from it. He moves on to 29, and we are going to see Leicestershire skipper Colin Ackerman. How many overs we had? 29, so we'll get 2 more, I would think, if Ackerman's bowling one of them. Might just get 3 more, but I suspect 2 more. Goodness me, could actually have 32 overs in the session and finish on time.
Well, I tell you what, I think we're going to see more than 96 overs today, aren't we? Because surely Parkinson's going to bowl an awful lot today.
Theoretically, but it rarely happens, isn't it? They've managed to make it.
Drag it out.
Drag it out, as you say.
Then I guess from Leicestershire's point of view, kind of match, they'd want to put as many overs into it as possible. The hosts here with Parkinson, a more established spinner than Wallaluita and Holman. And yes, Wallaluita and Holman will be set the way the match has come down with the toss to be bowling last on this, as here's Ackerman around the wicket to the left-handed Gubbins, who waits and tickles down the leg side. Just started 2 straight from around the wicket, and it's going to get away for 4. And 73 for 1 as Gubbins moves to 19. A couple of tweets I must get through before lunch. Paul Smith says, I'm quietly confident this Middlesex team will be a very, very decent side in a couple of seasons. The faith in these youngsters is extremely encouraging. And that mainly in reference in this match to Holman, Wallaluita, Bamber and Anderson. White, one of the young batsmen still in this one. Max Holden and Jack Davis made to 8. Davis not in the squad for this one. Max Holden still awaiting his return as forward goes Gubbins, defending to Ackerman, the off-spinner from around the wicket. Fielded by Parkinson at extra cover.
I think a lot of Leicestershire supporters would echo that in relation to their own side. The young boys been giving a chance.
Ackerman bowls, and this ball's eased away into the offside, and there's no run. 73 for 1. Perhaps a conversation for after lunch, actually, but I was going to ask your opinion on the conference set up this year now, similar to the Bob Willis Trophy last year. There's so many rumours that it's going back to 2 divisions next year as Ackerman's around the wicket, bowls, and Gubbins pushes away to point, and there's no run. But perhaps we should leave this one to after lunch, because I think probably for both of these counties, Division 2 sides in this group, it's quite a big conversation.
I must admit, I'd be very disappointed if that was the case. I mean, the reaction that I've heard from most people has been so favourable that very much deserves a second year, you would have thought, just to settle down. But
yeah. Ackerman bowls, and Gubbins stands up tall to punch into the offside, and there's no run. 73 for 1. Just needs to find a way to get him on that front foot, doesn't he?
Yeah, a little bit flat at the moment.
Bowl as short as you can while forcing the batsman to play on the front foot. Slip and a leg slip for Gubbins. As Ackerman around the wicket again, bowls, and this is dug out to the block hole, that one from Ackerman. 73 for 1. Certainly be time for one more, perhaps another after that if Parkinson's quick. So 4 off Ackerman's first over, just that one strain down the leg side that was helped on its way. Gubbins has 19 and Eskenazi has 29. A couple of other tweets. Paul also added, yes, the Sunday always used to be a rest day. I guess television rights put pay to that. Did you get the Rob Pressler one as well? Last Test match rest day was 2008 in Dhaka between Sri Lanka and Bangladesh, when day 4 coincided with elections. This was also the first Test match rest day since 2001.
I didn't. Rob is the fox in Malawi, isn't he, normally? So I don't know whether he's tweeting under that.
Yes, that's it.
I'm not getting it. Parkinson then, from the Bennett end. Bowls, Eskenazi forward on off stump. Very conscious, I would imagine, of the proximity of lunch now.
Yeah, shame really for Leicester. Really wants to try and get one more in at this stage, wouldn't you?
Might just.
Let's try and burgle one more wicket before the interval, put a bit of pressure on.
If they're going by the digital clock, 12:58, Parkinson is in bowling, tosses it up, Eskenazi forward. Davis, who is a very good fielder as well, is at short extra, runs across and makes the stop. No run. Slip and short leg. Bat Padman living up to his Twitter handle. Parkinson bowls, drifts that one towards middle and leg on that occasion. Forward goes Eskenazi. He, Davis and Parkinson playing a 3-man game at the moment. 73 for 1. Middlesex, BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Radio London. Parkinson blows on his bowling hand, then grasps the ball. In he goes and bowls, and again I thought it was through Eskenazi there, who was waiting. It did straighten a fraction. Played it off the pitch. Kept it out. He remains 29, 90 balls he's faced now, Steve Eskenazi, for that 20. Hard going for him, 32 his strike rate. In goes Parkinson, lots of air on that one. Forward goes Eskenazi on off stump this time. Pushes it out to Davis. 5 balls are all exactly the same result. Defended by Eskenazi out to Davis. Can it be 6 out of 6? Eskenazi making Parkinson wait, trying to get through to lunch. In goes Parkinson and bowls. Eskenazi is forward out to Davis. We had 6 balls. Pretty much the same in that respect. Eskenazi turns and marches to the pavilion. And indeed, he is correct so to do, because the umpires have taken off a bail, just to indicate that it is now the lunch interval. 73 for 1, Middlesex, as Parkinson bowls a maiden over. 9 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 14 for him. 19 to Nick Gubbins, who's played fluently, occasionally, slightly riskily, since coming in. 29 to the hard-working Steve Eskenazi. Middlesex's morning just about on that basis, just the 1 wicket down. They'll be pleased with that because there is a bit there in the pitch for them. A couple of opportunities have been close for Leicestershire that they weren't able to take, particularly Gubbins, who edged between wicketkeeper Swindles and Azad at first slip on 9. But it's been an absorbing morning, Kevin.
It has. I think both sides would have batted first. I don't think there's any doubt on that, because the fact of the matter is both sides would have been wanting to bowl last on this. I think Leicestershire's only disappointment will be with the amount of swing and seam this morning. They weren't able to grab that one, at the start, and then if you're grabbing that second with Parkinson when he comes in then, and perhaps even there's a third in it, and all of a sudden they'd have been going into lunch thinking 3 down. They've done a great job there. What they have done though is kept the scoring rate down, and after lunch I'm sure they'll come back with those seamers straight away and just try and find that wicket they didn't this morning from the pace attack, and then over to Parkinson really. to keep that pressure up all afternoon. But yeah, 73 for 1 at lunch from Middlesex. I think they'll be delighted having won the toss to get in on that. But equally, Leicestershire won't be too despondent on it, because I think they'll have seen enough to know that they can keep Middlesex under control in this innings with the scoring rate, and perhaps tomorrow themselves with the bat. If they can keep Middlesex, that run rate in particular, in control, then they'll feel that, okay, just to make sure we do the basics right.
I'm informed by the club that the Bennett Bar has the Friends of Grace Road serving their cakes from, I think it's 2:30 this afternoon. Just confirm that one. Yeah, from 2:30 in the Bennett Bar. Should you be missing your cakes, I'll do an update for BBC Radio Leicester in a moment or two's time, and then we'll let you go and have your lunch and be back with you from the Uptonsteel County Ground about 22. Sorry, Ken. Two things of note. Oh, sorry, I thought we were talking up to your update. The two things, I think, for Gubbins, obviously that edge, and then there was that top edge on the sweep, and that's where they'll look. Parkinson in particular, to try to keep a hold on Gubbins, who likes to score. He likes to feel the bat on ball. So Leicestershire will for sure feel that this afternoon. Do what they did this morning. They didn't do anything wrong this morning, and with a little bit of luck, they'll rub the green. Then maybe they buy one or two more early this afternoon. That helps that to keep that control. As I say, you'll just hear me do an update, and then we'll leave you for half an hour or so. Here comes the update. And the players have just left the field for lunch, with Middlesex having won the toss and choosing to bat on 73 for 1. The only wicket to fall out of the opener, Sam Robson, went leg before wicket to Callum Parkinson for 23. The score at that stage 52 for 1. Nick Gubbins is 19 not out. He's had a bit of a life, edged Chris Wright between wicketkeeper Harry Swindles and Hassan Azad at first slip when he was on 9. Steve Eskenazi has battled his way through to 29 not out. There is a little bit there in the pitch for the Leicestershire bowlers, and particularly for the spinners. So although it's a decent score for Middlesex, 73 for 1, it is far from decisive. Leicestershire will be looking for quick wickets after lunch. At the moment, however, Middlesex taking that lunch break on 73 for 1. Welcome back to the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. Second session on this first day of the LV Insurance County Championship match between Leicestershire and Middlesex. Ball by ball commentary brought to you by BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Leicester, as the BBC does on every ball bowled in county cricket throughout the season. Kevin Hands and Richard Ray, your commentators for the game, with Middlesex about to resume, having won the toss and chosen to bat first on 73 for 1, which sounds a sort of fairly ordinary morning. It was anything but. The pitch, there's a little bit there for the spinners in particular, evidence in the fact that Colin Ackerman, Leicestershire's occasional off-spin bowler and captain and batsman, is going to open the bowling for the Foxes in this session from the pavilion end. Nick Gubbins is 19 not out. He's going to be on strike. Steve Eskenazi is 29 not out, having opened the batting with Sam Robson, the only man to be dismissed today, leg before wicket to Callum Parkinson for 23. Kevin.
Hello. Here's Ackerman bowls outside the off stump, and it's left alone by Gubbins through to the keeper. They were quick about it, weren't they? 39. I still make it on my clock. In fact, the big board over there still makes it 39 as well. They're quickly out there and quickly into it. Good on them. Not going to complain about that. Here's a full one. Oh, it goes past the edge. That was a beaut. And it doesn't bowl him somehow either, because from the angle we're looking at, we can see the off stump past that outside edge of Gubbins' forward defence. Great ball. Great start here from Ackerman after lunch to the left-hander.
That's the line.
In he comes again. Bowls, and Gubbins gets solidly behind that into the offside. That's the line, and I think as you put it before lunch, this is the key batsman as well for Middlesex. Nick Gubbins, he's the one that's looked in best touch all season as Ackerman bowls, and solid forward defence again from Robson. From Gubbins. Goodness me, what was in that coffee I had at lunch? Don't know my Robsons from my Gubbinses. It used to be a nightmare when they opened together, Robson and Gubbins, and then you used to throw in Higgins as well. And his arm ball perhaps from Ackerman, dragged it down, and Gubbins on the back foot punches away for a couple. 75 for 1. It just seemed as though he ripped that one down a little bit more with the arm.
It just is the difference, isn't it, between the occasional off-spinner, or decent off-spinner, and the regular spinner that occasionally he'll bowl deliveries like that, once in an over, drag it down.
Comes in now, bowls, nice bit of flight, and Gubbins, no. They thought about the single, it was never there, but they agreed quickly enough that it wasn't. 75 for 1, Gubbins 21, Eskenazi 29, end of the 32nd over. And we've just hit 140, so as such, they before we start the afternoon session at 140, they've bowled 32 overs. Well done, Leicestershire. That was a short lunch break, wasn't it? Because we ticked over before, or after 1 o'clock. I think it was a couple of minutes past 1 when we finished the session, and we started again by 39.
1:39 is a dangerous time when you've had a bite of malt cake or malt loaf.
Was that what it was?
It's sticky stuff, and it almost caught me out. 75 for 1 then, Middlesex, and it's going to be Will Davis, the seamer. He's going to open for Leicestershire from the Bennett end. Bowled really nicely before lunch. 6 overs, 2 maidens, none for 13 in his first appearance of the season for the Foxes, having been injured in pre-season. And he's showing that they missed him a little bit, especially in terms of the control that he's given them so far. He's going to be bowling to 2 slips and a gully as he comes down the slope to bowl to Steve Eskenazi. Eskenazi gets one. He's peeling for leg before, did a bit too much for me that, and hit him quite high as well. He was looking to it into the leg side. It bounced off the pad out into the offside, but as I say, for me, just did a bit too much. Good afternoon to Springsteen, who's already over at the Bennett end for a post-lunch collapse. From Middlesex, he says, not me. I was talking to a friend, Brunty, during the interval, and he was saying it's the way the ground has been divided. It's quite difficult, well, deliberately, obviously, difficult to get from across to see friends. In goes Davis and bowled. Looking to on drive is Eskenazi. He doesn't time. It sounds a little bit tinny as it comes off the bottom of the bat, and right gets across from mid-on to make the stop. But in terms of what you can access, it's obviously things are limited, although the club's done its very best to make sure good things are available to everybody. Let's say cakes in the Bennett bar from 2:30. Davis into Eskenazi, who again is looking to on drive but doesn't put his full weight into the shot, and right able to get across and tumble this time as he cuts it off. But also hot food in the Bennett bar, plus snacks, sandwiches and pucker pies in the Geary bar. That's next to the manual scoreboard, away to our left. Davis is in, bowling on off stump. That one doesn't seam, and forward goes Eskenazi, carefully leaning into the shot, steering it out to Sam Evans at point. No run. 96 balls Eskenazi has faced now for his 29. The busy Gubbins, 21 off 29, always looking to be positive. I don't mean that Eskenazi isn't, but he's had to play circumspectly. Leicestershire have not given him too much to get away. Davis is in, bowls to him. He's advancing down the pitch and turning it off middle and leg out into the leg side. Lewis Hill comes in to field, but an indication that the batsman is not entirely at ease. Coming forward a long way there, almost a couple of steps down the pitch as he looked to negate any potential movement.
What a trigger that was. Came a long way forward and across, didn't he? Eskenazi, which again just tells you that little bit of movement that they're getting out there.
Davis looking to finish the over as a maiden. It bowls on off stump, and again Eskenazi is forward, out into the offside on this occasion. Ben Mike picks up, and it wasn't quite out of the middle. Another very good over from Will Davis, a maiden, his third in 7 overs, none for 13. His figures as the acting 12th man, who is Alex Evans at the moment, masked and hatted, comes in and throws Davis his cap.
There's that trigger movement that you described there as he went down the track. He starts with his back foot middle and off, and his front foot is almost outside leg, with quite an open stance. However, as the bowler bowls, or just before the bowler bowls indeed, his trigger is to be a long way down as this ball's pushed away into the offside by Gubbins. Off Ackerman, fielded at point, 75 for 1. So not only coming down the track, but his front foot by the point of release of that ball as Ackerman bowls again, and that's slapped by Gubbins with the use of the feet as far as cover, and there's no run. I don't think Ackerman will mind that too much from Gubbins, who likes to be positive, so this could be a good tussle between these two. The off-spinner to the left-hander. And he faced the 30 deliveries as this one's given a bit of flight, just a little inside-out push into the offside from Gubbins. But yeah, by the time released, his front foot is standing almost outside off, head's just outside off from Eskenazi, so there's a real deliberate movement, as you said, down the track but across as well. As this ball off the back foot is punched to point, just giving him that little bit of a chance to rock back. Ackerman, not particularly short was it, but you can see that Gubbins has got intent here. He likes to feel bat on ball, Nick Gubbins. He's a positive, I'd say aggressive, but naturally attacking player as forward goes. The left-hander now defending solidly into the offside. Is that 1 to come of the over, or is that 4 so far?
1 to come.
Comes in and bowls, and solid defence again, put right up there underneath the batsman, and Gubbins happy just to ease it away into the offside. 75 for 1, and it'll be interesting after lunch here. See Ackerman, that's his first maiden, none for 6 from 3. And in that first over after lunch he bowled the ripper, didn't he, which as we were sat, it beat the outside edge. But not only doing that, we could see on the line of the umpire, as we're sat, we could also see the off stump as it beat that outside edge. So lovely ball from Ackerman. 75 for 1, Gubbins 21 and Eskenazi 29.
Davis bowls. Eskenazi thick inside edge onto the pad, bounces out into the offside. Lewis Hill slips a little bit as he picks that one up at mid-wicket, single taken. First run post-lunch for Steve Eskenazi, moves into the 30s on 230. Looking at Gubbins take guard, he looked to be taking guard on off stump there. from umpire. Make sure I've got the right way around. Newell is at that far end. He's the slightly slighter of the two figures. Both, I think, fairly comfortably built these days.
Dead ringer free in Salisbury. The two of us looked out, didn't we? This morning said Salisbury. Can't be.
He is. Round the wicket comes Davis to Gubbins for the first time. Gubbins gets one that swings back in, hits him outside the line and high. But again, there's something there for Will Davis. And Gubbins walks away towards umpire Robinson, rubbing the top of his thigh. A stinger. Not quite in the manner that Eskenazi's was before lunch, when poor Eskenazi did that backwards roll. Gubbins ready to move into position. Slightly, as I say, open stance, but you can see he's batting almost on off stump. Waits with bat raised as Davis is in, bowls to him, shapes back in, but he defends that one out into the offside and again walks away, still suffering a little bit. I wonder what the origin of the word, his name Trail is. Nicholas Richard Trail Gubbins.
I don't know, but his parents often listen and often are in contact, so do let us know if there's a story.
Absolutely. Richmond born, went up to the University of Leeds, one of my former places of education.
One of? How many did you have?
Well, as in schools and things like that. It's chucked out of so many. Davis in again, bowls, and that's a decent shout for a leg before. Might just have hit him outside the line. It was a big stride, and it was coming back in. And umpire Newell said no.
Interesting here on Gubbins, in stark contrast to the way that Eskenazi's playing the movement. Watch how deep in his crease Gubbins is going. His trigger almost takes him back. You mentioned about that back foot being almost on off. The back foot retreats even further.
Hit him outside the line, didn't it?
It does, but that retreat back in the crease. He has been out LBW a few times this summer. I tell you what, it wasn't the worst shout in the world. Because if you think, when it hits him, he's on the move. I'll see if I can just freeze it at the right moment. Because when the ball actually hits, he's on the move.
Davis again to Gubbins, and it's fuller delivery this time, and Gubbins digs it out rather. Pushes it back up the pitch towards the Leicestershire seamer, who half stops it.
I think it would have been a harsh call for the umpire to give that out, but again, one of those where, had the umpire have given it out and Gubbins reviewed it, it may have been umpire's call. I think it was because of how far back he's gone as well. I think that's where, you know, as I said, Eskenazi's making that clear advance down the track, isn't he?
Just looking at the replay and looking at Ackerman's reaction, he hands on hips. He was.
It's really a good shout, I've got to say.
Yeah, he felt it was very close, very adjacent. As Davis is in again to Gubbins. That's got to be close. He has gone leg before wicket. It was fuller this time, and that was absolutely stone dead for me from behind. Have to see the replay, but that certainly looked very, very close indeed. And Davis has his reward for a pretty impressive spell, well, two spells of bowling, pre and post lunch. He has Gubbins gone leg before wicket, Middlesex 76 for 2.
Yeah.
Low down on the front pad.
Yeah. And on that one, I think the only chance again would have been, did he get? No, he definitely didn't get outside the line of off, and I don't think that's going down either.
No,
so
I think that's fair.
A good shout, and to be honest, the two appeals in that one over almost makes a wicket, doesn't it? The two of them. I think Gubbins was a little bit surprised on it. Don't know whether he feels confident with the bowler right arm around to him, but as I say, that trigger movement where his left foot, his back foot goes deep inside the crease. That ball does beat the inside edge. He's a long way back. There's not far for the ball to go, is there, from that point? Which certainly I'd noticed earlier in the over before the first LBW, and that one I don't think really.
I think it's fair enough, Nick, on that one.
Yeah, I don't think really there can be any complaints on that. 76 for 2 then, Middlesex, and that wicket just after lunch that Leicestershire would have dearly loved. So he talked about this morning it wasn't, a 4-wicket morning. However, you know, on another morning that could have been 3 down. It was the edge from Gubbins, the top edge from Gubbins as well on the sweep, which fell fine, well fine of the fielder at 45. And yeah, if they could have just managed to get one in that opening burst from Wrights and from Barnes, then you know, it could have been 3 this morning. But crucially, it's 2 down just after lunch.
And they've gone straight back to Parkinson. So Ackerman really was only bowling at the left-hander essentially, turning it away from the left-hander, and Parkinson now has 2 right-handers at whom to bowl, or at which to bowl. Which way round?
Around the wicket he comes to Eskenazi. That was a very good first ball, and Eskenazi with the inside of the bat defends to square leg, but I think both of us for a moment thought that was going to beat that inside edge, and there'd have been an almighty appeal if so. Hanscom loves to use his feet to the spinner, and especially Leach down at Somerset. A little cameo of 17. It was a great little tussle to watch between those two as Parkinson's left arm around, and on the off stump that's defended by Eskenazi to point. It's a couple of Aussie twangs out in the middle now for Eskenazi and Hanscom, as there was for the opening wicket, of course, Eskenazi and Robson. Parkinson in, bowls, drops a little short, and Eskenazi cuts him away down to third man. That late cut that we saw earlier this morning from Eskenazi, getting it away fine, and he moves to 34, 80 for 2 Middlesex.
Probably the first time he's bowled a really poor ball. Callum Parkinson dragged it down short and wide outside off stump, and Eskenazi, one of his favourite shots judging by the innings so far, and he plays it well, put it away. Doesn't often bowl those deliveries, Callum Parkinson, and he was punished for it.
Here's Parkinson. He bowls to Eskenazi, and this ball's played defensively into the onsides. Good morning to the Gubbins family. Will Gubbins, Nick's brother's the first one in contact. Come to that after this delivery from Eskenazi, from Parkinson to Eskenazi. He bowls, and it's cut again, backward of that point fielder, and he's got it away nicely here, Eskenazi. That'll be 4 more, and it's 84 for 2 as Eskenazi moves to 38. Just drops a little bit short there, but I have to say, that wristy late cut of Eskenazi, we've seen it on a couple of occasions this morning. He looks in good touch. Will Gubbins writes, enjoying the commentary, Kevin. The origin of the middle name Trail is a surname in Dad's family, except the correct spelling is Trail with a double L. So Dad misspelt it on his birth certificate, and it's stuck and remained incorrect ever since.
Oh, brilliant.
Brilliant. Good to hear from you, Will. Hope the Gubbins family are well. And now they'll be delighted, I'm sure. It wasn't to be today for Nick with 21, but that century last week was fantastic at the Oval as forward goes Eskenazi, defending into the offside, and there is no run. He was stacking up the 50s this year, but hadn't got to that 3-figure score. And what a match it was to do it in. It was nearly to see Middlesex home in what was becoming a stroll, that run chase for them, until rain intervened. 84 for 2. Hanscom has yet to face. Eskenazi has 38. And Parkinson 1 for 22 from 10 overs with 4 maidens.
He'll be really disappointed with that over, Callum Parkinson, I think. Obviously he had the break, so just getting back into his bowling, but conceded 2 fours, and they were both poor deliveries by the standards of how he's bowled today. First 9 overs were really good ones, but he gave Eskenazi 2 to put away, and Eskenazi put them away. 38 to him. Hanscom then, no sort of form at all until last week, but that will have given the Australia international a lot of confidence. He waits with bat raised as Will Davis comes down the slope and bowls to him. It seems back in. There's a decent shout for leg before, turned down by umpire Newell. Sounded a bit tinny.
I think it's got to be high as well, hasn't it, from the angle that we're sat at. We're actually a good elevation ourselves to judge bounce, I think, up here, aren't we? And it felt as though as that seemed back in, it seemed back in with a bit of bounce as well. Sometimes you see one jag back in and keep a fraction low.
And he's very upright at the crease, Hanscom. Interesting one. Davis bowling very straight, getting just enough movement, is in and bowls. Hanscom is right behind that one. Middle and off.
full of ball, wasn't it? And Hanscom making no mistake to get forward and get bat on that one. Wasn't a long way forward though, was he? Here's the replay of the LBW appeal. Yeah, it was hitting high up on the back leg, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But that seam movement for Leicestershire is going to keep them interested here, and you get the feeling, you know, if they could get something going like this morning, that would have been their frustration, is that they just couldn't get that little bit of pressure built this morning by an early wicket, or even if one came later, one turning into two quickly.
This is what Davis is doing so well. He's giving the batsman nothing. In he goes, bowls to Hanscom, again very straight. Again Hanscom is behind it, nice high left elbow, and he sort of follows through a little bit, just strokes the ball in defence out into the offside. And there's no run.
You mentioned Hanscom's run. So he replaced Eskenazi as captain and in the batting lineup after the third game, and returned 0, 17 and 0 at Somerset, 10 and 4 against Gloucestershire, 0 and 24 against Hampshire, and then 5 in the first innings versus Surrey.
Davis bowls to him just outside off stump. He leans forward and guides it carefully wide of Harris inside. Sam Evans down towards third man, gets about halfway there before Evans picks up and throws it back on the turn, but always going to be 2 as a consequence for Hanscom. And he's off the mark.
Yeah, 5 in the first innings before 70 in the second.
Beg your pardon, just a single. I thought it was 2 for a second. Beg your pardon.
Oh yeah, 70 in the second. They put on a brilliant partnership with Nick Gubbins.
Brings Eskenazi down on strike to face Davis, who bowls to him. Brilliant piece of fielding by Davis as he flings himself to the right and stops the on drive as it threatens to bounce back past him. Because it was hit hard down into the pitch, it did loop up a little bit as it went towards Davis, but nice athletic piece of work by the Staffordshire seamer, Staffordshire born seamer.
Gubbins' run meanwhile has been 75 at Somerset's, with this being of the scores. There was nothing in the second. 52 in the second against Gloucestershire, 51 in the first against Hampshire, and then the 124 against Surrey.
Davis in, Eskenazi is forward just outside off stump, guiding it down towards backward point, picked up by Evans, and then Eskenazi not just holds the pose, he sinks down onto his right knee for a while and examines his stance, perhaps a little bit end of the over as Evans comes on, Alex Evans that is, Leicester's 12th man, throws, spins Davis his cap, and Davis catches it on his head brilliantly. It lands on his head. Sensational work by Will Davis. End of the over, 85 for 2.
They make it all look easy, this lot, don't they? Annoying bunch of cricketers. Well, sports people in general. They make it look so easy.
By and large, the coordination is pretty good, isn't it? It has to be said. By definition, really.
85 for 2 here on BBC Radio Leicester and BBC Radio London. Myself, Kevin Hand and Richard Ray. Rich M. Ray, or at Kevin Hand BBC if you want to get in contact on Twitter. As here is Parkinson, left arm around, he bowls and forward goes Hanscom defending into the offside. This should be the interesting one. See if Hanscom starts using his feet the Australian way, as he did down at Somerset's Elite. It was a really enjoyable watch before he ran himself out with a single to mid-on, not realising it was the super sub Roland van der Werf as forward goes. Hanscom defending a game, pushed it straight to the left hand of the mid-on fielder, and dead-eye throw from van der Merwe.
Little update for BBC Radio Leicester, going to squeeze in as Hanscom defends out towards third man. Yeah, that wicket, that of Nick Gubbins, who played really well last week for Middlesex against Surrey, scored a very fine century at the Oval, got to 21 before being pinned leg before wicket by Will Davis, having survived a good shout earlier in the over, 76 for 2 at that stage. Steve Eskenazi, who opened the batting, he is still there, he's 38, not out now, accumulating steadily. He's been joined by his skipper, the Australia international Peter Hanscom, who has just picked up his second single of the innings. He's moved on to 2. Middlesex 86 for 2. If Leicestershire can pick up another couple of quick wickets, though, they'll feel they're firmly on top. At the moment, though, Middlesex 86 for 2.
Oh, that one bites a little bit on Eskenazi, lovely length there from Eskenazi, from Parkinson, and Eskenazi over the top of it, defending high up on the bat as it falls away into the offside, and he had a little look back at the track. To say where did that come from, but there's certainly plenty in it for the spinners. As Parkinson's in again, bowls, and Eskenazi dabs into the onside, 86 for 2. I'm relishing seeing this because we don't see it often enough. You know, it's been a wretched decade for spinners, hasn't it, in county cricket, if not longer. But this looks as though we'll be in for a good contest here and a fair contest. It doesn't look as though it is a pitch that is unfairly in the favour of the spinners. It just looks like a good cricket wicket that has got a bit of seam, a bit of swing, not a lot of pace, but just that little bit of turn to have the spinners interested. 86 for 2, Middlesex, having won the toss this morning, losing Robson for 23, Gubbins 21, and Hanscom has 2 and has strike. Eskenazi has 38. And it is a ground that's always loved by the Australians, isn't it? Because of the nets. They always...
Yeah, all the drawing sides like to come here because the nets are so good. Over to our right as we look out across the ground. Davies comes in, bowls. Driving is Hanscom. Doesn't quite put his full weight into the shot though. Just a little bit wary at this stage in case it seams back in. Hits it firmly, but only as far as Ben Mike at extra cover. Springsteen makes the point that is Mike playing, if Mike is only playing as a batsman and we haven't seen him bowl yet, it's a fair comment, then it is a bit tough on Patel, but Mike did score 74 in his previous appearance. In goes Davis, bowls, Hanscom is forward on off stump, and there's no run. Just check that, what did he get? Yeah, 74 off 119 balls, 6 fours and 2 sixes. That was in the draw against Surrey here 3 weeks ago. It must have been a close one though, as you say. Maybe they feel, Springsteen, that if push came to shove, Mike could bowl a few overs, or could bowl if somebody picks up, if one of the other seamers were to pick up an injury. Davis is into Hanscom, perhaps stayed a little bit low. He wasn't sure whether to go forward or back. Ended up doing neither and dabbing it down away off stump out towards backward point. Springsteen over at the Bennett end for this game. Hard to pick people out over there in the green seats or individual faces.
So 750 in for this one. He said usually there'd be 1,000 maybe on a first day.
Yeah, it depends on the weather and the opposition and stuff like that, but it's not ridiculous to say there'd be that many anyway. In goes Davis and finds the inside edge of Hanscom's bat as he defends that one off middle and leg. Runs down towards Ed Barnes, who's at long leg coming in off the ropes. Hanscom takes 1, moves on to 3, 87 for 2.
So I've got to say, it feels as well an attended game at Grace Road as I can remember. The hustle and bustle around the stand below to our left in particular, and walking back around behind the old scoreboard over there towards the pavilion around the back of the ground. The stand just felt particularly busy. On a buzz about it just before lunch, or just during lunch.
Davis in again, seems back in towards Eskenazi, but nice high left elbow from the... Is he actually officially Australian then? Is his nationality?
Well, it's British parents, so...
Okay, so he could have 3 passports then.
Yeah.
Potentially. The man who thinks there should be rest days in championship matches. Interesting one. Davis bowls to him again. Seems back in. Again, solidly played though. Off middle. Out towards the bowler. Picks it up in his follow through. End of the over. Just a single from it on this occasion for Will Davis. 1 for 16 from his 10 overs though now, which is pretty much just what the captain ordered. I would have hoped for and expected from his seamer. If you're not picking up wickets, take control, and then if you do pick up wickets, you know, suddenly Middlesex could be 90 for 3, 120 for 4, something like that, instead of 150 or 160 or 170 for 4. Big difference.
Parkinson, his left arm around, he has a slip and a short leg, he bowls. That's a lovely drive by Hanscom. And just starting to get glimpses now, Middlesex, of what Pete Hanscom's all about. That was a cracking drive. It was far from a half volley from Parkinson, but just full enough, just wide enough, and with the turn as well, giving Hanscom that confidence to hit on the up, really, that cover drive to the spinner. And without that use of the feet that I've been talking about that we've seen him use so far. 91 for 2, Hanscom's on 7, his first boundary. This ball's a better line and length, and forcing Hanscom to defend on the off stump, not just outside of.
16 tests for Peter Hanscom. Famously, was it passing 50 in his first 4 or first 7 innings or something? There was a long...
Around the wicket goes Parkinson. It's defended into the onside by Hanscom.
So his test average is actually pretty much 38.91. 29 innings, 934 runs.
Better than his first class average, isn't it? Unless I'm mistaken. Here's Parkinson around the wicket, he bowls, and forward goes Hanscom defending into the onside.
No, you're correct, just 38.46 first class, 38.91 test. Previous stints at Gloucestershire, Yorkshire and Durham.
Parkinson bowls and forward goes Hanscom, pushing into the offside. I thought it was a little bit of a difference actually. I didn't realise it was that close. I thought it wasn't quite as marginal, but then maybe his little run at Middlesex prior to the 70 the other week, the 6 or 7 in low scores, maybe it brought it down fractionally more. Let's see his Parkinson bowls, and a beauty! Now, has he got the edge? They've gone up, no, says the umpire. Jaffa from the slow left arm up. Turn and bounce past the edge. It was taken at second attempt by the keeper. He had to juggle it after it popped up out of the gloves. And, well, again, we're in the perfect line for it. And a beautiful ball from Parkinson to end the over. He went off in a celebra appeal, but nothing doing from the umpire. What do they call it when you push it? Celebration and appeal together.
Okay, they put it... Okay.
This is the Stuart Broad thing, isn't it? When he runs off and celebrates. When he doesn't
before
appeal.
Waiting for the decision.
Yeah. 91 for 2.
He's kind of stopped it. I think his dad told him to stop doing
Did
that,
he?
Didn't he? I think something along those
lines. If Dad said
lines.
so, then he had to stop, didn't he?
Absolutely. Yeah, Davis is in. A couple of steps down the wicket from Eskenazi, again looking to negate the movement, which is, as far as he's concerned, pronounced. He gets there and pushes the ball out to right at mid-on.
Which goes to show there's enough in it out there, isn't there, that we're seeing these responses from Eskenazi and from Gubbins going deep back into his crease. Eskenazi mainly has been the one using his feet, hasn't he, just trying to negate things. But for a man who's been out there for the entire innings, 112 deliveries now.
We might see Hassan Azad do something similar when comes Leicestershire's turn to bat. In goes Davis, bowls, edge caught! Ackerman takes the catch low to his right, and Eskenazi's long vigil finally comes to an end. The ball bounces, takes the edge of Eskenazi's bat. Now, really neat low catch down to his right by Leicestershire skipper Colin Ackerman at second slip. Sees Middlesex lose their 3rd wicket for 91.
Yeah, lovely ball. Eskenazi just kind of sat in the crease and looked at it, didn't he? Arched his back as he thought about it all, just an extra bit of bounce. He was suggesting he had that use of the feet again, and yeah, disappointed that he was done by that one, just looking at the replay. So again, with that pronounced movement forward and across, one thing that's being pointed out about these dismissals outside off stump is when you do have this movement from off or start on off, you're defending a ball really on the 5th, almost 6th stump line there, that's edged through to the keeper. And I think that was why he kind of hung back in the crease, disappointed with himself, because looking at the hands, did he push a little bit hard at it maybe? But where that ball actually picks him up, this is the big point that's being made about batting on off stump at the moment, and he's actually batting outside off stump by the time he's triggered. Where he's actually defended that, it's, you know, you're defending a 5th stump which you don't need to defend. You can pretty much well leave it alone there, but they're all so worried, I think, that if you leave that ball alone and it jags back in and you're not offering a shot, then, you know, and we have seen seam movement coming back probably from around about a 4th or 5th stump so far today. So that's his reason to not leave it alone. But big wicket to pick up Eskenazi. That's 3 batsmen who've been set and 3 batsmen who've been removed. Robson 23, Gubbins 21 and Eskenazi 38. His second highest score of the season for Eskenazi after the
I wonder if you ever
53.
are really ever feel completely in, given the way things are going. Davis is in to Robbie White outside off stump, allowed to go through.
Yeah, and Eskenazi, I think he batted positively throughout. Shame for him really that he didn't at least turn it to the 50. For him as a personal note, however, I think, and you know, I'm not sure that anyone will say, yeah, that's enough, but having batted, again, all that time, all the morning session and half an hour after lunch as opener, you've actually done a pretty decent job as an opener.
Yeah. Davis in to White, seems back in, thick inside part of the bat. Shovels it rather out into the offside. He too looking to get forward against the movement. Ealingbourne. Robert George White. Best of 99.
At Canterbury last year, yeah. I'll tell you the story of that in a moment, and the runs that he's got this year, actually, Robbie White. 'Cause this last year was his breakthrough year, and this year is one where he's really nailed it down.
Davis in, bowls to him, goes past the outside edge, not by very much, into the gloves of Harry Swindells, and hands went to head all round the ground, I suspect there.
Davis is just getting it to skid through a little bit more than the others, isn't he? Whether that's an extra bit of pace or whether he just particularly is the right height, the right person to... They talk about it kissing the surface, don't they? Whether it's just going off the surface that little bit quicker, skidding through that little bit quicker for him. I don't know who on the radar would be the quickest of those that we've seen so far, but it certainly feels as though the batsmen are playing it as though it's coming on a lot quicker from Davis.
Who is in and bowling to White, who very nearly plays it down into his stumps. He was a little bit late on the defensive press there, Robbie White, and it bounced down and past the stumps and rolled back towards wicketkeeper Harry Swindells. A healthy round of applause is deserved for Will Davis. Goes around the Uptonsteel County Ground. 11 overs for him now. 2 for 16 his figures, and boy is he justifying his selection on his return to fitness.
And this is the kind of spell that we've been talking about they didn't have this morning from Davis. Just something that looked like it had the potential of turning 1 into 2, just building a bit of pressure. And with Davis from one end and Parkinson from the other now, I think that certainly Leicestershire will look to build some solid pressure as Parkinson's in, bowls, and Hanscom's forward defending into the onside. For thick inside edge, it squirts away. High up the inside edge as well, which will excite Parkinson. What's Hanscom's response? Does he start to use the feet again? Parkinson bowls and forward he goes defending, no run.
I've just realised that with I keep forgetting about the cam.
I was just about to say,
we're going to have to get sponsors for coffee or something like that.
Yeah. Unfortunately for you, the strap along the bottom of the stream blocked out the maker of the coffee, otherwise you could have put in for some sponsorship. Round the wicket goes Parkinson as this is turned to short leg and there's no run. We jest on the BBC, of course. But yeah, it was a well-positioned coffee cup. They're after lunch.
I'll mask it up.
There you go, well done. Parkinson bowls and as a left alone by Parkinson, a little bit of drift on it and it just held its line in towards the off stump, but fortunately for Hanscom, continuing along the line of what was fourth. It was actually an excellent leave,
yeah,
as there are only 2 types of leave, as we were always told, but certainly Leicestershire excited about that one. In again, bowls and Hanscom solidly over the top, pushes into the offside, and for the first time since 11 o'clock this morning, Leicestershire have 2 new batsmen at the crease, really, don't they? That's Hanscom's 22nd delivery. I think he'd faced 16 or so when Eskenazi fell. But 2 batsmen in single figures, 1 to get off the mark indeed, as Parkinson bowls and forward goes Hanscom again, defending into the 42nd. 91 for 3, and this was the point of this morning. Even though they picked up the 1 wicket, they didn't let Middlesex get away from them. And just after lunch now, picking up those 2 wickets that they'd have craved first thing this morning. They've still got Middlesex very much in sight, and it's the visitors who need to rebuild here at Grace Road. Maiden over, 1 for 27 from 13 with 5 maidens now for Parkinson.
Chris Wright scraping away at the crease on behalf of Will Davis. 44 on Davis's back. Nickname Spaceman. Must admit I haven't heard that one around the Uptonsteel County ground. Here comes the Spaceman and bowls to White, who is looking to turn a delivery into the leg side, off middle and leg out towards mid wicket. It goes straight to Lewis Hill. Short leg. Hassan Azad is in, which means Harris has gone to first slip. Ackerman always at second. And Sal Evans has gone in at fourth slip, or gully if you prefer. Volume among the fielders quite high now as they sense a possible breakthrough. In goes Davis and bowls very straight forward. Goes Robbie White on off stump, out into the offside, picked up by Callum Parkinson. No run.
I was going to tell you about, sorry, go ahead.
No, go on, no.
I was going to tell you about White. That 99 he got at Canterbury last year when he was under real pressure to score some runs, having had a few chances in the first team and never really able to grab one of those chances. Went out on loan, I think, to Essex as well, and kept for Essex when they had a bit of a keeper crisis there at one point.
Davis is in and bowls to him on off stump, pushed out into the offside. Immediately calls Hanscom through for a single. As you saw, it was kind of between Ben Mike and Callum Parkinson. Mike got there first, but always was a single. White is off the mark.
Under leaden skies at Canterbury last year, Middlesex were in a little bit of trouble. Robson 36, Holden 2, Eskenazi 9. I think Anderson went cheaply that day as well, but White got 99. Jack Davis batted with him for a long time. Davis, who's missed out on this side with the return of Eskenazi, but that 99 earned White a new contract.
Hanscom awaits the arrival of Davis, slightly short of Davis's usual length. He stands up tall, plays it firmly, but only as far as Parkinson at mid-off. It's such a curious trigger movement, that of Hanscom's. It sort of suddenly the bat goes off at sort of weird 45-degree angle, gets back into position, but it's a very strange looking thing to get himself going, get himself into position for the delivery.
Something, it's almost as though he's just saying, right, I'm ready now.
In goes Davis and bowls to him, and hands go into the air, but he was solidly enough behind that one, pushing it back up the pitch on the onside towards right.
Like, quite possibly there's some sort of technical thing to it, which I'll ask him about at some point, quite possibly, but you could also imagine that mentally it's to say, no, this is the tap of the bat that says I'm now in the position, mentally, where that ball's going to be released, which distinguishes it from the other taps of the bat. Because the first two are well wide outside his back foot, aren't they, coming down at a 45-degree angle.
Davis bowls to him. He's looking to drive. Pleasant shot, but again, it's a little bit too straight to crack away, and he ends up pushing it more or less straight to Parkinson at wide mid-off. Just the single from the over as Davis continues to exert impressive control. He's bowled 12 overs now, 4 maidens, 2 for 17 for Spaceman Davis.
But yeah, it's almost as though that last one, when he brings the bat down, it's almost to say that's the one that says, in my mind now, as I lift this bat back up, the next thing is going to be the ball's going to come. Kind of distinguishing it from the other. But like I say, it could also be one of those small technical things. Adam Gilchrist one where he used to bat with, what was it, a squash ball in his glove when he was practising. I think it was in the bottom hand, wasn't it? He used to bat with a squash ball so that he wasn't quite so heavy with his bottom hand. Parkinson bowls, forward goes White, defending into the onside. There's no, someone will tweet me now and say no, it was the other way round. He batted with it in his top hand, and I think in the end he actually went out to bat in a match with it in his glove. It's technically correct, something that he was doing. So whether that's almost a mental correction by Hanscom just before the bowler bowls, again I'll ask him at some point. So it's Parkinson bowls, and this ball's pushed away into the offside in the zone. It hasn't been a season to ask the captain too many matter-of-fact questions so far. But he's got his first 50 for Middlesex now, so...
He seems an equable sort of
He's
character.
a lovely fella, and he's so calm, so cool. And again, I think that's something that Law was particularly keen on in bringing him in as forward goes. White pushing up to mid-on, and there's no run. Bringing him in as captain as well. I think the presence, the way he operates, you know, he'll go back to the dressing room after being dismissed and not be throwing the bat around, throwing the gloves around, bemoaning the pitch. Parkinson bowls, and this ball's played defensively by White once more into the offside now. There's no run off the back foot. But even out in the middle now, if you watch him, everything he does, it's almost as though I'm going to do everything I can as slow as I possibly can. Parkinson to White. Bowls, and he 40 goes, pushing back up the track on that White note as well. So he got that extra contract, then he went, having hit 99, yet to hit the maiden ton. He had been on a run prior to the Surrey game of 4 consecutive matches of registering of 50 in each match, but he's still awaiting that first class ton. And there was, I think, a Leicestershire link to that stat as well, as on the back foot White eases into the offside off Parkinson, end of his 14th over, just rocking back White. 1 from 13 for him. Hanscom will have strike on 7 from 27, and Middlesex are 92 for 3 as Parkinson has 1 for 27. I'm going to look it up now, but I'd asked Andrew Sampson when White hits a 4th consecutive 50 in 4 matches, not in innings, how long a batsman had gone of hitting consecutive 50s without having that maiden ton. And I think the answer was 7 consecutive matches of a 50 in each match without having a ton. Something in the back of my mind tells me it was a Leicestershire batsman as well, but I'll have to dig up that stat from Andrew Sampson now and see if it was.
Davis making changes to the field for Peter Hanscom. Short leg, Azad is coming out. He's going to first slip. Evans therefore leaves gully and goes back to point. Harris leaves first slip and goes to gully. So just a little bit of cover, a little bit of extra cover on the offside for Will Davis, who turns. He's one of those bowlers who likes it to be a fluid movement. He comes in and bowls to Hanscom, who clips firmly off the stumps, beautifully out of the middle, but only as far as Lewis Hill at mid-wicket. He likes to walk to the end of his mark and turn and run in, essentially, Davis. It's sort of part of his, almost part of his run-up, really, the turn and run. He's not one of those who stops at the end of his mark. That stung Lewis Hill's midriff, as was judging by his reaction. In goes Davis and bowls outside off stump. That one doesn't seam back in and is allowed to go through by Peter Hanscom.
The English record for the most number of consecutive 50s without having registered their maiden ton is held by Tom New of Leicestershire, 2006-2007. Went 7 innings.
Did Tom actually then go to Middlesex? Sorry, he went down to London, didn't he, in the end?
It was at Middlesex.
In goes Davis, bowls off stump, and almost looking, I thought for a minute he was looking to leave there, Hanscom, because his bat was held quite high in defence there, and it hit the bat on the up, so to speak, bounced down into the ground, of course.
So that was White's. On that day he'd registered his 4th 50 in 4 matches. Andrew Sampson said Mutaki Hassan, Hyderabad and South Zone, Pakistan, 1961-62, holds the record with 8 consecutive matches of registering a 50 in each match without having hit his first class ton.
Davis bowls. Hanscom is driving. It does seem back in a little bit towards him, so he has to check the shot. Back up the pitch it goes to Davis, who slyly backhands the ball at the stumps, misses them. White had gone nowhere. I note from White's Who's Who entry that his biggest regret is leaving his very first ball at Lord's, from which I assume it cleaned him up, but you would know more about that than I do. Whether he was out for a first baller in his first innings at Lord's. In goes Davis. Bowls outside off stump, cut away, carved away by Hanscom. His eyes almost visibly lit up there. It was the first really poor ball that Will Davis has bowled. It was wide outside off stump, didn't do too much, and Hanscom cracked it away backward of point for 4.
Sorry, this was Hanscom. The debut, did you say, the duck?
No, that was White.
Oh, White, yes. Yes, the picture that went round of him leaving the ball alone.
Okay, and that...
Sorry, I was looking up Tom New while you were saying that one.
No, don't worry.
That picture that went round, first ball duck.
In goes Davis to Hanscom, stays a bit low and he's playing it off the back foot. Plays it firmly out as far as Hill, but again for a second Leicestershire thought they'd managed to pick up the Middlesex skipper. They didn't. End of the over, 96 for 3 with that 4. Davis now 2 for 21 from 13 overs.
Forgive me, I was reading the Tom New things at the time, but that Robbie White spoke about that picture because the county championship was sponsored by a glasses company at the time, weren't they? Poor Robbie White leaving the ball alone, off stump out the ground, and in the background was the county sponsor. And the picture went viral, and as Robbie White said in a piece, I think with the Evening Standard recently, he said it did wonders for that company, not quite so well for himself. I think it was pretty tough because it did go viral, that picture.
Fango points out that it was Gilchrist's bottom hand.
Yeah, I thought so, yeah. Parkinson around the wicket from the pavilion end, little paddle sweep from White, nudging it as he does around the corner, or nurdling it around the corner, I should say, for 4. 100 up for Middlesex, 100 for 3. White's on to 5. He's a nudger and a nurdler, young Mr. White. Sorry, I thought when you were saying about getting splattered for a duck on debut, you were talking about the skipper. A third ball duck for him at Lord's against Surrey.
I think even in club cricket, I potentially would have been dropped for playing that shot when I was on one. A little paddle sweep off the stumps.
Parkinson bowls and White turns into the onside, and there's no run. There's a little bit of the Neil Fairbrother about Robbie White, the way that he does just nudge and nurdle one way or the other. Turns it around a corner. You won't see too many of White clattering it down the ground, hitting up into our commentary box here. We're in classic Ed Bevan territory here, aren't we? As Parkinson bowls and forward goes White, pushing into the offside, and there's no run. You could well imagine a ball coming up into this window.
We've had a few into the stand alongside me.
Not through the open window yet.
And one has hit the
railing,
the railing in front of us.
Oh. Parkinson bowls and White pushes back up the track and no run.
Paul Collingwood hit that one.
Did he?
A couple of seasons ago now.
He didn't need to bat with a squash ball in his bottom hand, did he, in the glove? The favoured bottom hand of Collingwood.
That was as straight as an arrow.
Parkinson bowls and White's forward, pushing into the offside. There's no run.
Ooh, a little update for BBC Radio Leicester. And they're enjoying themselves because Leicestershire have picked up a couple of wickets since lunch. Those of Nick Gubbins, who went leg before wicket to Will Davis for 21. Davis's second victim was Steve Eskenazi, who was caught by the skipper Colin Ackerman, neatly caught too, low down to his right at second slip for 38 made. Middlesex, who won the toss and chose to bat here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, 91 for 3. They've moved on to 100 for 3. Peter Hanscom, their captain and Australia Test international, is 11 not out. The Foxes would dearly like to get him early. He's been joined by Robbie White, who has 5, but it's been good stuff from the Foxes. They're bowled with a lot of control, and if they can keep picking up wickets, they'll feel they're in control of the game as well. At the moment, however, Middlesex 100 for 3. Crowd thoroughly enjoying themselves. It's been lovely to see and to hear in particular. It completely changes the whole dynamic of the game, really. Gentle applause or loud applause, sounds of vuvuzelas if Leicestershire pick up wicket, whistles as well, and it just gives the whole place a very, very different feel, and it's lovely to see old friends meeting up again for the first time since September 2019. Sorry about that. Sometimes the presenters forget that we're talking to other people as well when they come online.
I thought you manoeuvred that very well, actually. That a lot perhaps wouldn't have even noticed the way you started to answer.
I shouldn't have said anything then. Ed Barnes has replaced Will Davis from the Bennett end, comes in and bowls to Hanscom down the leg side, tries to help it on its way, doesn't get anything on it. Coats coming off in the commentary box.
As soon as the sun comes out, the temperature roasts again, doesn't it, here, I find. First thing this morning, stepped out with the jumper on, that had to come off. Coat went back on at lunch, but the sun's out again now, and yeah, it's a dramatic turnaround in temperature when the sun's out.
It's supposed to be steadily getting warmer over the next 3 or 4 days, which is a lovely thought.
There is the threat of a shower one day, I guess maybe a thundery shower then if the temperatures are picking up.
Barnes, very straight run. Comes in and bowls. Hanscom is looking to drive. Barnes falls to his left, puts down his left hand in an attempt to slow the ball down. Whether he did, I don't know, but Parkinson was able to get across to his right to make the stop comfortably enough.
Tom New went to the Unicorns after. I don't know if that's what you were thinking of in terms of when he left. He didn't go to Surrey or Middlesex. So he was Derbyshire, Leicestershire. I think Derbyshire was alone while with Leicestershire, and then Unicorns. So maybe the Unicorns part was what you were thinking.
Yeah, possibly. 6 overs in his first spell. Ed Barnes just starting his second. Bowls to Hanscom on off stump. No great movement. They've had to give Davis a break, but he's bowled really, really well. Just that one ordinary delivery for Will Davis.
It's pretty unfortunate, isn't it, that he didn't quite... Mind you, he had a reasonable career. He was a long-term understudy to Paul Nixon here, wasn't he?
He was, yeah, correct.
36 years of age now, Tom New. Goodness me.
Ryan too wondering whether Ben Mike's going to be fit to bowl. Is he anticipated to be fit for days 3 or 4? I will ask. Barnes goes in and bowls a no ball, says umpire Newell. He was defended, as it turned out, by Peter Hanscom out into the offside.
Finished with Leicester in 2011. Tom New, so at the age of 26. A loan spell at Derbyshire in 2008. I assume the Unicorns came then after 2011, but England under-19 keeper as well. And for a guy who held that record, like I say, 7 on the bounce that he hit those 50s. Didn't quite go on and make it.
Barnes is in, bowling a full toss, and it's driven away by Hanscom. It got what it deserved, that one. He is occasionally just prone to over-pitch by some margin, or not pitch at all in that case. Ed Barnes, big grunt of effort you heard from him, perhaps just an effort ball, and lost control slightly, and Hanscom stepped forward, cracked it away through the offside. He doesn't miss out, or at the moment anyway, after those runs against Surrey, found form again.
Yeah, and you know, every time we saw him in a little cameo, I think it was 24 and 17 for Hanscom, he always thought, oh, you can see what's there.
Yeah.
And obviously there's something there. He's played international level. But yeah, all the shots came out against Surrey. Glorious to watch.
Barnes is in and bowling to him, and it seems back in and takes a thick inside edge, bounces down into the ground towards where a short leg would be. In jogs Lewis Silver. That was a much better delivery from Ed Barnes. Found a little bit of movement. I think probably he's just about the quickest of the Leicestershire seamers. Ben Mike can bowl a very quick ball. Whether we're going to see him, the fact that Barnes has come back for a second spell,
well, it's funny.
Not.
It felt like Davis was hurrying them more, but this spell from Barnes at the Bennett end, it feels indeed, as you say, that he's just bowling that little bit quicker than perhaps he was at the Pavilion.
In he comes, and bowls hit in the air, not far from his left hand, and his head is down in the ground now. He fell to his left, stuck out his left hand, might just have brushed his fingers, and oh, that would have been a wonderful caught and bowled had he been able to take it. Whether he actually got anything on it, not sure, but it was in the air for a few feet, and it went very close to his reaching left hand. End of the over. 106 for 3. Hanscom 15 off 39 now, and Robbie White just starting to get going. He's on 5 off 19.
That would have been one of the great caught and bowls if he'd have held on to that one, because it was pretty firmly struck by Hanscom, wasn't it? It wasn't a loopy one going back to him, and it went so low as well, the trajectory, that had he have got a hand to that, he'd have done well. Had he have held on, I think that would have gone viral. With the streams that we have nowadays, it would have been a stunning effort. But Kevin James put it quite well, actually. That 24 that I mentioned was against Hampshire, and it involved some sumptuous cover drives, and I think Kevin James said at the point that he was out cover driving James Vince. and had looked the best of the batsmen in the match when he hit that 24. Vince had hit 62 in the first innings for Hampshire, and the 24 came in the Middlesex second innings. But only a cameo on that occasion as well. And yeah, the 70 last up. He and Gubbins were playing on a different level at that point in the match. Just a shame that game didn't have the full 4 days. If it had have had the full 4 days, Middlesex would have been set a lot more to win than they were. But that's not to say that Middlesex couldn't have gone on to chase that as well. The way they batted in that final innings. 106 for 3 here. A sunny afternoon at Grace Road. It looks as though there's a good few chunks of blue coming our way. In between some white fluffy stuff. Well, it looks pretty dim over the city behind us at the moment. But sunshine here, just about. There's Parkinson's left arm around, bowls to White. Forward he goes, defending into the offside. 106 for 3.
Looking to see where the clouds are sort of coming from. The weather tends to come from over the scoreboard away to the southwest, if for the electronic scoreboard that is, but kind of is coming from that direction-ish, isn't it, the south? So
Parkinson bowls and forward goes White, pushing into the onside, and there's no run.
So the cloud over the city is what has passed. Short leg going to Silly Point.
Parkinson bowls and White gets a thick edge along the floor fine of that Silly Point. Position well in there. At the moment you could well say Silly Point and a short leg. And that paddle he played as well. Leg slip. No reason not to at the moment. This is a lovely bit of flight that goes past the edge through to the gloves of the keeper. I don't think that was a drop. I think he did genuinely beat him. But it was spilled again behind the stumps. Well, I say again, the one that he beat Hanscom with a couple of overs back, he grabbed it at the second attempt. Did he spilled it up? Bounced upwards out of his glove, but he grabbed it at the second attempt. This one, it fell down to the ground. Parkinson bowls and White back and across, eases this one fine of the backward point, and there's that little nudge I was talking about, the nudge one side, the nurdle the other. Typical White, moves to 6 from 24, 107 for 3, the exact type of batsman that the coach Stuart Law identified in his first season that Middlesex need in their lower middle order. But he was talking about him being a grizzly old gutsy battler, fighter of a batsman, just to hang in there and, you know, do it dirty in the lower middle order. And he's got young Robbie White doing it for him now as Hanscom, forward he goes, pushing into the offside, and there's no run. Was it just me, or did Hanscom give the indication there when that bat handle went up? I thought he raised it a little bit more as though he was going for a little paddle.
Yeah, he just changed his mind. Good enough player to do that.
Yes, indeed. End of the over, 107 for 3. White has 6, Hanscom 15. BBC Radio Leicester and BBC Radio London together here at Grace Road.
Do you not have any updates? It's
No.
just suddenly occurred to me.
Goodness me, no.
BBC Radio London.
No, 5:30 and 6:30 at best.
Right.
Their bulletins
Even
nowadays.
without football.
Their bulletins now, even with football, their bulletins nowadays are 90 seconds long. They can barely fit a clip in, let alone a live update. As is the way of the modern world. But yeah, possibly 5:30 or 6:30 today. An update from the basement battle.
Barnes to continue to White is in and bowls. White defends, lifts his left elbow as the back foot pushes it out towards mid-wicket, and then you heard his call of no, instruction of no if you like, to Peter Hanscom, who's shed his sweater, his sleeveless Middlesex sweater, cable knit of course. Admirable. Favours the sort of top button done up Peter Hanscom. Long white sleeves on his shirt. White in short sleeved shirt as that one comes back in from Barnes, and he defends out into the offside. The ball is now past its halfway point. It's middle-aged, if you like.
Just like us, Richard.
Yeah, we'd close that line of conversation off, didn't we? It was going on between Fango and Foxy Phil, speculating on ages. Mid-off has gone out now from mid-wicket. In goes Barnes and bowls, and that one seems back a little bit from slightly short of a length, thick inside edge. White onto the body or onto the pads, and then it bounces out into the offside. 107 for 3.
Speaking of age, I had a tweet this morning that reminds me to come back to. Simon Whiteside says once the first round of championship games is over, it means the first batch, i.e. this week for Middlesex, it's the end of the championship to the middle of July. I suspect that North Middlesex's first team is going to get a rather good bowling attack. Luke Holman, Ethan Bamber.
In goes Barnes, a great grunt as he bowls on off stump and defended out into the offside by White. No run.
I did see North Middlesex tweet as well this morning. Luke and Ethan back together. Go well, lads. Two North Middlesex boys in this side. But yeah, they'll. Mind you, I dare say that Holman will have a fair bit to do in T20 again this summer for Middlesex. He and Souter bowled well last year. They'll both be battling for places with Mujeeb Rahman coming in, and Tilamola Luita indeed as well.
Barnes bowls, going for the drive. A slightly short arm jab at the ball there from Robbie White. Doesn't get anything on it, and it slides through to Swindles behind the stumps. White, keeping his head down, walks forward and does a spot of gardening, avoids his captain's eye.
Felt like it shot through a little bit, that one, which left him just kind of searching for a little bit. As it didn't get up quite as he expected it to. We'll look on the replay now. It wasn't a grubber, but felt like it's the first one that didn't really get up this morning.
Barnes is in and bowls again to White, who has to defend out into the offside, and a maiden over from Ed Barnes, which will please his skipper, Colin Ackerman. 8 overs, 2 maidens, none for 19 for him now. 107 for 3 Middlesex, and both Hanscom and White gardening in mid-pitch before adopting a similar stance, leaning on their bats and having a brief discussion.
Actually, my apologies, I'm not sure it even pitched, did it? Did you say that it may not have even pitched looking at it? I think it just swung past.
Yeah. No, just a little bit of swing, slid past the outside edge. Good job it did probably swing a little bit, otherwise I suspect it would have been driven for 4, so he got away with a full one.
Parkinson around the wicket bowls, and going for a sweep from wide outside the off stump. Hanscom looks to turn this around the corner, gets it to backward square leg, and there's no run. Interesting, we haven't seen that use of the feet that Hanscom used against Leach, whereas here he stayed in the crease. I can't remember him leaving the crease once. To Parkinson. Yeah,
could come our way yet.
Wasn't that much turn on that one for Leach, to be fair, as forward he goes, defending this one into the onside, and there's no run. He was up against a wily old Leach on a non-turning Taunton. It was against Parkinson. Here there's a bit of bite for the slow left armour. Parkinson bowls, and this time he does get the sweep away for 4. Elegantly struck that one from Hanscom. A nice swish of the bat, no real brutal force about it, but good timing. Middlesex are 111 for 3 as Hanscom moves to 19. The scoring rate's 2.2, which has come down from what was about 2.6 when Gubbins and Eskenazi were together. Gubbins was going at a fair lick, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was trying to be busy, wasn't he?
And like I say, it was just over 2.5 at that point. So Leicester will be happy. Brought it down for 2.2. Again, you put 2 more wickets on the board now. Middlesex haven't particularly gone anywhere at 111 for 3. Hanscom will be well aware of that. He'll be trying to set himself up here. Parkinson bowls, and on the back foot he punches just fine at the cover fielder through point for a single. That moves to 20, 112 for 3. So all of Middlesex's top 4 now have reached 20.
These two have added 21 now, and the innings in the balance, you feel a little bit, if these two could push on.
Yeah. Parkinson bowls, and forward goes White easing into the offside and there's no run. It's there for both. If these two can get a partnership going, Middlesex will have reaped the reward of the foundation that's been laid by those top three. But if Leicester... Are the committees back now? So you'll have a visiting...
It's possible. I'd be surprised. But given that the Gower Suite, which facilities were being obliged to use, or grateful for it as well, and that isn't occupied at the moment. Barnes is in, bowls down the leg side, doesn't get anything on it. Hanscom taken by Swindles. Could be.
Oh, it's certainly got some sort of official purpose by the looks of it. You can see the staff in there working away. Roped off to the rest of us, common-like. On one side or gated off.
Barnes in bright sunshine is in to Hanscom. Good straight delivery. Hanscom has to treat it with respect and does. Pushes it out into the offside.
That's what I was going to ask you before lunch. Your feelings on two divisions or this Gloucestershire this year. This was seen as the group of death, wasn't it? Gloucestershire were promoted in 2019. So a Division 1 outfit, 4 Division 1 teams and 2 Division 2 in this group, and that was why it was dubbed the group of death. As it's proved out, it's Middlesex and Leicestershire that are the bottom two.
Wind just starting to get up as Barnes is in, clipping it away off middle and off. Really full delivery. Hanscom starting to time it well, but picks out mid wicket. Parkinson, and there's no run. Well, as I say, I really like it
because. Not that you shouldn't, but
partly because it's different teams. It doesn't mean we're not playing against all the other.
Yeah, the same old.
Same old. Partly because that also applies to the players. They're playing against high quality players and might not feel that they need to go up a division to have any chance. In goes Barnes and bowls slightly short of a length, seaming back in and turned off his body by Hanscom out to Parkinson at mid wicket. And it makes it more likely, it seems to me, that smaller, in quotes, counties can retain players, if you like, that might not feel, as I say, they have to go play First Division cricket to have any chance of international recognition or progress, or, you know, Lions or England under or whatever. So there's that side of things. Barnes turns. Longish run comes in and ball seems back in. Hanscom equal to it. Good length ball that just moves back in a touch, but Hanscom defends it out towards Chris Wright, who's at mid on, and there's no run. And also, as I say, that every county starts the season with a chance of winning the county championship, so which obviously you don't if there's 2 divisions. So there's 3 arguments in its favour for a start, none of which it seems to me are negligible. So I'd dearly like to see it continue. At least be given a fair chance. Barnes in again to Hanscom, who's turning that one off middle and leg down towards fine leg. Lewis Hill it is down there, picks up, gets his throwaway, single taken by Hanscom, who keeps the strike, a single off the last ball, 113 for 3.
Alex Stewart was a guest on the podcast for Kevin Howells, the TMS podcast this week, and he was making the point for 2 divisions, and by the sounds of it, a lot of the coaches want it to be 2 divisions. But then that's probably a lot of Division 1 coaches that want it to be 2 divisions. He said the reason being he believes it should be a meritocracy, that it's the best versus the best in Division 1, and that they'd signed up to it until 2024, the 10-team Division 1 and 8-team Division 2, which allows 25% of Division 2 to be promoted every year. It's Parkinson's left arm around. Hanscom sweeps handsomely for 4. That was a powerfully struck sweep on this occasion. He moves to 25, 117 for 3 Middlesex.
It isn't a risk-free shot when he plays it, but the way he plays it makes it look a risk-free shot. He hits it so cleanly. Hanscom. I turned down that FX mic slightly.
We have to point it in the other direction, don't we? I think we're pointing it into the wind at the moment. Not intentionally, it just so happened that the wind's The wind's saying, "Oh, I'll do it if you want." Sorry, I didn't mean you had to go and do it, Richard. Here's Parkinson. His left arm around. They've positioned deep backward square now to say to Hanscom, "You can play that shot if you want." But as Richard said, it's not without risk for one. And now if he's to play it with the deep square, it is with a risk for just one. So good response from Leicestershire, I think. As this ball is bowled and pushed away into the offside by Hanscom, and there's no run. That's got rid of the wind. Well done, Richard. On 17 for 3. Let's see if we can see those flags. Actually, saying that, it's coming across at a direction it would be difficult to point the mic away from the wind as forward goes Hanscom, defending into the onside, and there is no run. 117 for 3. That has indeed got rid of it. The wind. Well done, Richard. But the wind, actually, it's coming almost straight into our commentary box now, looking at the flag away to our right, the Leicestershire flag on top of the meet. Parkinson's left arm around, bowls. Down the track comes Hanscom. First use of the feet. And he had to trap the bat down on that one and kick that leg forward, try and get it all there behind the ball, and he managed to do so. He scurried back into his crease as well. Parkinson, lots of flight, thick edge along the floor, wide of slip from Hanscom. Angle bat right over the top of it, giving himself the chance that if the edge was taken, it would go down, and it did. 26 he moves to with a single, 118 for 3. Yeah, the thing that Stuart Law was saying, you know, with 25% of Division 2 going up, nobody should ever feel cast adrift in Division 2. Each year, you know, you've only got to finish second out of 8 rather than second out of 10 as it was. So here's Parkinson bowls and forward goes White, defending into the offside. 118 for 3. End of the over. White has 6 and Hanscom has 26. So the agreement when it was signed to have 10 in the top and 8 in the second was signed until 24, and then it will be reviewed again. And Stuart was saying that was never given a chance because of COVID, so they must go back and give that a chance now and see how that works. I think the first year of change for that, would it have been, were Gloucestershire the third team up in that season? So have we had a season of 10 in the top and 8 in the second? I can't remember now if 2019 was the year where it was sorted that 3 would go up, or whether 2019 was the first year when 2 were going up. But either way, that was his argument made for the 2 divisions.
Barnes to bowl his 10th over of the innings is in, and that's a decent shot for a leg before he's got his man. He's got Hanscom. It seemed back in. Hanscom looking to work it away on the leg side, missed it and was on the back foot, hit him fairly low down for me. The only question might just have been whether he got an inside edge, but umpire decided otherwise, and Peter Hanscom is on his way for 26. Another batsman who's got in, starting to look really good, and got out.
Top 3 all into the 20s, and yeah, that's pretty plumb, isn't it? Hanscom knew it really, turned, walked straight off, and tucks the bat under the arm, and off he goes. But I tell you what, there's still that bit of movement out there, isn't there? As that one comes back into the Middlesex captain, traps him pretty plumb. He just played it around it slightly, didn't he? That bat face was closing.
Yeah, I'm afraid so.
I think, you know, the bat face was coming down on a certain line, and then as he adjusted to bring it down on the second line, that was closing the bat face, which meant that he wasn't getting that full blade of the bat going back to the line of the ball. As that ball jerked back into him.
Big wicket, you feel, in the context of the game.
It's a massive wicket because it opens a door as well. Simpson hit a wonderful 68 in the first innings at Surrey. White, as we've said, is the form back, the steady Eddie across the season for Middlesex. Probably Nick Gubbins would argue, hold on a minute, look at what I've done. But yeah, these two with Anderson and Holman. So there's 2 all-rounders still to come for Middlesex, and Helm's a decent bat at number 9. Anderson's batted as high as 5 for Middlesex when he broke into the side, and has some good scores, a couple of scores in the 90s against Hampshire at Radlett and at Old Trafford, facing Lancashire in 2019. But he's dropped down to 7, I think, because of the amount of bowling that he does as well now. Added his 3rd seamer in this match rather than 4th as he has been. But also, I think when Middlesex was struggling with the bat, they put Simpson up to 6 to separate White and Anderson, 2 young right-handed batsmen. It just also brought in a left-hander in between the 2. But Simpson it is that comes out off the back of, well, at the time, Mark Church said last week that, you know, Burns and Stoneman had hit 50s in the first innings for Surrey, but Simpson's 68 had looked the best of the lot at that stage. Of course, Burns and Stoneman went on to get big scores in the second innings as well.
Simpson takes strike, the left-hander, of course, as Barnes comes in and bowls to him, goes past the outside edge by quite a long way, actually. It was a really curious shot from Simpson. It was pushed across him and almost played it in a way you thought, well, maybe actually bringing the bat inside the line, almost deliberate, because it missed the bat by so much.
I think he was playing for all the world, thinking if this ball comes back in, my stump's out of the ground. And it didn't, it held its line across him. But on that length and on that line, if that came back to him, he was playing for a ball, because it was almost Yorker length, wasn't it? So I think he was thinking about that swinging back in towards his toes and giving him all sorts of trouble. So he was just desperately trapping that bat down on the line of off stump.
It was a decent delivery from Barnes, who's in again to Simpson. That is straighter, but Simpson's solidly behind it. Back down the pitch on the offside, picked up by Wright, moving across to his left at mid-off.
I tell you what, it's lovely to watch in line as we are. It makes the world of difference.
Doesn't it?
The absolute world of difference.
When Surrey were here, we played right over there, but almost where the square leg umpire is.
Yeah.
And might actually have been one along. And so I set up a table, as in...
Oh, you did? I saw the picture of that, yeah.
Put it further down. It was a bitter morning. In goes Barnes and bowls outside off stump. Simpson leaves, allows it to go through, and then goes for a little walk around the stumps. And Churchy was very supportive of the concept.
Yeah.
By lunchtime, he was looking slightly blue, and I think was very. And he wasn't going to say, "I think we ought to go indoors." But I was saying, "Should we go indoors?" And well, it's up to you, old boy, really. But as I could see him turning blue, I thought I've got to do the decent thing here. But it was by both of us. It was a bitter morning.
It's been a tough start to the season weather-wise. We've seen a fair bit of cricket though.
But I'll do it again on a nice day if we're sort of on that side of the square. In goes Barnes outside off stump to finish. No, not quite finish it over. That's his fifth delivery, left by Simpson. Barnes has got 6 first-class wickets now and can number 2 Test batsmen among them, having picked up the wicket of James Vince at Hampshire. Now picked up the wicket of Peter Hanscom, an English Test batsman and an Australia Test batsman.
Reminds me, actually, as you were mentioning those top 4 all getting into the 20s, there was a match earlier this summer where I had to draw on Andrew Sampson again.
He's a useful resource here. I'm going to have to start using this. In goes Barnes and bowls a real grunt of effort, and he got that one to lift a little bit, but it was outside off stump, and Simpson allowed it to go through. Wicket maiden for Ed Barnes, greeted with a warm round of applause from the Uptonsteel County Ground.
Indeed, it was that Gloucestershire game where Whites went on to reach that 4th 50 in 4 matches. But the top of the order for Middlesex at one stage read Robson 12, Holden 16, Gubbins 18, Hanscom 10, Simpson 17, Anderson 20. White wasn't on very many at that point. So when Harris came out and got to 8, it had occurred to me, what's the lowest score for which all 11 batsmen reached double figures?
Right.
And in a flash, Andrew Sampson, there you go. Here it is. Everybody made double figures, and this is the lowest score. For Middlesex, they were a long way off. They got 210 in the end, thanks to White's 76 not out. Parkinson's left arm around, bowling to Robbie White. He's gone past the edge, and again that leaps up out of the gloves of the keeper, and he takes it at the second attempt. 118 for 4. It's all going on for the left arm spinner.
I wonder whether Ackerman will think about coming back on to have a go at the...
Simpson.
At Simpson.
Yeah.
Not yet.
Yeah, Barnes is bowling a good spell, isn't he? 1 for 20 from 10. As here is a shorter ball which allows White to happily rock back. 118 for 4. Pushes it back up the track to the bowler. Yeah, all the games at Lords this year, they've been at deep backward square leg, and I have to say the world of difference on calling the game when you're sat in line. This is Parkinson wide outside of the off stump, and a little bit of width is latched onto by White, who cuts him away backward a point for 4. And White moves to 10, 122 for 4.
Updates time. make that a 4th wicket. Peter Hanscom, leg before wicket, the captain of Middlesex, Australia Test batsman as well, to Ed Barnes, the youngster, playing just his 2nd full game for the Foxes for 26, the 4th Middlesex batsman to get into double figures and then be dismissed. 118 for 4 at that stage. John Simpson has come out to join Robbie White. Simpson has yet to get off the mark. White has 10, Middlesex 122 for 4. The Foxes bowling well. I wasn't sure whether they heard that. The big pause.
Dab into the onside from White. And no run. Batting appears more difficult after lunch. Why? Inquires Derek Ravel. So here's a bit of flight, lovely ball. Flight and dip. And a little bit of turn for Parkinson as well, but a solid forward defence from White. I think a pat on the back for Parkinson. Yeah, it's a pat on the back as if to say unlucky. There have been a few now that have gone past the edge and have been spilled by the keeper, and that one may well have taken the edge and gone down. 122 for 4. White on 10 potentially survives. We'll have to check later on, won't we, to be absolutely sure.
Yeah.
There was an awful lot of disappointment, but you couldn't tell whether it was disappointment that he's gone past the edge again, but it's almost the consolidation now for him, and he's got the double teapot on as well, as if to suggest that yeah, that was an edge and unlucky, mate.
Barnes is in 2, Simpson outside off stump. He shapes back in a little bit, having gone past the stumps, that is, taken by Swindles, falling to his right. There's no question that Harry Swindle's keeping is a work in progress. He's improved. He's only 21, I think,
there we
Harry.
go. There we go.
And he's only sort of taken the gloves full time, really, for the first time this season. Well, he took over from Lewis Hill.
And especially to the keeper on a turning pitch, to a spinner on a turning pitch.
And it's getting better. I can see the progress he's making as in goes Barnes, bowls to him, looking for the Yorker, dug out by Simpson, clipped off his toes to mid-wicket where Sam Evans picks up. But where he does have problems, it is against, by and large, it is against the spin of Parkinson, which is really tough on Parkinson at the moment. Leicestershire had an all-rounder, Ben Rain, who, if there was a catch dropped, it nearly always seemed to be off Rainey's bowling, and he was a fairly he was an angry sort of, committed cricketer, very committed and a very fine cricketer, but he wouldn't bag his teammates, as they say, but just occasionally a shout of frustration would escape him. Barnes is going round the wicket to Simpson. Same result, outside off stump, and although it's coming back in, Simpson can leave safely.
I think in answer to Derek's question as well, it's been more strangled. They brought that run rate down from 2.6 to 2.2.
Yeah, the controller's been good.
Hanscom got a couple of sweeps away, didn't he, to up that scoring rate a little, but only to 2.3. And in fact, as I say, that with the latest dot ball, it drops back down to 2.2. But White's going at 25, a strike rate of 25. He's faced 39 balls for his 10, which is absolutely fine. That's what White's job is. Day one, you're batting time here.
Simpson waits as Barnes is in, bowls to him, clips it in the air down to fine leg, bounces just twice before it's picked up by Evans, gets his throw away. It was a nice pick-up by Simpson, probably picked it up more on it than he thought he was going to, and it flew a long way in the air. It was maybe 15 yards short when it bounced for the first time of Lewis Hill running in from long leg. Hill got it on the second bounce, but
I think his upper body weight had just gone too far to the offside, hadn't it? Which meant in the end he was hitting it upwards.
Yeah, Brunty also makes the point about, takes the point about the 25% chance of being promoted, but it's a couple of seasons. If you're not, then your young good players are looking to move into that first division, whatever happens. Barnes back over the wicket, full again, waiting for it, clipping off his legs is White, but only as far as mid-wicket, picked up by Davis, no run.
Did you get the one from Ryan as well? He said, for Kevin as an outsider, what's his view on the Foxes this year?
I did, but that was your question. So
yeah, no, absolutely. The new look, feel of the club, young squad, etc. And how does he feel we look more than just competitive as we might have done in previous years? Absolutely, I've been impressed by this bowling attack, I've got to say. I think the bowling attack here today have done a lot. You know, this isn't a lightning quick pitch, but they've persevered, and key has been the run rate. You know, they've kept a hold on Middlesex.
But it's something they haven't done so far. This is the first game that they've really kept control of things.
And the fact that, you know, they've all got in as well.
Barnes is in, too wide down the leg side, not taken cleanly by Swindles, and a leg bye, I suspect, is going to his bye. Didn't get anything on it at all, thought might just have brushed the thigh pad as it went past. Didn't. Swindles concedes a bye. Not been a good couple of overs for the young man.
Middlesex would have said that to themselves in this match, you know, off the back of a good batting performance in the second innings at the Oval, you know, here's a chance to take some of this confidence into this innings. Gubbins, Hanscom, and you know, you look at that order: 23 from Robson, 38 from Eskenazi, 21 Gubbins, Hanscom 26. White's into double figures now as well. The frustration for Middlesex will be that nobody's gone on from those starts, but equally you've got to heap praise onto Leicestershire that all of those batsmen with some serious credentials there in the top four. You know, there's 3 title winners in the top 3. There's an international at 4. And they've managed to control that scoring rate, as here's Parkinson bowls, forward goes White, pushing into the offside, and there is no run. And it'd be easy to say, oh, well, it's Parkinson, he's controlled it. Well, he's going at 2.4 and over, so he's going ahead of what the run rate is of the match, but Barnes is going at 1.9. And yeah, I think Barnes has bowled more threateningly from the Bennett end after lunch. As around the wicket comes Parkinson, and White waiting on this one, drops it into the offside, and there is no run. That can be the ball. I haven't said that so much this year, but sometimes, you know, you can see a ball comes to life a little bit after it's had some time put into it. We're actually into the 55th over already, which is extraordinary. 56th. This forward goes White, big stride in to defend that one, and there's no run. I wouldn't have said we were that far advanced in the day. We really are. How long after lunch? It's 3:10. Richard, time flies when you're having fun, doesn't it?
It does. It does.
Half an hour away from tea, which will be on time. 40 overs to go today. Might even get a few more in before tea. But yeah, I think for whatever reason, and I think there's probably a few that you could put forward, as Parkinson bowls and White defends into the onside. Once more, no run. A leg slip in place for White now. Leicestershire have bowled very well, and they have kept control. That's the key. They've kept control of that scoring rate. They've kept it only just above 2, apart from when Eskenazi and Gubbins were going well. As Parkinson bowls, lots of flying. It's bumped away into the offside by White in between cover and extra cover, and they get through for a sharp single. Well run.
I wonder what a good score is on the pitch. I think 250 plus.
Yeah.
250 to 300. I think Middlesex is a decent score.
I think right now at 124 for 4, if you said to Middlesex, would you take that second batting point and be done 250 and out? I think they probably would at 4 down. But when Gubbins and Hanscom, Gubbins and Eskenazi were together, they'd have been thinking 300 minimum. But right now I think there's the chance that Leicestershire grab 1 or 2 quickly here before tea. And 250 would be a good score, as this ball's floated up there from Parkinson to the left-handed Simpson, who digs it out to mid-on for a dot ball. End of the 56th. Just got a little bit gloomy for the first time today as a dark cloud rolls in from... what is that? That is the east...
Southwest.
Southwest over there.
East over there.
Ah, yes. Of course, the north's behind us, the city. Yeah, first really gloomy one of today. That you could imagine would have a spit in it, but not one that would stop play, because it's only a rogue cloud, really, just that we can see above us. 125 for 4 here on BBC Radio Leicester and BBC Radio London. And Simpson has 1, White has 11.
Robert wondering whether it's the first time Grace Road has actually sold every available ticket for a championship game. I can't believe that's the case. Championship side, championship winning sides must have sold the ground out a few times, surely. In goes Barnes and bowls down the leg side, clips the pads, and it's going to run down to fine leg. Doesn't clip the pads, he got an inside edge on it, so nice shot really from Robbie White. I did him injustice there. It went so fine that I thought it must have not been able to get anything on it as it flew down to fine leg, but he got enough on it.
I'm going to throw Ryan's question back to you in a minute, Richard, but in summary of the bowling that I've seen today, I think it's been excellent, and that is always what's been labelled at Division 2, is that the change bowlers aren't good enough. You get a decent couple of opening bowlers, Once you get past them, the change bowlers aren't good enough. And that's because Division 1 are hoarding a whole load of quality bowlers sat in the stands. You know, they'll have 5, 6 good seamers, and each week there's 2 or 3 of them potentially not playing.
Barnes is in and bowls very straight. Full again, dug out by White out into the offside.
Which is not good for cricket. But equally, does this conference change that possibility? Because the majority of them are there, sat there because they are getting a bigger pay packet at the other county, as opposed it's a chance to win the title by being with them. It's purely financial, isn't it? They're getting a better return, but probably, I think, the most financially stressed county over the last 10 years has been Gloucestershire. And they're getting their reward for youth now, aren't they?
Barnes bowls, turned off his legs by White out towards mid-wicket. Evans puts in the slide, picks up, turns, gets his throw away. Just a single then for Robbie White on that occasion. He moves on to 16, 129, 130 now for 4, 130 for 4.
And you look at even Middlesex in this game, it went through the bowlers, where of the 5 bowlers, there's only Helm at 27 who's got any experience really. And Helm has had so many injury problems over the years that you wouldn't say he's that experienced a first-class bowler. And the batting lineup, more experienced with White being the youngster of 25, but young in terms of the number of first-class games he's played. They could easily have played Holden or Davis in this one as well, so they've been looking to youth also.
Barnes into Simpson, pushed across him from over the wicket. Simpson lifts his bat on the back foot, allows it to go through to Harry Swindles. No run. And
that goes a little bit back to Alex Stewart's other point that he made about the 2 divisions as opposed to 3 conferences. Come September, you've got 12 teams effectively with nothing to play for.
Except you are...
You'd be playing for the following season.
Yeah, exactly.
You'd be playing for the following season seedings if you knew there was going to be a following season.
It is only
of 3.
4. Is it 4 games we play after in September? In the second part of the season.
5, I think.
5.
Is it?
Barnes is in outside off stump, dropped a little bit short, getting up on his toes is Simpson, cutting it down towards third man. Hit it hard down into the ground though, so it bounced up, didn't run away quite as quickly as normal, and Evans able to drag it in around 10 yards inside the ropes at third man.
You're right, it's 4 because you don't play the side that you came into the division with, so if Middlesex and Leicestershire were the sides to go through to the same division, they wouldn't play each other again. They play 2 at home and 2 away against the ones from the other divisions.
Yeah.
And you're playing not to be the 18th county in the county championship. You're playing to be the 7th best team in the country that year, aren't you? So there is that as well.
Which is as it was for a sort of 100 years or however long. Barnes is in, bowls on off stump, defended out into the offside by Simpson, picked up by Evans, chasing in from point, and there is no run to finish the over. 12 overs, 1/4, 28 for Ed Barnes now, and I would imagine
divisions, Division 2 and Division 3, then I think that's when people say, yeah, well look, you were playing for promotion and relegation, these teams, in 2 divisions, and now there isn't the tension. Here's Parkinson, left arm around to White on 16. But I throw all that back to Ryan's question about views on the Foxes. Look, it looks great. I've been really impressed. Parkinson looks a really good young spinner, doesn't he?
I think he's benefiting from having played as many games as he has. They've made him vice-captain and it basically plays, just missed the last game.
Ball's now, and this ball's eased away into the offside by White. No run off the back foot.
And you always prefer a balanced attack, sort of whatever the pitch, really.
Big loss for Leicestershire was Ben Rain, wasn't it, going back to Durham?
Yeah.
It's Middlesex were even linked to him, weren't
they? Yeah, he had a few options.
Around the wicket comes Parkinson on the back foot. White pushes to extra cover.
Durham is home, of course.
Yeah. How's he done on his return to Durham? I don't feel like it.
I think fairly mixed.
Yeah.
You know, there've been the odd really good performance, but not quite the consistency that he's had here.
Parkinson, lots of fly, edged and taken at slip. That's the end of White. Oh, and look at the celebration. He was dropped. I think we can guarantee by that celebration that it was a put down, and Parkinson absolutely screams, punches the air, and Swindles comes up and hugs him from behind. Doesn't actually get much recognition from Parkinson there. 132 for 5. White goes for 16. Another one into double figures for Middlesex that hasn't gone on. However, Parkinson is really playing a big part on this first day, and for both Middlesex and Leicestershire. The conclusion that we'll draw from that in terms of first innings scores is whatever they get in this first innings, it's likely to be Leicestershire batting last on this, unless this innings goes horribly wrong and Leicestershire go particularly well in their first dig.
Yeah, they bowled Hampshire out for 236 on a awful pitch, really, relatively speaking, at the Ageas Bowl last week, and then were skittled for 80 on 84 themselves, 50 from 54 for 9. So what do they say? Never judge your pitch until both sides have batted on it, and it may be that the Middlesex spinners will get as much, if not more, turn from it as the game goes on. But it is often the way that the second day is the best day to bat on these pitches when they've been exposed for a while.
It might be Middlesex batting again tomorrow.
Well, I suppose Leicester will be hoping that if they can go big and only bat once,
yeah,
something along those lines.
That's got to be their aim. Their aim's got to be to get ahead of Middlesex and put a lot of third innings pressure on Middlesex, where Middlesex have succumbed on many occasions this year in the third innings, and not have to be chasing too much themselves in that last dig.
Ackerman, I don't think he's missed. He's taken some. That was a very, very straightforward catch at slip. But he's taken some absolute blinders this season off the seamers, really travelling. Very safe pair of hands.
This is going to be an interesting encounter. It's Parkinson, left arm around to Anderson, and he's got him first ball. Parkinson's on a hat-trick. Anderson has gone pushing forward defensively on the off stump, and Middlesex are 132 for 6. Parkinson wheels away, and Leicestershire are delighted.
That wasn't leg before, was it?
There is a chance it could have been. There is a chance it could have been. I have to say I did wonder whether it was pad, but it went through to slip. As they turned and appealed, there is the chance that the appeal was LBW rather than appealing the fact that it went to slip.
We do not want a frozen picture of the commentators on your screen.
No.
Awful sight.
It's going to be a hat-trick ball, and it's going to be your commentary. That wasn't quite the reason I was going to say that this is going to be an interesting matchup. The reason why I was going to say that is because Anderson loves the drive, and I thought the drive against the slow left arm was going to be fun to watch, but not to be in the first innings anyway, and that breaks as well the Middlesex batsman reaching double figures as Anderson goes for a first ball duck, and we wait to see. Let's see, does it go up on the scoreboard here? It doesn't, does it? We'll have to check the online scorecards. Did that say LBW on the tannoy there when it was announced?
I couldn't quite hear it. I was listening very carefully, but I think they're waiting for clarification from the umpires. But I think it was leg before wicket. But
yeah,
I'm sure we will confirm that in due course.
Should have gone up by now on the online scorecards. Let's see.
3 for 47 for Parkinson, one way or t'other.
And the new batsman is the left-handed Luke Holman.
Batsman who will be unfamiliar, I suspect, to most of the Leicestershire players. He's got a short leg slip and slip. Parkinson on a hat-trick is in over the wicket. Holman is forward on off-stump, calmly playing it out into the offside, so not on this occasion for Callum Parkinson. A round of applause nonetheless. Kev's looking at the replay.
Yeah, I think you're right, it was LB.
I think it was leg before.
I think it's beaten the inside edge. So it's Parkinson, left arm over, he bowls, and Holman on the back foot defends into the onside, and there's no run. Here we go, you can have a look yourself. I think that's still going to show it as it happened so quickly. There is the end of the over, 2 and 2 for Parkinson, and yeah, I think it's hit him the back foot, hasn't it?
Yeah, leg before.
It's gone
straightened
in between that front pad and the inside edge, and hit the back pad and gone through to slip, but trapped LBW. And lovely delivery. I thought it was an inside edge onto the pad to slip. I didn't realise that it was back pad, or back foot that was taken. Lovely stuff, having the crowd back in. They enjoyed that one, and for the players as well. Parkinson would have enjoyed having the crowd in for that also, wouldn't he?
He would. Some players were, some players have almost not quite enjoyed it, but they've benefited from the sort of lack of pressure. Others sort of thrive on it, and Parkinson, very much one of those. So Ackerman has brought himself on to bowl at the left-hander. In he comes and bowls. Forward goes Simpson. Two left-handers, of course.
Two left-handers, and Middlesex got a little bit of a decision to make here about how they take this on, whether Simpson in particular is...
LBW confirmed, just to...
Yeah.
Ackerman bowls, and he's looking to turn it off his legs is John Simpson. Comes off the pad, and Evans sprawls away to his right and makes the stop.
Whether Simpson's a little bit more of an aggressor here. With the Anderson one, I was wondering whether he got an inside edge onto it through to slip when I was first calling it, but as you say, it's plumb LBW hitting him on the back pad.
In goes Ackerman, bowls down the leg side, tries to swing it away, Simpson violently. Evans tumbles backwards at leg slip, thought it was coming his way. Thankfully for him, Simpson missed it. It was taken by wicket-keeper Harry Swindles. Ackerman is in, bowls on off stump, off and middle, stroked back to him defensively by John Simpson, who looks already almost to have switched into a slightly more aggressive mode. Ackerman is in, gives it some air. Simpson belies everything I've just said by stretching forward and very carefully and deliberately defending that one out into the offside. Ackerman gives it some air again. Simpson's looking to drive thick outside edge, squirts the ball away through backward point to backward point. Ed Barnes is the fielder. A maiden over from Colin Ackerman, and the Leicestershire crowd enjoying this game thoroughly now. 132 for 6. Remember, 76 for 1 at one stage, Middlesex. So what's that? 46 runs, 5 wickets. Is that right? No, not even close, is it? 56 runs, 5 wickets, that's more like it.
Simpson scored 68 in the first innings at Surrey last week, his first 50 of the summer, of which that total for Middlesex was 160. 68 coming from Simpson, and he was positive throughout. He said he needed to be positive. Here's Parkinson, left arm over from the pavilion end. He bowls to Holman, and the left-handers forward, turning into the onside, and there's no run, so some respite at the moment for Middlesex that they've got two left-handers to face Parkinson, who has 3 for 47, but equally Ackerman none for 6 from 4 at the other end is going to provide them with a test as Parkinson's in, bowls, and Holman defends on the back foot. So a wrist spinning all-rounder Holman, and there's some debate as to whether he'll go on to be a frontline spinner or a top-order batsman. So certainly hope here with the second of Middlesex's 2 all-rounders that there's runs still to be had as forward he goes, pushing back up the track. 132 for 6. He's a big unit, Luke Holman. Big broad shoulders on him. Really clobbers that ball at times. 3 crouched down around the bats as Parkinson bowls and Holman defends into the offside. There's a slip, a leg slip and a short leg. In close catching positions. 60th over of the innings, and they do find themselves with a little bit of a conundrum here, Middlesex, because this is the time of the innings where you're supposed to score runs. Ball 60 overs old, 20 overs to the new ball. It's Parkinson bowls, and this ball's wristily driven a bump ball to extra cover, and there's no run. And add to that actually the best form of defence at the moment may well be positive. Simpson in particular, who did it last week, who was positive in his 68. Parkinson once more bowls, and Holman nonchalantly defends on the back foot. He is a cool customer out there, Holman, because the way he played that, all of his weight was on the back foot, almost his front foot was in the air. It was though he was just having a little net before going out to bat with that one, just dropped it away into the offside, and that is exactly how Luke Holman plays. 132 for 6. Holman 7 deliveries for his noughts. Simpson has 3 from 19, and another maiden for Parkinson. 3 for 47 from 22 with 8 maidens.
Just realised who he reminds me of a little bit. The former Somerset, and he went on to play for Durham, didn't he? All-rounder. Now an umpire.
Blackwell.
Blackwell, yeah.
Absolutely.
Just the way he played that. It was like, I'm not that interested in that. Just push it away.
It looks very easy for him out there, Holman. Yeah. He's...
well, if he has half as good a career as Ian Blackwell,
indeed,
he'll be some player.
Well, this is what we were talking about. I mean, I wasn't being wholly mischievous, but Middlesex had lost 5 from 6, and the youngsters were going well last week to call them Fraser's fledglings.
Ackerman is in, brings Simpson forward with a delivery on middle and off, pushed out into the offside.
Can't call them Law's lambs, because if it goes wrong, that would be to the slaughter, wouldn't it? So
Yes. Ackerman bowls, gives it some air in the air. Oh, almost Lewis Hill tried to read it, and he went the wrong way. He went to his left. He tried to anticipate, ran to his left. It went pretty much close to exactly where he was placed. If he hadn't tried to do that, he was trying to run down to fine leg. I have a feeling that would have gone straight into his midriff.
he played the shot rather than the ball, didn't he? So he followed where he thought that ball was going to go by the shot of Simpson.
He had to turn round 360 degrees and go back to where he was fielding Lewis Hill, who is now leaning. His face is burning. In goes Ackerman, bowls left by Holman. It doesn't miss off stump by much more than a coat of paint. Goodness me. Simpson must be on more than 4. In goes Ackerman and bowls to Holman, who turns him off his legs down towards Hill, who comes running in from backward square, picks up.
I think he's only got singles away so far, hasn't he? That one clipped down to long leg. Can't think of anything else that he's got away.
I suppose so. 4 off 21. Holman yet to score as Ackerman goes in, bowls to him. His back foot goes out at a 45-degree angle as he stretches forward, pushes it out. Too short extra, where Will, beg your pardon, Ben Mike is the fielder.
We've seen a lot of use of the sweep today, haven't we? But not much use of the feet. I don't think Holman's one for using the feet, but Simpson might be.
Ackerman is in, bowls a quicker delivery that almost squeezes through, and it does straighten, and Holman acknowledges as much, but he manages to play it just about in the end, pushes it out into the offside end of the over. 1 from it, and Lewis Hill, I'd love to see I don't know whether they'd be able to show a replay of that one on the stream. Be some good camera work to try and pick that one up, but I'm pretty sure that went pretty much exactly where he'd been placed for the delivery.
Yeah. Holman also reminds me.
And Leicestershire picking up more wickets. 2 in 2 balls for Callum Parkinson. Robbie White caught by Colin Ackerman at slip off the bowling of Parkinson for 16, and off the very next delivery Martin Anderson leg before wicket on the back foot to Parkinson. 2 in 2 for him. 133 for 6. They've lost 5 wickets in the space of adding just 57 runs on a turning pitch, Middlesex. Fascinating stuff for the sellout crowd at Grace Road, and they're enjoying every moment of it. Cue there, was there?
No.
There you go.
Parkinson left arm around the wicket to the left-handed Simpson, who comes down the track to him and lifts him over a wide mid-on. And this is how I think Simpson will play it now. He moves to 8, his first boundary, 137 for 6. He did this against Leach at Somerset, and if memory serves, he did it against Verdi last week as well.
Confident young man then.
Yeah.
Simpson is
turning it in towards his pads as well, aren't they? So it's a different conundrum here for Parkinson as much as anything.
Drop mid-on back to 3/4, halfway.
Absolutely the right thing to do. As here's Parkinson around the wicket, bowls, and this is driven for a single down to the long on, or the deep mid-on. He moves to 9, 137 for 6, and that's it. You know, that's all they've got to do now. Just tap it back. You know, there's a long way to go. Try and make the most of these 20 overs up to that second new ball by just some educated cricket. Build a partnership again for these two and try and get Middlesex up to that 200. Parkinson's left arm over for Holman, who hits him back over his head in typical Luke Holman fashion for 4. Holman's off the mark with a boundary, 142 for 6, and anything you need to know about Luke Holman you'll have seen in that shot there.
Entirely uncomplicated, wasn't it?
He is.
Just steps out and biffed it.
The other one that I've said, he reminds me of a left-handed Rob Key in his mannerisms at the crease. All very uncomplicated, matter of fact. He's got a lot of potential, this young man, Holman.
If he hangs around for any sort of amount of time, he could do a lot of damage.
Be interesting to see how it goes with the ball as well, he and Wallaluita. Because Parkinson's going well here for Leicestershire. He bowls and Holman leaves that alone outside of the off stump, 142 for 6. He really does remind me of a left-handed Key. Just the way everything he does, he's a chatterer out there as well, isn't he? You can see he's always talking about something, twisting his hand round, prodding at the surface. Waits on this one, gets everything behind it. 142 for 6. I love watching this guy bat. 4 from 15 now, Holman. Simpson 9 from 24. Leicestershire right back in it, and it doesn't seem that long ago that I said to you Middlesex would grab 250 if you offered it to them now. Fast forward 3 or 4 wickets and they'd almost take 200 from here.
Luke Barnaby Kurt Holman, born in Islington.
Oh, his dad listens as well. Pete, go on. What do you want to know? Question Pete, Luke's dad. Which of the middle names do you want to know about?
Just learning about him. It's a good name, that. Luke Barnaby Kurt Holman. K. Kurt with a K. Not Curtis. Ackerman is in round the wicket. Bowls to Simpson, who's going to pick up, well, it might be 4 byes. Actually, it was missed by everybody going down the leg side. Davis puts in the dive. Has he dragged it back? No. Leg byes given. So it must just have brushed the pad, which took it out of Harry Swindle's reach. 4 leg byes, and Middlesex will take them as they come at the moment. 146 for 6. Born in 2000, which makes me feel ridiculously old. So not yet 21, just 20 years old, Luke Holman. Ackerman is in to Simpson, who is looking to drive but has to check the shot. It's a bit too straight, steers it out into the offside. And he wants to increase the amount of championship cricket in the middle of the summer and allow 3 overseas players in the T20 Blast. As Ackerman is in bowl, Simpson studiously forward, out into the offside, the ball goes. 6 overs for Colin Ackerman. Well, coming up, this is his 6th over. He's only conceded 7 runs thus far. And he's saying to Azad, just go a fraction wider at leg slip, would you? Davis is at conventional slip as Ackerman is in. Leaves outside off stump, and again, wasn't too far from off stump.
It's a funny situation because I think they will let Ackerman bowl at them here. I think they'll say, look, don't hit against the spin, don't go against the spin, take on Parkinson, which is the funny thing to say because he's the man with 3 wickets, but you hit him with the spin against the left armour.
Ackerman is in. Simpson is forward, deflecting the ball backward of point. There is a backward point in Ed Barnes, so just no chance of a single on that occasion.
We've seen Parkinson get enough already, haven't we, to suggest that he will be turning it past the edge.
Ackerman in again, floats through, waits for it. Simpson plays it under his nose, firmly down into the ground, bounces back down the pitch towards Colin Ackerman, the South African fields. A maiden over. Remember, the 4 were leg byes off the first ball. 146 for 6. Middlesex coming towards T. Just check how many overs have been bowled. We've got Ackerman's figures on the scoreboard at the moment. Good figures too. 6 overs, 3 maidens, none for 7. Parkinson will continue. Yeah, 1 more over before tea. On time. Goodness me. Wonders will never cease. Parkinson over the wicket to Luke Holman, who is forward again. That back leg going out at a 45-degree angle. Big stride, big young man, strapping young fella. Bobs at the knees, looks around. Surrounded by close fielders, a leg slip, slip and short leg. Parkinson is in, that one's down the leg side, not taken cleanly by Swindles. Gonna have to do some work on his keeping 2 slips, but he would have had to do a lot there to take that one cleanly. Hopped away to his right, stopped it, but wasn't able to hang on.
Derek says, you were saying Middlesex would be delighted to play on this track. Again, it's a very different challenge, this one, to the ones they played on this summer so far. Parkinson bowls and Holman pushes back up the track and there's no run. And, you know, it's almost a tale of 2 sessions at the moment, isn't it? There was pre-lunch and post-lunch. And here we are, on the verge of tea. We'll probably get 1 more after this. 5 in the session. Yeah. So here comes Parkinson from the pavilion end. He bowls and Holman forward he goes, defending back up the track. 146 for 6. And it's over to the youngsters now, isn't it? All right, Anderson's gone already, but Holman, the all-rounder. Simpson, the old man of it. Helm's come next, 27. Is this partnership really, though, you feel, for Middlesex? Helm will definitely hold down an end for whoever he's left with out there. This one's pushed through quicker by Parkinson, and Holman defends off the back foot again into the offside. He plays every ball afterwards again, doesn't he, with his hands? Most people will play the shot again, but he just does it with his hand of what the ball did. He looks old beyond his years out there, doesn't he? Holman looks as though he's been around for a long old while. As forward he goes now, defending. Thick edge goes past the slip fielder. Might run away for 4 here. They've turned for 2, and they'll think about a third. As note, they will settle on 2. 148 for 6. Holman's on to 6, and trying to get everything behind that. Holman, he actually got in a reasonably good position to play it, didn't he? But Parkinson obviously just pushed that one onto the edge rather than turning into the middle of the bat.
Don't tell me we're going to get 1 extra over in before tea. No, we're not.
No!
That is tea. Perfect.
Oh.
Perfect timing. 148 for 6 at tea. Middlesex having been 73 for 1 at lunch. So what's that? 75 runs scored in the afternoon session, but 5 wickets lost. I think Leicestershire would have certainly have taken that, offered it at the start of the session. Nicely balanced. If they can finish Middlesex off today, Leicestershire, they'll feel that they've done a good job. Middlesex having won the toss and chosen to bat first. If Middlesex can get over 200, get somewhere towards around 250, they'll feel that's very much in the game. Be interesting to hear what the players think afterwards as to what is a pass score on this pitch.
Certainly felt like it fizzed around a bit more after lunch for the seamers as well, didn't it? And whether that was just that they stumbled onto something, the spell from Barnes at the far end followed by Davis, those two after lunch I think hit better lines and lengths, and whether it was just getting a better, more consistent line and length that built that pressure, or whether it was just skidding through a bit better from the Bennett end, whatever it was a more challenging session, there's no doubt about that for Middlesex. So well bowled Leicestershire, well bowled Parkinson in particular, but they all played their part though, didn't it? I don't think it was any one that brought it to life, because again, Davis and Barnes.
That's the key. Hasn't been a weak link. Nobody's really leaked runs, which has been their issue throughout the season so far. So we'll be back with you, BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Leicester, Kevin Hands and Richard Ray, for the final session on this first day of the LV Insurance County Championship match. A fascinating County Championship match between Leicestershire and Middlesex. Back with you in around about 15 minutes time.
Good game here, yeah. Well, I think that 2 Middlesex spinners, that's going to be the key, isn't it? Because they're young. Can they do well?
Do you drink? Not massive. You know, I love a decent beer, you know, one or two, but I'm not one of these 5, 6. No, me neither. But you know, a beer and a curry is always a welcome thing.
Well, good afternoon. Welcome back to the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. Final session on this first day of the LV Insurance County Championship match between Leicestershire and Middlesex. Ball by ball commentary brought to you in this instance by BBC Radio's London and Leicester. Kevin Hands and Richard Ray, your commentators on the game. Middlesex won the toss, chose to bat first, 73 for 1 at lunch, 148 for 6 at tea. The two not out batsmen heading out to the middle, John Simpson, who is 9 not out, and Luke Holman, who is 6 not out. They are heading from the pavilion here at Grace Road. Leicestershire emerge from the meet where they are housed to ensure the teams are kept well apart during these pandemic times. And they are heading out to the middle now, led by their skipper Colin Ackerman, who's been bowling 6 overs, none for 7 for him. Callum Parkinson has 24 overs, 3 for 58, which tells you, Kevin Hands, that the pitch is turning as both are.
Yeah, and as we were analysing as well, they're going to change Parkinson for right here, which is interesting because I was going to say just before they did that, they're going to attack the man who's been taking the wickets where they'll pat back the other one, and that's because Parkinson was turning it away from the edge, whereas with Parkinson they'll try and hit with the spin. Before we come to all that though, we must head to Twitter first because we've had an answer from Peter Holman, Luke's dad.
Good afternoon.
He says, rightio, Kurt was his grandfather's name. He was from a region called Bohemia in what is now the Czech Republic. So there we go, that's where Kurt's came from in his middle name. Thanks, Pete, hope you're well.
So he is by origin a Bohemian, as possibly, judging by his demeanour as well, by his instinct as well. Maybe that's why he plays with a certain air of... it's a sort of vaguely casual air. I'm sure he doesn't feel at all casual, but it's just the way he sort of comports himself at the crease. John Simpson, though, is on strike to Chris Wright, who comes in from the Bennett end and bowls full outside off stump, and Simpson not timing it as he looks to get in position to drive it away. A little bit too soon post-interval to do that. Ends up steering it out to mid-off.
Here's another one from Mark in Madrid, who says that 50 opening stand seems a long time ago. Grace Road is usually dead as a doornail. Everyone bar Anderson has got in and got out. Is that fair to say, usually as dead as a doornail?
Those days are past, I think, Mark. In goes Wright and bowls. It seems back in, but it takes the inside edge and goes on to the pad. Otherwise, Wright would have been echoing the appeal from behind the stumps. Didn't bother doing. But
yes, that was the first 50 opening stand of the summer from Middlesex. And it does seem a long while ago now, doesn't it? 148 for 6.
It was a really good stand-up because they had to work really hard.
Well, I think that's the point. I think that top 4 and White as well. You know, White was digging in there for his 16. He batted a long time for his 16.
Right in bowls outside off stump, pushed across the left-handed Simpson, who lets it go through. Yet to pick up a wicket in the innings, Chris Wright. And I said, unlucky not to get Gubbins.
I said at the time that I thought that Leicestershire were bowling well and with threat, but I thought that Eskenazi and Robson were playing it extremely well. And credit to them, because what's come since doesn't particularly feel like, oh, this is wretched or this is untoward. You know, there's felt like a natural rhythm about it.
Wright is in, bowling edged between second slip and gully for 4 by Simpson. Went for the drive, took a thick outside edge, went straight in the gap between the fielders and runs down to third man for 4. I think the fact that Wright is on now, when there are relatively few overs to the new ball, in indication that Leicestershire not thinking in terms we need to just keep it tight until the new ball. 150 up for Middlesex, by the way, with that 4 down to third man, that they want these wickets quickly and to be batting before the day is out. The Foxes. Ooh, little update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. Just back on the field post T, Leicestershire and Middlesex, and Middlesex have made a good start to proceedings. They took T on 148 for 6, and John Simpson has hit Chris Wright for consecutive fours in this, the first over after T. One slightly fortunate, albeit down to third man. The Fox is in control though just about at the moment. If they can pick up the last 4 Middlesex wickets before Middlesex reach 200, they'll be pretty pleased, Middlesex having won the toss and chosen to bat first. They do need to keep up the pressure though, with Middlesex 156 now for 6. Wright comes in and bowls again to Simpson, a big floaty wide half volley, but Simpson thinks it's so wide I don't think I'll bother, and lets that one go through, having picked up 2 fours already in the over. Not the greatest of restarts, if you like, by Chris Wright. 10 overs now, none for 37 for Leicestershire's leading wicket taker. Where were we?
Yeah, where indeed were we? Well, there's so much to get through, isn't there? I mean, we were only putting the world to right about 2 divisions or 3 conferences earlier, weren't we? And yes, I mean, well, now look, this is interesting. Ackerman is replacing Parkinson from this end, so they're giving it to the off spinner to turn it away from that. But I think they've realised that Holman and Simpson will try and score more quickly against Parkinson, who has been going at roughly around 4 and over all day. Ackerman throughout has been going at just over 1 and over, although the vast majority of it has been against these 2. He's right arm around now to the left-handed Holman with a slip and a short leg, and I think this is a very good move by Leicestershire. It's played defensively by Holman into the onside, a thick inside edge squirts along, and he's off chatting to himself again, Holman, about it all. I could be wrong, but he really reminds me of Rob Key, a left-handed Rob Key, as his length ball, which Holman rocks back to, plays into the onside.
I'm going to say with my Blackwell analogy.
I think you're right, yeah, the nonchalant way that he played that other ball.
The build,
yeah.
the attitude, the ability, clearly as well. He's got a very good eye. Ackerman. Short approach, bowls, lovely bit of flight on that one, and Holman gets right behind it, pushing into the onside. Just feel it's a bit too straight from Ackerman at the moment, a bit too sort of middle and leg. He's getting on off stump.
He's got a slip and a short leg in place. You wonder, will he give him a tempter in a moment? Here he goes, still straight, and onto the pads, falls away into the onside. Is there any slope at all here at Grace Road?
Yes, yeah. You walk up, it's up towards the Bennett end.
So you get the bounce from this end.
Sometimes.
Here's Ackerman bowls, and this ball's turned into the onside defensively with an inside edge, really, from Holman across the front of the pad. But the incline's going upwards, so you're bowling it into the incline, which should give you more bounce.
Yeah, theoretically. It's up to the square. I think the square is pretty flat.
Here's Ackerman bowls, and right behind it, pushing away into the offside, and there is no run. 156 for 6. Okay, the square's flat though.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Pretty much. But having bowled from this end, from the pavilion end, I can definitely confirm there is a marked slope.
Well, is that why as well? Perhaps then the seams have enjoyed coming down the hill from the far end.
Yeah, it used to be
and skidded it through at a bit of better pace. It's not massive though, is it, the incline? It's not from that end running, it's not like Lord's running down the hill.
No, it's not.
That was another maiden for Ackerman. None for 7 from 7 overs with 4 maidens.
The sun comes back out. And it gets, as Kevin said, immediately 5 degrees warmer.
We didn't see much of the sun this afternoon. Now, whether that did bring the seamers into play a little bit more after lunch, I don't know.
Chris Wright is in and bowls. Simpson deliberately plays inside the line of that one. It's pushed across him.
I think crucially, there's a little bit of moisture out there, isn't there? Which, again, if there's a day of sun today, then that might play into Leicestershire's hands tomorrow. They'd hope, certainly. Day 2 should be the best day to bat, usually. So
it's had a good airing, though, the pitch.
Yeah.
As you say, it might just, if Leicestershire can finish this Middlesex first innings quickly, it might just be working out nicely for them. The timings of the game, so to speak, as Wright bounces in and bowls very straight to Simpson, whose head is right over the ball as he defends that solidly straight out to mid-off, who is Will Davis, who for me has been the pick of the attack so far today. barely bowled, I think he bowled one loose ball, which was chopped away by Eskenazi, was it? But other than that, outstanding stuff from Will Davis. Right is in, bowls onto the legs of John Simpson, who turns it firmly off the back foot, but only as far as Ed Barnes, who's at mid-wicket. Nobody's bowled badly, that's for sure.
The other thing you've got to factor in here is we're 15 overs away from the new ball. In fact, less than that, aren't we? My eyes have failed me. We're 13 overs away from the new ball. That's 66.2 on that board, isn't it, over there? Yes, it is. So 13 overs away to the new ball. Simpson and Holman, I don't know, actually, maybe they're thinking, let's get to the new ball and then set up for the new ball.
Right is in, outside off stump, pushed across Simpson, who again allows it to go through.
They're both good batsmen, so, you know, let's build an innings. Yeah, there's a lot of time to come with this. Keep Leicestershire out in the field. Let's not chase cheap runs before the new ball here. You know, we've seen that, you know, this isn't necessarily a new ball pitch, is it? You know, there were no alarm bells this morning. Howard Parkinson bowl with a harder, newer ball, and Ackerman indeed, to the two left-handers.
Right in to Simpson onto the legs, looking to turn it down to long leg. Thumps into the pads and trickles down towards a sort of leg slip. You heard the call of no from Simpson as he turned and saw that Swindles was quickly onto it.
I don't think it's the right thing to do, but the danger for Middlesex is that they do plod along through 13 overs, get themselves in, prepare for the new ball and try and go big, you know, build a big innings, and then all of a sudden one brings two with the new ball and that's it, because, you know, there's only 4 wickets standing.
Right, looking to finish off the over, bowls, but he is not going to, because he's going to concede 4, I suspect, down to third man. Harris can't get there, tried to accelerate as he put in the chase, but off the back foot, steered nicely away by Simpson. Picks up 4, moves on to 21. Middlesex on to 160 now for 6. 12 added post-tee, all of them in 4s to John Simpson.
And put away the bad balls. I'm sure Middlesex will say, look, you know, if it's a bad ball, put it away. But how aggressive do they need to be? I don't think they'll be too aggressive to Ackerman here. None for 7 from 7, turning it away from the left-handers. This has been the end for Parkinson. And cleverly, Ackerman given the nod at this end to bowl that spin as he comes around the wicket now to Holman. And drops short. Holman goes for an almighty heave-ho. Completely misses it. And, well, he liked the length of that one, didn't he? But I think it turned on him. And in turning, he was playing down the wrong line with that heave-ho.
I think he was looking to put that one into the Milligan Road.
Yeah.
Seen a few go down there.
Ackerman once more. Bowls a lot of flight on this one and goes past the edge of Ackerman through to the gloves. Lovely ball.
That's the line, that sort of off-stump line, not the leg middle line.
Yeah, he went a little bit straighter, didn't he, in the first over.
Yeah.
From this end. But the flight on that was beautiful as well as he comes in now, bowls, and Holman digs out a fuller delivery. I mean, on the 2 occasions that he's beaten Holman, Holman has been trying all ends up to defend. He's been trying to get absolutely everything behind it and got nothing behind. Well, he got actually the other one. He did get something behind it because he got a thick edge, didn't he, past slip. On that occasion, it beat the bat. He comes in again now, bowls, and Holman sweeps into the short leg fielder. It's hit him on his hand. Now, this could be a problem because that was powerfully struck against his hand. And just in spinning away, he was trying to get out of the way with it, and it's obviously slapped straight into, potentially even as he was spinning out of the way, the back of the short leg fielder's hand, and that could be a real problem.
It's Hassan Azad, Leicestershire's opener as well, and he's holding his right hand very, very. It hit him on the back of his hand, judging by the way he's holding it, maybe in the sort of wrist area, and that's a real issue. It's a big problem, I'm afraid, for Hassan Azad.
If he's lucky, you know, it's been a deflection, hasn't it, rather than a full-on blow onto a bone, because that could be really, really bad for the Leicestershire opener. Oh,
full on.
He actually was putting his hand up and spinning away. The hand almost was an evasive action. He was putting his hand up almost in front of his face, wasn't he? Because he could feel it coming towards him. He turned away and put the hand up.
There's no protection there at all. Oh, he's up, and he's showing the back of his hand to Will Garvey, the Leicestershire physio. That is a good sign.
Well, it's going to be pure luck, isn't it? I mean, if it hits,
if you've got
flush
it on a finger, you could knuckle or something like that.
Or anywhere, I guess, yeah.
Have a crack, but
you could well imagine any of them cracking under that kind of blow.
Will is gently feeling his way along the hand, or checking it out as best he can.
Is he going to go off? Surely he'll go off and just have a little...
It'd be wise. Yeah, he is going to go off, going to have it examined, so the 12th man...
I mean, you could well imagine that will require an X-ray as well.
He already looks to be holding it less gingerly. I don't know, it is definitely the back of the right wrist.
Yeah.
Takes off his... He remembers to take off his helmet and then stop and take off his pads with his left hand. He's not using his right hand to do that.
We probably should know, but the bones that I'd say were most in danger, by the way, he's looking at, if it was the foot, you'd call it the metatarsals, wouldn't you? I.e. the bits behind the toes, on the top of the foot, and I think on the back of the hand there, just one of those bones. Again, depending on the blow. I mean, again, as you say, it could have been the knuckle as well.
Just watch to see if he can flex the fingers. The way he's moving and what suggests it might be alright. He's getting a consoling arm around the shoulder from Lewis Hill.
It seems to be higher up than the fingers, doesn't it? It definitely seems to be the back of the hand somewhere. Yeah. And what's that? He's left-hander, isn't he? So that's his top hand, his batting hand.
Yeah, that's the hand that's sort of facing the bowler.
It's the hand,
sympathetic round of applause.
It's the hand, especially as an opener.
Who's going to go in at short leg?
Yeah, good luck.
Well, if there is something wrong, you can now, of course, bring in a substitute, can't you?
Injury? For injury?
For a broken... Not sure.
I thought you could bring in a concussion sub or a COVID sub, but I didn't think you could bring in one for an impact injury, no.
Ah, okay.
Unless it's changed, because we've actually Middlesex were involved in the first COVID sub down at Taunton this year when Lewis Gregory had to be withdrawn from the game. I believe it was his girlfriend came down with symptoms, for which fortunately both she and he tested negatively. But Jack Brooks was substituted in, and it was the first COVID sub in cricket. And then there was the concussion sub as well, for which, again, I've seen a Middlesex match where there's been a concussion sub as well. I'm not sure of a substitute for injury, though. I didn't think that had come in yet, but apologies if I've missed it.
Rishi Patel, I think, is going to come on as the substitute. He's waiting for the helmet to be brought out to him. That one, obviously, of Hassan Azad's doesn't fit him. Make sure that is Patel. Has the helmet thrown to him by Lewis Hill. Yes, it is Rishi Patel. The volume levels will rise now, I assure you. A close fielder, Patel, is going to go in at short leg to Holman, who, after all that, didn't pick up a run, but he got plenty of it. That one was going to go to the boundary, had it not been interrupted by the unfortunate Azad inadvertently. We're ready to go, so that will just delay matters a little bit. Ackerman is in and bowling and bounces and beats the outside edge. Absolute brute of a delivery that Holman props forward to, and not quite good enough to take the edge. He would have been a very good player to get anything on that. I'm sure he is a good player, but he isn't quite that good. Taken cleanly by Swindles, good sign for Leicestershire. In goes Ackerman, bowls, back goes Holman, turning it past Patel, who's reaching for it, runs out towards backward square, picked up by Ed Barnes. End of a maiden over, an eventful maiden over from Colin Ackerman. 160 for 6 remains the score. Such a difference to the Uptonsteel County Ground when the trees go into leaf, which they weren't for the first 6 weeks of the season, really. Everything looked almost wintry, felt almost wintry, but the limes all in full leaf now down Milligan Road. Some new limes have been planted that are just now beginning to sort of show up a little bit where the fence came down. Oh, sorry, where the wall came down. The Rowans behind the Turner Indoor Centre. Likewise, the white beams and the plane trees down between us and the nets.
He's right, he bowls. We've changed ends somehow. How did we do that? Did we do it at tee? This is pushed into the offside by Simpson and there's no run.
Just thinking that I probably leapt in there on.
No, I'll
that,
tell you what it
over.
probably was. It was your update, wasn't it? Maybe after your update you kept
Possibly.
going. Maybe it was that.
Apologies.
No, it's all right. Doesn't matter at all. I just realised, hold on a minute, we've changed ends. How did we do that?
It happens sometimes.
It does. Nice to have a change of ends, even for the commentators. He goes right. 2 slips in place behind Simpson. He bowls and this ball's pushed away back up the track to mid-off and there's no run. I'm just trying to think the overlap of Wright and Simpson at Middlesex. It would have been tight. I don't think there was actually. I think Simpson possibly arrived at Middlesex after Wright had gone to Essex, where he was coaxed across by some of his old uni mates. Didn't quite work out at Essex though, and Warwickshire plucked him out of the Essex seconds, and well, the rest is history for Wright. Had a wonderful time up at Edgbaston as Simpson wears a bouncer from Wright. Wears it somewhere around the ribs. Hope he's got good guard on there. See a replay of exactly where it struck in a moment. Yeah, Wright had a year. Yeah, actually it would have been well before John Simpson, thinking about it. Richard Pybus, I think, was the coach when Chris Wright left. That would have been somewhere around 2007. Wright comes in, bowls, and short. Simpson goes after him once more. Oh, I say goes after him once more. He goes short once more, and Simpson goes after him for 4 through mid-wicket. Nicely played. Big old boundary. Away to our right, we look from the pavilion end. But Simpson, powerful bottom hand, slaps that one away. And Middlesex are 164 for 6 as Simpson is on 2. Well, they've put him up 1 there, but I think, yeah, okay, he's going to go up to 25. They must have missed a 1, which they've added to the scoreboard now, and they've now added the other 4 as well. So 25 for Simpson.
What good post to tee, hasn't he? He's hit some nice shots.
69th over of the innings. Wright bowls to him full and defended into the offside. Actually, it was a good length ball. It wasn't that full. Simpson defending from within the crease. Fielded at cover. Well, he is the 5th Middlesex top 6 batsman to reach the 20s. Only White failed, and by only 4 runs. He was out for 16. So a series of starts, but nobody able to go on.
Yet.
We'll only be able to weigh that up once both sides are batted as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wright bowls, and Simpson leaves alone outside the off stump. Have they all batted incredibly well, or is it a series of failures for those who've got in? So batting hasn't been easy today. It's been far more difficult since lunch, but even before lunch, we'd fancied, look, Robson and Eskenazi were playing extremely well at the top, with the ball clearly doing a bit, just not at great pace, but it was doing enough. And Leicestershire, again, they've always kept it somewhere between 2.2 or 2.5 and over the run rate the whole way through. It's up to 2.4 at the moment.
I think I'd go back to Parkinson. But Ackerman, the skipper, knows best. He's keeping himself on here at the pavilion end. Goes in and bowls to Holman, slightly short of the perfect length, so Holman can go back and play it off the pitch, off stump out into the offside. There is no run. I mean, from both, that have spin from both ends, to be quite honest. But
yeah,
there's been nothing at all for Wright in terms of swing since lunch. A little attempted reverse sweep, and there's a peel for leg before because it hit him on the full, outside the line of off stump, I suspect. And immediately umpire Robinson looked down, and Ackerman turned to make the appeal to see umpire Robinson's head down, but to hit him outside the line of off stump. For me, Ackerman is in. Back goes Holman, defending firmly out into the offside. No run. 64 for 6. Ackerman, just 7 runs conceded from 8.3 overs, is in. And bowling, attempted sweep, and connects this time. Holman out to square leg. It goes in the air for a while, but well wide of any attempted fielding, and it runs across the boundary in front of the manual scoreboard.
Good call from you, outside the line of off. Well done, Richard. Fairway outside the line of off.
Yeah. The fact that you're reverse sweeping does not mean that that rule does not apply. One or two people think it should. But it doesn't.
I mean, the danger for Holman as well, that it was hitting him on the full.
Yeah. In goes Ackerman bowls. Holman just waiting for it with that slightly casual style, and always the hand movement indicating what the ball is doing, just in case anybody is in any doubt.
Yeah.
Plays it out to Evans, who's at short extra. Ackerman in again, gives it some air. Squared up a little bit is Holman there. Thick outside part of the bat, but head over the ball, angled down, pushing it out into the offside, and there is no run. So just the 4 from the over, but Middlesex after tea, not serene progress, but solid progress. They've added 20 without losing another wicket, and getting towards the sort of 200 mark from which they can hope to build a little bit further. Simpson has 25, Holman has 10. They came together with a score on 132, so 36 now added so far for the 7th wicket.
A quick look at the scores elsewhere. There's been a fair few advances in some of these games, hasn't there, today? Durham are batting. They're 0 for 0 in reply to Essex's 182 all out. As Rice is in, bowls, and on the back foot. That's defended by Simpson back up the track. There was 92 for Pepper of Essex in that 182 all out.
Never heard of him.
No.
That's embarrassing.
They collapsed from 104 for 3 to 182 all out. Warwickshire 165 for 3 at home to Notts. Worcestershire 229 for 4 at home to Derbyshire. Surrey 183 for 5 at home to Gloucestershire. As here's Wright bowls outside of the off stump. It's left alone through to the keeper. Yorkshire 159 all outs with a 52 from Duke coming in at 7 to rescue that after they had been 21 for 6, 40 for 7 as well. And Northants are 10 without loss after bowling Sussex for 175, and that was a recovery from Sussex, who were 67 for 8. Wright is in, bowls. Simpson defends into the offside, and there's no run. That Surrey match, your presenter on the cricket show last night had asked about, you know, how did Middlesex view this game? As Leicestershire view it as something of, you know, a 2-leg cup final against the team in 5th and they're 6th. Surrey are not a million miles away in 4th. Surrey will have a very, very slim outside chance of winning their final 3 because they play the teams above them, of trying to scramble towards 2nd spot, but equally they play the 3 teams above them, which will be tough. As here's Wright, bowls outside of the off stump. It's left alone by Simpson. Through it goes, which would give Leicestershire and Middlesex the chance of catching Surrey for 4th spot, which would be Division 2 in September as opposed to Division 3. So that's something else for these two in the home and away fixtures that they have of the last 3 games. Middlesex's other one away to Gloucestershire at Cheltenham College, which, much like a trip here to Grace Road, will be delightful. Right, bowls, and it's full and edged by Simpson down to 3rd man. A cry of catch. There's only 2 slips and a point. A deep gully or a backward point might have had a chance. Second time that Simpson's gone through that region against Wright. This time that they've plugged 3rd man though to prevent the boundary. 168 for 6.
Will Davis starting to swing his arms.
Who's your other one in the last 3? Middlesex. Oh no, you've got 4, haven't you, to play? So Middlesex twice.
We've got Gloucester here next week.
Yeah.
Yourselves at Merchant Taylors.
And 1 more away.
Somerset, we've got to go down to
Ooh,
Taunton.
tough 2, the top 2.
Well, Gloucestershire we dominated for 3.5 days.
That's true.
It's
Yeah. Wright's past the umpire, he bowls, and that's defended by Holman into the offside.
But they're an amazing side. They find a way.
They do. They do. I mean, 169 for 6. That is the end of the over here at Grace Road. You know, they're as I was saying, financially, they're one of the smallest budgets in terms of the playing squad. And a lot of counties, Yorkshire, Kent, many have had a lot of problems. But in terms of the playing budget, as far as I know, Gloucestershire, going back a couple of years, they were by far the smallest playing budget, because they barely had a squad of 15, I think, at one stage. How much that's improved, well, not much in COVID times.
Ackerman in from the pavilion end to Simpson, tosses it up. Simpson waits, then clips it firmly, but only as far as right at mid-on. Davis continues to warm up, so I think we can assume he's going to come on and replace Wright before too long. Ackerman is in, flatter, quicker delivery. Simpson goes back, tries to work it into the leg side, doesn't quite time it, hits it straight to Ben Mike at mid-wicket. Mike we haven't seen with the ball, doesn't look like he's going to be fit to bowl then, or at least not at the moment. Ackerman is in, bowls onto that middle and leg line. Forward goes Simpson, just playing it carefully back down the pitch on the on side.
But fair to say, Gloucestershire are kind of the model for their range.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Of what can be achieved, what can be done.
Ackerman is in, tosses that one up outside off stump, does straighten a fraction, but not markedly, not really viciously so, and Simpson leaves, lets it go through, watches with interest as Swindles takes the ball. Ackerman, a couple of steps, is in, bowls, that one straightens a little bit more, but from outside off stump, so again Simpson can leave safely, but this turn they're okay.
The thing about Ackerman here is Middlesex aren't going anywhere, and I think that they'll enjoy that up till the 80th over. Leicestershire, they'll say fine if you want to see off this new ball, this old ball.
Ackerman is in, Fuller, and Simpson is getting forward, getting to the pitch of the ball, looking to drive, no real weight in the shot, and Hill moves across to his left to make the stop. End of the over. Another maiden for Colin Ackerman, his 6th in 10. 10 overs, 6 maidens, none for 11 for Ackerman.
So he's eating up overs going through to the new ball, which is 8 overs away now. And at the same time, he's going past the edge. And I think that they'll be delighted with that. And Middlesex, again, I go back to what their mindset should be with that new ball on the horizon, because I think that they both should be looking to play long here. I think both Holman and Simpson should be thinking, right, a couple of 50s and get this up to 250, somewhere around. The problem with that is the new ball. So do they play themselves in for the new ball and try and go on from there? Or do they realise that actually they need to up the scoring rate before the new ball? They've got 8 overs here, having both got themselves in now. Been there for a similar amount of time.
We just don't know whether what sort of score this is at the moment. This might turn out to be a pretty decent score. Updates coming, so shall I keep going just for a few moments? In goes Davis and bowls and is driven by Holman out through the offside, and it's going to go out to the extra cover boundary. Will it be dragged back? It won't. Leicestershire have done that a few times today. They've got to the ball just inside the ropes, tried to drag it back and not been able to do so. They haven't got enough on the ball. 4 runs to Luke Holman. Nice shot. He moves into double figures with that cover drive. 10 off 40 for him. 170, beg your pardon, on to 14 now, 173 for 6. Electronic scoreboard today is tardy in the extreme by its standards. I don't know what is going on. Davis, having been parsimonious in his bowling up to this point, concedes a 4 from the first ball of his new spell. In he goes and bowls outside off stump, better line and length, just a little bit too wide though. Holman lets it go through. 13 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 21 previously for Davis. Just at the moment, drifting from Leicestershire's point of view the game, and these two have added 41 now for the 7th wicket. Could be a vital stand. Davis persisting with the round the wicket attack. Bowls to Holman, who goes back to a slightly short of a length ball just outside of Stumps, tries to cut it away, hits it hard down into the ground, and it bounces a couple of times before bouncing nicely for point. There's Sam Evans to make the stop. .73 for 6. There will be an update any second. Just waiting for the word from BBC Radio Leicester. Davis is in past umpire Newell, defended off stump by Luke Holman out into the offside. You heard him call wait there to John Simpson, who was semi-interested for a moment. In from point came Evans to make sure there was no chance of a single. Just the 2 slips for Davis now. He has settled quickly back into his rhythm after that half volley first up. He is in and bowls to Holman, who's driving again. I suspect that might be for more. Parkinson is in pursuit. He is going to drag that one back. He makes sure this time by not trying to flick it back, getting a full hand to it, picking up in his right hand. And Holman still manages to pick up 3, moves on to 17, 176 for 6. Well, they had a really good afternoon session in which they picked up 5 Middlesex wickets for the addition of just 75 runs, but 148 for 6 at tea has turned into 176 for 6. Middlesex beginning to fight back a little bit here in the persons of John Simpson, who's moved on to 26 not out, and young Luke Holman, a young man, young all-rounder just making his way in the game. He's moved on to 17 not out. The Foxes need another breakthrough then, because these two came together with the score on 132. They've added 44 for the 7th wicket so far. If Leicestershire can bowl Middlesex out today for something around about 200, they'll feel they've had a really good day. Remember, Middlesex won the toss and chose to bat first. On the pitch is turning. There's opportunities there for Ackerman and Callum Parkinson in particular, but they can't afford to let this stand go on too much longer. Middlesex 176 for 6. Back with you. Commentary and Kevin Hands.
Here is Ackerman, right arm around, a slip and a short leg. I was only pointing to your cup to say it might be blocking the camera. Not asking if you want a coffee.
I beg your pardon. I thought you were being... Of course.
I will of course go make you a coffee if you want them though. I didn't know if it was. I just looked across and realised, but your update, I thought I'd leave it then as his. Ackerman bowls. A bit of flight, and that one's blocked off by Holman. 176 for 6.
I'd have probably got a message on the mobile.
I was going to say, do you get told off, or are they quite...
Constantly.
Oh,
no,
do you?
Okay. No, not at all.
Here's Ackerman bowls, and forward goes Holman, defending into the offside again. Middlesex are playing for the long game here, aren't they? There's no two ways about it. They're not worried, well, I say not worried, but they're not going to worry that the new ball might bring 1, bringing 2, and then bringing the end of the innings very quickly. Ackerman bowls, and Holman is beaten by another one with turn and bounce, and that may well have been the best of the lot.
Wow.
76 for 6.
Pretty much unplayable if you're a left-hander, I would think, those sort of deliveries.
Yeah. I mean, again, the fact of the matter is, Holman is trying to get everything behind these deliveries. Ackerman bowls, and Holman defends a straighter one into the onside. Let's see if we can grab that one on the stream. Don't forget, you can tune in if you're listening through the BBC website. You can see the pictures as well through the Middlesex and Leicestershire websites. Here's the reverse sweep from Holman, straight to backward point, and there's no run.
Mid on and mid off quite deep now. Past halfway.
Ackerman bowls, and nice line of length on that again and again. Holman getting everything behind it, defends into the onside. 176 for 6, Holman 17, Simpson 26. He seems to have a very good eye, doesn't he? He really does play with that bat around in front of that front pad. As he does almost square himself up, doesn't he, with that back foot dragging across the crease behind him, making sure that he's staying within his ground, but he really gets around and gets that pad out forward. Here's that one that beat him with turn and bounce. Goodness me. I mean, if you look at where that bat and pad are, yeah, you just think, how is he turning? You know, he's defending that off stump for all his life. But that ball has really turned and bounced past the edge. 176 for 6, Holman 17, Simpson on 26.
Davis from the Bennett end, round the wicket, bowls line and length on off stump to John Simpson, who is forward solidly, pushing the ball out to Parkinson at extra cover. 6 overs until the new ball. Leicestershire would dearly love to break this partnership before they get to that point. Obviously they would. Patel at first slip now, Ackerman at second as Davis is in and bowling again, line and length off stump, that's where it needs to be. Forward goes Simpson. Not much life left in the ball now. Sunshine at the Uptonsteel County Ground though. Might just be taking a little bit of sting out of the pitch. Sting is probably the wrong word. The turn is going to be there henceforth. That isn't going to go anywhere, one feels. But
be interesting to see if Parkinson takes the new ball.
Yeah, nice and hard. Be a bit of bounce for him as Davis goes in and bowls, goes past the outside edge with a beauty which just does enough. Holds its own off the seam, perhaps just outside off stump. Simpson playing down the line of off stump, beaten, and wanders down, prods at the pitch fairly philosophically.
It's going to be fascinating to hear what the batsmen and the bowlers have to say about, you know, post lunch, because you look at that ball, 75 overs old, and you know they're pushing it past the edge of Simpson's bat in a way that in the first session this morning it wasn't particularly going past the bat like that.
Might just be quickening up a little bit the pitch in the sun. There might just as it dries out. Davis in again to Simpson on off stump. Simpson is forward.
It was originally right from the pavilion end this morning, wasn't it? Now, he was bowling with some nice swing, but it wasn't swinging rapidly past the edge of the bat. He was followed at that end by, I don't think it was Davis immediately, was it?
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. It was it was Wright and Barnes who opened.
But who followed Wright at the far end?
At the far end?
Yeah. Maybe it was Davis. And I'll have a check now. In he goes, Davis, and bowls us a straight delivery on middle stump this time, and Simpson getting forward, slightly closing the face of the bat on it, pushing it out to mid-on. No, it was Davis who replaced him. Parkinson has only bowled from the pavilion end today, hasn't he? Parkinson hasn't bowled at all from the...
he had a couple of overs from that, I
Did
think,
he?
because he swapped round at once. They swapped them round at one stage, and he got more from the top end, the Bennett end, but then he came back here and post... because he was bowling from about 12 o'clock, wasn't he? In goes Davis and bowls onto the legs of Simpson, work just wide of mid-on on this occasion, so he is going to pick up a single. Ben Mike hops away to his left, picks up, Simpson keeps the strike. 15 overs for Will Davis, 2 for 29 his figures now. Ackerman 11 overs, 7 maidens, none for 11. As we've been saying, it means he's been able to spell his own seamers, so to speak, which means Leicestershire's decision to play Ben Mike, apparently with an injury that renders him unable to bowl. I'll try and confirm that afterwards, but he hasn't bowled. But it means at the moment that decision is not rebounding on them. 177 for 6. That said, they need a wicket, because 45 these two added now for the 7th wicket. But
certainly since lunch, Davis at the Bennett end and then Barnes both bowled particularly well up there, didn't they? And it's been a very different story since that lunch interval. A scoring rate, a run rate of 2.4. I think Leicester will be mightily pleased. They've done everything that they could do really since lunch, haven't they? And that was the strange thing, because it felt like they'd done everything they could do this morning. Maybe weren't quite tight enough in those lines and lengths. Ackerman's around the wicket here to the left-handed Simpson, who sweeps backward of square for 4. There is a fielder just fine of the square leg umpire, but it was fine of himself. And 181 for 6 now. Simpson moves to 31. And
just
nice.
Drifts onto that leg stump line, doesn't he, sometimes, Ackerman? And nice shot from Simpson. Taking the runs if they're on offer.
They've removed... Oh, they've sent him back. They've sent back square leg now. So here's Ackerman to Simpson, who cuts to backward point, and there's no run. 181 for 6. It's interesting that they've moved the square leg back, though, because in some ways I almost think I'd like to see Simpson continuing to play that shot, which he might put the shot away now. If it's only for 1, then you're not going to play the risk shot. There's Simpson, there you go, nudges down to deep backward square leg for a single. Now, there was no 1 there if that man's up, whereas he plays a low risk shot and gets 1 now. So they're almost giving him the single there, which perhaps I'd think actually keep him up, because if they want to play the sweep, that's the 50 partnership as well between these two, which is excellent. Simpson 29, Holman 17. Ackerman slipping a short leg, bowls, and that's left alone outside of the off stump by Holman. Just wonder. They've got runs to play with, it feels like, Leicestershire, but that also perhaps speaks a little to what their mindset is up to the new ball. They're really happy to keep the runs dry with Ackerman here. As he comes in now, bowls, and Holman eases this one away into the offside. 182 for 6. Was it Raymond Illingworth where they said drop the fielder back, he'll hit a couple of 6s, but then he'll hold out? I think Illingworth's reply was, I can get him much cheaper than a couple of 6s. So here's Ackerman. Bowls, and this ball's pushed away into the offside. 182 for 6, and perhaps that's Ackerman's thought. You want to sweep down there for a single, that's fine. But that one for Simpson, it appeared an easy one for them, and that's been one of the things today. There hasn't been that many easy singles for Middlesex anywhere. It's been a pretty tightly knit field all around the bat, and run scoring's been at a premium. 2.4 that scoring rate remains, of which I think Chris Wright has been quite dramatically the most expensive, hasn't he? Followed by Parkinson at nearly 2.5. Wright's going at 3.54. Well, in his defence, there's been a fair few edges that have flown down to third man.
Parkinson, is he going to come? Is he going to replace Davis? Got to give Davis a bit of a breather, because he's got a fair chance of taking the new ball, you would have thought. 50 partnership, second highest of the innings.
Cruelest tweet of the day goes to Di Davis. Can you please put the coffee cup back?
That's absolutely fair comment. Fair comment, Di.
Very good, Di. Very good.
You rotter.
Nice one from Dean Osborne as well. We'd had Derek inquire earlier. Batting appears more difficult after lunch. Why? Dean quite simply replies, it's the Middlesex way. So they've had their woes with the bat.
Parkinson does replace Davis at the Bennett end, to the approval of the popular stand. Ascension Benno stand. Parkinson over the wicket to the left-handed Simpson. Bowl. Simpson advances down the pitch, drives it back underneath Parkinson, who would be disappointed, I suspect, not to have got his hand on that one. It went directly underneath him. Harris, who's at very deep mid-on, well, he's at long on, ran across to long off and made the stop. He's about 10 yards inside the ropes. Saying to Holman, go on, try and hit it over me, into the Mike Turner indoor centre, or the seats in front thereof. So Mr. on to 32 with that single. Parkinson to Holman, goes in, bowls. Holman goes back, defends it out towards point. He heard the call of wait as he saw Sam Evans closing on the ball. 183 now for 6. Just adjusts his field slightly. Parkinson's short leg and slip as he goes in and bowls again to Holman, who is forward on off stump. Back up the pitch it goes to the Boltonian, if that's the right word for people from Bolton. It isn't necessarily the way. Lancastrian, perhaps that's a safer description. In he goes, and bowls attempted reverse sweep and connects brilliantly. Luke Holman, good effort to try and stop it from Sam Evans out there at point, wasn't able to get there, but the broad-shouldered young Luke Holman connects really nicely. He picks up 4, moves on to 21, 187 now for 6. 186. Oh, no, it is 187. That scoreboard, again, the electronic scoreboard is wrong. It's one behind.
They hadn't given the single to Simpson,
no.
And then they've given the 4 to Simpson. They'll catch themselves up in a minute.
Somebody's not watching. I don't know where it's being operated from.
Good tweet from Derek in a moment. Derek Payne.
Parkinson is into Holman, goes back and just deflects it wide of Ackerman, who has to chase it back down towards third man. He's going to win the chase to the ball, not before Holman has picked up a couple of runs. Nice clever shot from Luke Holman. We are now into the biggest stand of the innings. Middlesex onto 189 now for 6.
Crease occupation makes sense. If you're counting on the pitch deteriorating, then he must bat for as long as possible. There's no advantage if Leicestershire are batting tonight. Absolutely right, Derek, absolutely right. This was on, I was saying, whether they were more positive before the new ball or not.
Parkinson in, gives it plenty of air. Forward cautiously goes Holman, thick inside part of the bat as he closes the bat face on it, pushes it past short leg, and that's the end of Parkinson's over. 7 from it, and it's been a really good post-tea hour, pretty much.
Yeah.
For Middlesex, they've moved on really nicely, these two. They haven't taken too many risks. They've taken the score on from 148 for 6 to 189 for 6. They've brought up a 50 partnership, and they're closing on the first batting bonus point.
Danger of a batting point, which has dropped off a little bit for them of late, Middlesex. After a good start to the season in the first innings, as Ackerman's around the wickets, Simpson stands up tall to this one, and there's no run. He got 210 against Gloucestershire, he'd been first innings scores, 172 against Hampshire at Lords, and then at the Oval 160. Those the last 3. This is turned by Simpson to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
We're seeing also the value of the efforts of the likes of Robson and Eskenazi at the top of the innings here, although their own scores might not be as much as they wanted. They batted a lot of overs.
Round the wicket comes Simpson, pushing to extra cover, or to cover, and there's no run. Well, again, you know, we'll come back at the end of the first innings and weigh it up, and they'll weigh it up at the end of the match as well. If Middlesex lose, then they'll look back at this innings and say everybody barring Anderson in the top 8 got into double figures, but nobody went to 50, which Simpson or Holman may still do. As forward goes Simpson, pushing to point, and there's no run. And I dare say if one of these two goes to 50, indeed if both do, Middlesex are going to end up with what I think it would be fair to say would be a roughly par score on this first day from what we've seen. But if nobody goes to 50, then undoubtedly Middlesex, if they don't win the match, will look back and say all of those starts and nobody went on. As on the back foot, Simpson turns to mid-wicket, and no run once more. Simpson just playing Ackerman a little bit better here. Maybe it's just been a tad shorter to him, or Simpson sitting back a little bit more, whereas Holman was plunging forward to get everything behind it. Ackerman bowls once more, and Simpson is calmly forward over the top of that one, pushing into the offside. 189 for 6. Holman, on the most part, that's not a criticism. Holman, on the most part, has played it beautifully to Ackerman, but Ackerman's just pushed a few more past the edge of Holman, I'd say, than he has Simpson. 189 for 6. It does feel like Holman has perhaps faced Ackerman more than Simpson has as well.
2 overs until the new ball. Ackerman 13 overs, none for 16. So he and Parkinson will bowl 1 more over apiece, you feel. And then I think they'll go back to Wright and or Barnes and or Davis. Be the man for us here, Parko, is the exhortation, as in goes Parkinson and bowls. Holman waiting deep in his crease for that one and defends it very deliberately back out on the offside, plays it so late that Parkinson, we heard him.
I thought you were going to deliver the virtually posthumous line.
No. Just got the short leg and a slip as Parkinson is in. Bowls down the leg side, tries to swing it away. I'm not sure he got anything on it. It's going to run down to the boundary at fine leg for four somethings. Let's have a look, see what the signal is. Buys.
It looked like there was
continues to build.
It looked like there was some sort of deviation on it, but perhaps that was just bounce down the leg
bounce
side.
And spin, yeah.
Yeah. Because the spin would have been, yeah, I suppose, yeah, spin would have gone down that way, yeah. Middlesex nudging towards that batting point. Hello to Anna and Peter Mead on Twitter as well. Come to their tweets in a moment. And Emma, apologies, another one waiting.
It's a good recovery. Parkinson is in, bowling to Holman, who drives it back towards him. He falls to his right. Parkinson makes a save that David De Gea was incapable of yesterday. Apologies to Manchester United fans. Did he actually never look like saving any of them, did he?
He got a hand to one, didn't he?
In goes Parkinson, bowls, and forward goes Holman in defence, pushing it to short leg, and there's no run. He apparently has never saved a penalty in the Premier League.
Or not for a couple of years or something anyway.
Never.
Oh really?
Yeah. And he's missed one as well. In goes Parkinson, bowls, and looking to drive, hit down into the ground, back to Parkinson. Holman having advanced down the wicket. Parkinson makes as though to hurl the ball at the stumps. Holman, not too discomforted, just hops back into his ground. 23 now to Luke Holman, who waits. Parkinson goes in, goes back, defends that one firmly out to mid-wicket. Davis makes the stop. So a maiden over, albeit 4 runs came from it. Those 4 runs were buys, 193 for 6. Rather better than 132 for 6.
Good afternoon and apologies, Emma Vernon, who left this somewhere around tea probably or just before. Another working week, so tuned into the great Middlesex commentaries from Kevin Hands and Richard Ray, hoping that the boys dig in so that we can head up for our debut visit to Grace Road at the weekend. And it's not the freezing setup that we had at the Oval from last weekend. No, it's set to be, I don't know, is a scorcher a step too far?
I think so, but we're getting to around about 20, 21, so decent.
As Parkinson bowls into the pads of Simpson going down the leg side, falls away harmlessly. Maybe there was a little inside edge involved, was there? There was some excitement around the bat. Anna Forsyth, who's tuned in from Vancouver. Just a moment. Slipping a leg, slip crouch down, and Simpson drives nicely just in front of the extra cover, but mid-off gets around to cut off and hold them to a single. Simpson's on to 34, 194 for 6. Anna writes, I'm not used to you being on camera on the stream. You two look like you're on your holidays. Enjoy the sun. It's grey and rainy here.
Vancouver.
Have you ever been?
I haven't. No, Montreal only is mainly Canadian city.
I've not made it to Canada yet. Ackerman bowls short and Holman rocks back and looks to heave him away. And misses out again. Whether it just bites and turns a little bit. That's a couple of occasions where you thought that Holman may well send it out the ground that way. Big hitter of the ball. When he catches hold of it, it stays hit. Ackerman. Lots of flight on this one. Played a little inside out on the drive by Holman. It's fielded in the covers, no run.
He almost deceived him with that one.
Peter Mead says, other than perhaps Dial M, was Chris Wright a contemporary of any other current Middlesex team member? I can't think of any that he would have played with. He's a full delivery from Holman, fielded in the offside. From Ackerman, sorry, to Holman, fielded in the offside, extra cover. There's no run. Dial M, do I need to help you with that one? Middlesex nickname?
I'm assuming that's Murta.
Well done. No, I don't think so. I think Robson and Simpson would have been long after Wright's departure. This is left alone by Holman. Very good leave outside the off stump. 194 for 6. He's looked accomplished out there, Holman, hasn't he? Young man.
He has. He's been very calm.
Career.
Yeah, and he's just got on with it. And got on with it very effectively.
We might get
what about there's been a
Murta, yeah. Murta on the dance floor. We've had that one as well.
Yeah. On the dance floor. Leicestershire just regathering now Ackerman's gathered his troops around him because A, there's a chance for a sanitising break, and on come the drinks as well at the same time. Alex Evans running on with them, but also we are now due for the new ball, so they just need to regroup here, Leicestershire, because Middlesex have recovered very, very strongly. 194 for 6, so 62 now added by these two. Comfortably the biggest stand of the innings so far. Simpson 34, Holman 23, but so far in the innings this has been the danger point, hasn't it? Batsmen into their 20s and 30s.
Yes. Yeah, what's that, the highest so far? Eskenazi's 38.
Can these two go on? Because I think 50, in the context of what's been happening out there, is a really decent score. It's worth a few more than that. Wright is going to take the new ball, waiting for a signal from the umpire, who's asking, maybe asking for the old one. He says, where's the old one? Who's got it? Ben Mike's got it, I think. They're rolling it to each other, he and Gavin Griffiths, who's out there at the moment. What's that? The new one. We've got a very quiet man on the tannoy. He did announce that it was Chris Wright was going to bowl, but I'm assuming it's the new ball.
Middlesex batters, writes James. Middlesex batters joining Middlesex fans in playing the long game then. But a tough start to the season for Middlesex fans. But signs of improvement the last game and this.
Wright is in, full outside off stump, shapes back in to the left-handed Simpson, but after it had he'd allowed it to go through, but immediately the new ball.
That'll be something for Simpson to think about straight away. And looking for one that starts straighter, and as it coming back into it and you play at it, it holds its line, and all of a sudden the outside edge is in play. So good sign for Wright.
Come on, Wrighty. Come on, lads. It's the exhortation from the fielders as in goes Wright and bowls, and on a driven just past the stumps on the offside by Simpson, just slightly over pitched by Wright. It did shape back into him, but he waited for it and played it really nicely. Very, very straight, just past the stumps on the offside. Simpson picks up 4. Moves on to 38, 198 for 6. Played a really sensible, solid and valuable innings here, John Simpson, and continues to do so. Wright is in, bowls to him onto off stump, a little bit of shape back in, has to defend, the ball glinting in the sun, the manufacturer's name in gold on it. Match is swinging back in the visitors' favour. I think there will be more swings. It's just the way that, with the pitch the way it is and the teams the way they are. And he goes right and bowls again, very straight on middle and off. Simpson forward, defending out into the offside, picked up by Ben Mike. No run. This Wright's 14th over, none for 50 for him. Picked up a first-class career best 7-fer against Gloucestershire at Bristol. 5 again at Surrey. 4 at Hampshire. He's in a rich vein of form, but he has yet to strike in this innings. In he comes and bowls onto the legs, pitched outside leg stump. Might have gone on to hit leg stump, but also took an inside edge according to the umpire, because there is no signal as the batsmen complete one. Hill moves to his left from mid-wicket to square leg and fields. Single taken, 199 for 6. Coming up to another update for BBC Radio Leicester, that is. They are interested in their cricket team's fortunes in Leicester. On FM as well as listening on the stream. A sporting city as Wright bounces in and bowls to Holman. It swings back in and he just gets an inside edge on it. He's going to have to hurry. Simpson had the throw from Hill. Hit it would have required a decision from umpire Robinson. The throw did not. Hill bounces around in frustration. Single taken. Holman keeps the strike, moves on to 24, and the 200 is up for Middlesex and a batting bonus point. The two batsmen confer. They have time to do so between the overs. Wright talks to Ackerman. 81 overs it's taken to reach that batting bonus point, so another 30 to get to 450. On the cards? I suspect not. A wry smile from my colleague Mr. Hans. Hard work.
Oh, you're confusing me with your old rugby colleague. Was it David Hans? I'm singular, he was plural. Was he rugby, David Hans?
Yeah, he was. Yeah, was he the BBC's rugby correspondent? Here comes the update. We'll get it in between the overs, hopefully. Middlesex have moved on to 200 for 6, which is not a great score, but it's an awful lot better than 132 for 6, which it was when Martin Anderson went leg before wicket to Callum Parkinson without scoring shortly before tea. But John Simpson has 39. He's been joined by Luke Holman, who has 24. Together they have taken Middlesex onto that first batting bonus point. If they can get them towards 250, that'll be a pretty good score on a wicket that continues to offer turn to the spinners. The Foxes needing another breakthrough. There hasn't been one since tea. They've got an hour or so to try and pick up another wicket or two before the close. Middlesex 200 now for 6.
Here goes Barnes, right arm over the wicket, 200 for 6 it is. He bowls and that ball's pushed away into the offside where it's fielded at cover and there's no run. Simpson 39, Holman 24. 2 slips of gully, point, cover and a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. Middlesex walk around the outfield from, let's have a look, Eskenazi, Gubbins, who else is over there? Holden, perhaps. Here goes Barnes in the meantime down below us. Holman tapping that bat down on the ground. This ball's full onto the legs and clipped down to long leg for a single. Holman moves to 25, 201 for 6. Of course, the danger of the new ball is it can go just as quickly, doesn't it? And that's in part, these two have set themselves up for this moment, so Leicestershire will hope that they can work hard and fast with the new ball. Barnes. Ball's now full, driven back down the ground, uppishly by Simpson, but powerfully struck, and I think he backed himself there. He is such a strong bottom hand player that it was something of a chip down the ground. It was a very full delivery, and Simpson slamming that bat down. I think he figured as long as he got it gun barrel straight, then he'd be safe enough. Mid-off and mid-on wouldn't come into play, and likewise the bowler, it'd be back past him in a flash as it was. 205 for 6 of Simpson. The first Middlesex batsman into the 40s, 43, so the highest scorer in the first innings at the Oval, and now the highest scorer again here, Simpson. Barnes. Past the umpire. Bowls, and this ball is clipped a little uppishly into the onside by Simpson. And no run. Mid-wicket fielding. Comes down the track to have a little look, so maybe I was crediting him too much with that uppish drive the ball before. But this one certainly was, whether it just stopped on him slightly. Right comes to have a natter with Barnes. Off he goes. Gentle approach, he bowls, and Simpson drives him to mid-off, no run. End of Barnes' 13th over, 1 for 33. Simpson has 43, Holman 25, and Middlesex 205 for 6 here on BBC Radio Leicester and BBC Radio London. Live on the BBC Sport website and app. We're also live on the Leicestershire and Middlesex streams through their websites and through the ECB website as well, of course. So you can find all the streams. The great coverage you can find of county cricket nowadays. Wonderful. And I've got a week off next week. I'll have to choose a game to watch. Were you off last week then? That you were tuning into a bit from the Oval?
We were the first sort of gap, if you like. I think 2 or 3 teams. That was the week before. Last week we were at Hampshire. I was tuning into, but we actually started a day early because the New Zealanders were based down there, so they were out of quarantine on the Sunday and needed the GS to have a practice game on, something like that. In goes right and bowls, thick inside edge from Holman, who's back on his stumps to the in swinger as it comes back into him. He squirts it down to long leg where Barnes, somewhat dishevelled looking, he's not the neatest cricketer, mops his brow on his shirt. The Jelfs jinx is back, says Mike. Why? 185 all out he was hoping for. Well, 205 for 6. A lot of work to do for Leicestershire yet. Right is in to Simpson, who's taking his bottom hand off the bat as it again shapes back into him from slightly short of a length, pushing it away from his body out towards Hill at mid-wicket. No run. Sun behind cloud comes in and bowls to Simpson on middle and off. Simpson waiting in his crease behind it, pushing it out to mid-off. No run. Ackerman wondering where the next wicket is coming from. These two have now added 70 for the 7th wicket.
Martin Hadland, good afternoon to you. He says, hi Kevin, what's your view on Middlesex selection of 2 frontline spinners for this match? I think they've judged it well, haven't they? How did you describe it? Leicestershire have 1 3/4 in Parkinson and Ackerman.
Right is in and bowls outside off stump. Again, just begins to shape back in, but well after to pass the stumps into the gloves of Swindles. Ackerman has bowled pretty well. Hasn't gone for he's gone for 1 run per over essentially, Colin Ackerman, and he has beaten the bat of the left-handers frequently.
I'm particularly excited to see these 2 bowling here. Shame for Nathan Souter, he hasn't made the squad for this one. I'm sure he too would have loved to have had a go on this, but they've brought the 2 young spinners and ended up playing both of them.
If they can make sure that they're bowling last on the pitch, and these 2 are going a long way towards doing that. Right is in and bowls. Simpson careful, bat very close to front pad as he strokes it out from off stump out towards Parkinson at mid-off. There's no run.
And Middlesex went with a 15-man squad for this one, which was to get in the extra spinner, I guess, so that they had that option coming here. So they obviously had a fair hunch that it was going to take turn this one.
Right is in, bowling, off stump, looking to push it across Simpson. Ball doesn't really do too much though. And Simpson plays it away off stump out into the offside. End of the over, 206 for 6. Just a single from it from the first ball. To Holman that was. He remains therefore on 26 off 74 balls. Simpson, he's getting his runs nicely at a decent pace by the standards of the game as well. 43 off 91. So best part of 50 run rate. Crowd, understandably, staying with it to the end, hoping to see Leicestershire pick up another couple of wickets before the close, which is now just around 50 minutes away.
Here's Barnes. He's right arm over the wicket, bowls, and this ball's turned away down towards long leg for a single by Holman. Moves to 27, 207 for 6. Going at 35, his strike rate, Holman, which perhaps a little bit of a surprise because the more aggressive shots, I'd suggest, have come from Holman. Reverse sweeps, a couple of attempted pickups off Ackerman, which actually he failed on connecting with. Simpson's been going at a strike rate of 47 for his 43 from 91. Here goes Barnes. Bowls and Simpson drives through the covers. Lovely shot. Beautifully timed by Simpson. Mid-off's giving chase. Might just have a grab at it, and he does. Flicks it back in. They've run 3. Simpson moves to 46, and Middlesex 210 for 6. In danger of a second batting point, perhaps, Middlesex.
It's good that Holman's showing he can play. He isn't just a hitter, though. He's showing that he can dig in as well here. And,
oh, absolutely.
And be judicious and pick his shots. And
there's a hope that he will be a top-order batsman.
You can see it in his eye, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Where he's picking up lengths and picking his shots.
He's on strike now. 2 slips and a gully. Point cover and a mid-off. Mid-on. Mid-wicket, long leg. Barnes in swim to bowl. Defends on the off stump. Fielded at points. 210 for 6. Holman 27 to his name, which just trying to think, this must be his first class best now. What else did he get? Let's have a look. He played down in the game at Taunton this year, and he managed to return 16 and 21. Yeah, I think he was he was stranded, wasn't he, in that second innings, trying to set something for Somerset. Didn't set enough in the end. Here's Barnes, bowls to Holman, who defends into the onside. That would have been his first class debut, actually, thinking about it. Oh no, the game before was, he got 2 against Surrey in the game before at Lord's. Souter played second game of the season. Middlesex, that was down at Hampshire. Middlesex went without a spinner in the game at Lord's to open up against Somerset. Holman midway through his run up, bowls, and it's a Yorker length delivery, but outside of the off stump. Through to the keeper it goes. Holman tries to help it on its way. If you want to tweet us, it's at Kevin Hand BBC, at Richard Ray. Thanks for the tweets that have come through. Not a scorcher, but perhaps a gentle sizzler this weekend, says Simon. We shall see.
Grateful for anything you can get these days.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Quick look at those scores elsewhere as well in a moment. First one, Durham 21 for 1 in reply to Essex's 182 at Chesterley Street as Barnes bowls, and this is defended by Holman's cover and no run. Lees was out for a duck. Trapped LBW by Porter. But Bancroft and Borthwick together for Durham. 210 for 6 here, and that was the end of Barnes' 14th over. 1 for 37 for him. Simpson will have strike on 46. Holman 27. Those other scores before Wright begins his over. Warwickshire 196 for 3 at home to Nottinghamshire. Worcestershire 258 for 6 at home to Derbyshire. Surrey 237 for 5 now against Gloucestershire, and a bit of a recovery there with Amler on 83 at 3, and now Jamie Overton on 27 with him.
Chris Wright resumes the attack from the Bennett end, comes in and bowls to Simpson, bowls a no ball, which Simpson works off his legs only as far as square leg, where Alex Evans is the fielder, acting 12th man. We haven't seen Hassan Azad return as yet. I wonder if maybe he might have to have an x-ray or something like that. He was hit on the back of the hand by a full-blooded sweep from Luke Hillman, fielding at short leg. We await news of any injury. In goes Wright, bowls outside off stump, reaching for it, Simpson, but reaching very effectively, chops it away down to wide third man. Good work down there by Marcus Harris to field the ball, gets his throw away, but Simpson nonetheless able to pick up a couple and move on to 48. Hugely valuable knock from John Simpson. Not the first he's played for Middlesex.
Those other scores: Lancashire 41 without loss in reply to Yorkshire's 159, and Northants 40 for 1 in reply to Sussex's 175 down on the south coast.
Right is in again to Simpson, who is a little bit cramped up by that one. Might just have shaped back in a touch as he looked to go back and steer it away through the offside. Hit it hard down into the ground, but only as far as cover. Sam Evans, the fielder, 214 for 6.
And Ireland's women won by 6 wickets against Scotland's women today to take the series 3-1 over in Ireland, the T20 series.
The only other game that was going on the Wednesday when we played last week at the Aegeus was between, as I recall, actually, fun enough, I think Czechoslovakia. I think it was Czechoslovakia against Austria. Kevin James was gleefully giving us the scores on that one. In goes right and bowls onto off stump. Simpson solidly forward, defending the ball out to mid-off, and wanders across over towards square leg. A couple of pitches he travels before turning and walking back into his ground. Leicestershire just trying to settle back into containing mode, essentially. That's what paid off for them in the end. Amazing swinging fortunes in the game. After lunch and after tea, in goes right, bowls on towards middle and leg, calls for the quick single. Davis closes on the ball from mid-on, can't pick it up cleanly. Single taken, Simpson on to 49, 215 for 6. Motorbike goes down. I don't think that was going down Milligan Road. I think it was a little bit further away. Saffron Lane, perhaps.
Saffron Lane, that's a lovely name. Name for a lane, isn't it?
It is. The Saf. There's the calf on the Saf. It goes right and bowls. Holman back on his stumps. Might just have seemed away, but given that his every gesture after a ball is delivered implies that the ball has moved miles from Luke Holman, unless he middles it to the boundary. Bit hard to tell, but he was obscuring that one with his body, his wide-shouldered body. Back to us when the bowling is from the Bennett end. 215 for 6. Again, the scoreboards disagree. Again, the electronic has missed the single to Simpson. ~5, another 40 minutes. We could get an extra over or two if the spinners start bowling, which would be a first for me for a long, long time. In goes right and bowls full, shapes back in, and Holman a little uncertain there, manages to get plenty of bat on it there and push it out towards Lewis Hill. End of the over. 215 for 6 remains the score. Simpson on 49 will be on strike. It could of course be that the electronic has frozen briefly.
If you see what I'm up to, I'm trying to tweet a nice picture of us on the stream.
Judging by the reaction of the faithful to the commentator camera,
perhaps don't.
It's not yeah, exactly. It's not necessarily a welcome innovation, but it isn't.
Really?
Well, I don't know. Perhaps if you had two good-looking commentators.
We've only got one. Your good self, Richard.
Sorry about that, folks. It's just us.
Here goes Barnes down below. His right arm around the wicket now to Simpson. And bowls now with 2 slips in the gully. This is punched away off the back foot and fielded. That cover. No, is the shout.
Davis, a good fielder.
Where's this latest grey cloud come from? One of the heavier ones today. Not quite as gloomy as that one that came over earlier. I think it's just later in the day, so that's why it looks a little bit dark now. There was one particularly murky one, but it was all on its own and then disappeared off without any trouble. Barnes to Simpson. Nope, lost his run up. Holman's just got something of a presence about him at the middle. The way that he leans on his bat at the non-strikers and looking back up at the bowler. He watches him running in the whole way and then nonchalantly just turns and strolls with his bat.
Bet he played rugby at school.
Yeah, off he goes, calm as you like. As Barnes bowls and Simpson clips to mid-wicket, no run, well positioned fielder. They didn't quite time it anyway, Simpson.
Ackland Burley School in Camden. Favourite smell?
Favourite smell?
What would you say? Luke Holman's favourite smell is?
Favourite smell?
Tough question, I admit.
Burger-
Linseed oil.
burger- oh,
there
wow,
you go.
there we
So,
go.
is that still a thing? Do you think that bats come sort of ready to go, don't they, these days? But linseed oil.
Barnes bowls and just short of length. This is punched by Simpson, only as far as cover. And he waits on this single still at the moment. Keeps picking out the fielder, doesn't he? Twice to the covers, once to mid-wicket. Just needs to dab that single and keep going. He's been going just fine. But back-to-back 50s will come as a boost, I'm sure, for Simpson. The second innings, he was out for 4 at the Oval. But sent in to slog at that point as Middlesex were left a ridiculous scenario after the final rain delay of the match. Barnes around the wicket bowl. Simpson's beaten. It's drawn into a forward defence outside the off stump. It held its line, having appeared to angle back into off.
Whereas Simpson's favourite smell?
I'm going to go burger and chips again.
It's not a bad shout, actually. It's muffins out of the oven.
Oh, nice. His parents live in Spain, actually. Afternoons if they're tuned in, so I was half thinking of going for paella or some Spanish delicacy.
Now, if he was in charge of county cricket, he would encourage different types of pitches, so there is a variety. So
Well.
he'll be pleased with this one.
Barnes bowls and punched off the back foot to backward point. And Simpson probably can't believe it. I think he's connected with all but one ball this over. And they've all picked out the fielder. The one that he didn't connect with, he was beaten all ends up by Barnes. Now 6 overs old. Middlesex just recovering this situation towards something of a par score after that afternoon collapse. Again, we can judge just how good a score it is after both sides have batted, but I think anything between 250 and 300 on this would be about right in the first innings. Been a little bit in it for the seam and swing bowlers all the way through. And a fair bit in it for the spinners. Barnes bowls and Simpson off the back foot punches, and there's the single just wide of mid-off, and there is his 50 from 103 deliveries, second 50 of the summer for John Simpson. In consecutive matches, you'll have enjoyed that, having had to wait for that first 50 last week. 216 for 6.
8 fours. He's hit. And in the context of the game, that is worth more than 50 in a way, one feels. Power to add as well, with Holman playing as well as he is at the other end. A bit of batting to come yet. Ackerman had a word with his vice-captain Parkinson whether he's going to get Parkinson on sooner rather than later. I suspect it would be a good idea while this new ball is nice and hard. 216 for 6, so approaching a century partnership. Wright trying to end the partnership is in and bowling to Simpson, shapes back in from just outside off stump towards off stump, but Simpson plays it well, not quite out of the middle. You heard the sound of the ball on bat, just sounded a fraction. Tinney wasn't quite out of the middle. Rishi Patel at first slip big ooh and ah, but as I say, that tends to be part of the course with Rishi. He's there at the moment because Hassan Azad is off the field nursing a hand injury. Well, Leicestershire do have a test opener in their ranks. In goes right and bowls. That one comes back in a little bit as well from short of a length this time, and Simpson, who was up on his toes looking to punch it away through the offside, had to adjust and play it almost off one leg in the end, almost off 1 foot, out into the leg side instead. Marcus Harris would obviously go in to open with Sam Evans if Leicestershire have lost Azad. Not at all saying that they have, but I suspect that hand injury will need an x-ray to make sure it's okay. Right is into Simpson, who's playing off the back foot firmly out towards mid-off, and then calls Holman through for a single. Holman is rather slow to react, but it was a perfectly safe run. Callum Parkinson, left-handed of course, running away to his left, but he throws right-handed, and he didn't even bother.
You're asking about Pepper earlier. He is in for Dan Lawrence. That match for Essex. Youngster getting his go.
Famous cricketing name, of course, Seth Pepper, Australian. In goes right and bowls full and trying to chop it away. Holman, a first rather ugly shot he's played, really. Not too much foot movement, tried to smear it away through the offside, as I say, without too much foot movement, and might just have passed the inside edge on that occasion as it came back in, and Simpson wanders down and says, "Don't chuck it away, you're playing really nicely, you're on 27. We're building a really useful partnership here. Just keep playing the same way."
Sam Dalling on Twitter, one of our colleagues in the written press, just saying he looked a little nervy to begin, but settled in nicely, filling big boots of Dan Lawrence.
Leicestershire making changes to the field. Chris Wright, who knows what he wants, has dropped the square leg back almost to the boundary. There's a big gap there as Wright is in to Holman, who is working it away off his legs down towards long leg. In fact, Eddie Barnes comes in. Fields gets his throwaway single taken by Holman, moves on to 28. Middlesex 2-1-8 for 6.
It's funny, this Middlesex recovery, to resist Parkinson, it took two left-handers coming together. The slow left-arm spinner was looking in great touch at that point. Simpson and Holman both got hold of him a couple of times, didn't they? And then Ackerman decided, right, I'll take them from this end. Didn't manage to make that breakthrough, though. And now these two pretty well set, even against the new ball. But from Middlesex's perspective, the coach will be delighted with Simpson again this week and Holman with him.
Right is in and bowling. Simpson, nice high right elbows. He defends that one off middle and leg, out towards mid-on, end of Wright's over, his 17th, none for 60. He's drawn a blank so far today, Chris Wright. Players sanitise. 87 overs have been bowled, so 9 remain in the... It'll be about, as ever, be about 6 o'clock. But if I was Ackerman now, I think I'd think about bowling myself again. Just
see if the new
even
ball
over a 2.
Yeah.
You know, you're not going to do too much damage to the ball, which is only, yes, I know it's only 7 overs old and probably at its best now. Lacquer off and it should maybe start to swing, but
I mean the big thing for Leicestershire is they'll know one breakthrough here, and you know you're into the tail. Now Helm's a good batsman. Bamba knows one end of the bat from the other. But these two, you know, both recognised batsmen really, as Holman's shown. He's a fine bat. Middlesex going down to number 8 with the bat is what's helped them here. When you look at that top order, I mean, again, you know, the top order, how do you look at it? Robson 23, 38, Eskenazi 21, Gubbins, Hanscom 26, and White 16. He batted a long while. I think Eskenazi batted 2.5 hours for his 38. Perhaps you'd say, well, do you know what? They took the innings deep. Well, all right, nobody there managed to get that big score, but they took the innings deep, which helped Simpson and Holman.
Middlesex 218 for 6. They were 132 for 6 shortly before tea when Callum Parkinson picked up 2 wickets in 2 balls for the Foxes. But John Simpson, the first batsman in the match to go past 50, is 51 not out. Young Luke Holman, just making his way in the game, is 28 not out together. They've so far added 86 for the 7th wicket. The Foxes need to break this partnership, certainly before the close. They will have had ambitions of batting themselves before the close. That looks unlikely to happen now, but they do need to pick up another wicket, and quickly. Middlesex 218 for 6. Back with you online and on commentary. Ben Mike starting to warm up.
Here's Barnes around the wicket to Holman. Holman defends into the offside. And again, Leicestershire, their run rate 2.5. Which has just pushed back up. It nudged 2.6 at one stage early this morning under Gubbins and Eskenazi. But other than that, was drawn back down to about 2.2 for most of the day. And up to 2.5 now with 2 set batsmen going at 47 and 33, their strike rates, Simpson and Holman respectively. So Leicestershire, have played their part. They've never let Middlesex get away. So here's a short one, cut away, backward a point for 4, just a little loose that one from Barnes. It wasn't that wide though, and Holman was onto it quickly, and I must say when Holman opened up to pay the shot, I was a bit worried that he got himself into an awkward position, but boy oh boy, he made no mistake on that, did he? Maybe it was a little bit wider than I thought, but onto it quickly Holman, put it away. 222 for 6 as Holman moves on to 32. So what have we got? Just over half an hour to go tonight. 8.4 overs to bowl. So Barnes will set off again. Bowls now, and this ball's just full of a length and eased away backward a point by Holman. Almost a little inside out on that one. Just keeping that bat face open on a full delivery. 222 for 6. Amazing day here really. That 50 run opening stand, then came the fight back. 6 quick wickets. And then this partnership. I'd say there were 6 quick wickets. I mean, there obviously was a couple of partnerships still with Gubbins and Hanscom. And White as well, time-wise. Just that afternoon session, 5 wickets in the afternoon. None so far in the evening. So 1 was claimed this morning as Barnes moves in and bowls, and this is down the leg side to Holman. Good take by Swindles away to his right.
Just starting to look a bit weary now, young Barnes, isn't he? He's not used to these long days. Bowled 9.5 overs here against Surrey, 1 for 49. Bowled 19 overs at the Aegeus, but it was sort of on and off, such short spells during each day that play was possible. 19 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 61, but he had good breaks between the overs. This is the longest.
Barnes bowls full in swinging Yorker, and the left-handed Holman digs it out to right at mid-on.
This is the most he's bowled in a day, put it that way.
Jedlad on Twitter says, great to see the game and hear both of your voices. Any chance of an events of the day update for returning workers like me? In my case, returning means commuting from the micro office room to the living room. Good to have you with us, Jed. I just summed it up there, didn't I? 50 for the opening wicket, and it was testing for Robson and Eskenazi, but first 50 stand of the summer for the first wicket for Middlesex. And 1 down at lunch, they'd have been delighted having won the toss, as this ball's just full of a length and bowls him. They finally got past Holman, gone for 32, beats the forward defence, just hit the outside of off stump, beating that outside edge of Holman. And 222 for 7 to the first wicket of the evening session. 1 in the morning, 1 so far in the evening with 8 overs to bowl. And 5 falling this afternoon, as they just seem to get it a little bit more in the right area more often than not, Leicestershire, but they've stuck at it all day. And again, that economy rate of 2.5, just not letting Middlesex get away. But a fine 32 for Holman, his highest first-class score. And when he came in with 6 wickets down this afternoon, it was a pressure cooker situation. So big credit to him for his 32. And 222 for 7 it is.
Hugely valuable knock by Luke Holman. He can be very proud of his efforts there. Put on 90 with John Simpson. Barnes, though, has got a knack of... He was just saying... I was saying he looked a bit weary and he was bowling a few loose balls, and he found something there. Just did enough to get through Holman. Almost played down the wrong line there. Might just be also the case that the lacquer's off the new ball now and it's starting to swing a little bit, but goodness me, Leicestershire did need that wicket badly.
Shame for him. He doesn't get his maiden 50. Or better, of course, but you know, he's seen off the new ball for what, 8 overs. So there is that as well. Yeah. The new ball strikes. Helm comes out to join Simpson, and again he knows one end of the bat from the other. Tom Helm. He's a very useful batsman, and I think his job will be, well, when I think about it, quite simply his job will be to hold up an end here.
That's very gloomy, doesn't he, the announcer? You batsman. What's that gloomy robot in the sci-fi series Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy? Davis is coming on at the Bennett end to replace Chris Wright. Davis 2 for 29 from 15 overs today. Barnes 2 for 42 from 16 now. Round the wicket comes Davis and bowls to Simpson. Shapes back in to him. Has to cover up. Would have been a good ball to Helm early on. Marvin, was it Marvin?
Do you know, I don't know Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Yeah, it's a generational thing. You young folks.
No, well, yeah. What should I do though? Should I what is it? It was a film, a book? Was it a TV series as well?
It was a book, and it became a very popular TV series and indeed a film.
Which one should I? Which one should I go for? The book.
The book. Yeah,
okay.
To start with. Davis bustles in, bowls to Simpson again, shaping back in again. Simpson has to cover up, defends it out into the onside. No run, 222 for 7. I think Middlesex will be pretty pleased with that effort, really. And if they can get up to 280, even 300,
yeah.
I think they'll be well pleased. But as you said, I think they're at par now, well on, on course for par.
I think get to that 250 as long as they get that second batting point and anything over that.
You're certainly very much in the game. Davis is in, bowls, and again it shapes in, but this time a little bit too far, and Simpson is able to work it away towards backward square. Pursued by Lewis Hill from mid-wicket, picks up and throws in, but Simpson, a comfortable couple, moves on to 53, 224 for 7.
Yeah, and how far Simpson goes as well, because it is a funny looking card that nobody went on. Simpson's got to 51. Can he go much bigger? Can they hold on at the other end for him, really, especially with the new ball? And it's different for a tail against a new ball, isn't it? Coming in the 60th over maybe and hanging on for a few overs.
Davis bowls outside off stump. That one goes straight on, and Simpson getting in position to smash it away through the offside, let it go through. As you say, I'm sure he'll have a lot of faith in Tom Helm. I was impressed by Helm's batting in just those final few overs against Surrey when he got peppered a little bit, didn't he, at the Oval?
Yeah.
Stood up to it bravely and solidly and well.
Yeah, he's a fine batsman. But like I say, against the new ball, I mean, like I say, his job's clear as well here. It's just to survive, isn't it? Just play straight, hang in there.
Not long until the close now, only 20 minutes. In goes Davis. Bowls, turned in the air through square leg, but well wide of Hill, who again is in pursuit. He's not going to catch it though. Nice shot from Simpson, just turned away in the air, but he knew exactly where he was placing it. Off his hip, runs away very square. For 4, 228 for 7. Simpson on to 57. Ackerman looks a bit annoyed. He's got his hands on his hips, double teapot time.
Don't bowl it there.
Well, there isn't a square leg. There's just Hill at mid-wicket and Ed Barnes down at long legs. So
yeah, it's a 6-3 field with him bowling around the wickets. They're clearly saying keep it outside the off stump.
yeah, don't drift onto the legs. Davis is in, bowling that is on and off stump, and Simpson has to defend accordingly. End of the over. 6 from it. Simpson 57, Middlesex 22847. What will Ackerman do? Stay with Barnes, I would imagine, who will be lifted, invigorated by that wicket of Luke Holman. 4 for 61 last week was his first class career best. Well, still theoretically possible for him to pick up a 5 in this innings.
Let's go back to Jed's question about the day. Key thing this morning, that it was seaming, it was swinging, didn't seem to be doing so at great pace. But what it did do was turn this morning. You know, it was spinning it. And this afternoon, the spin came to the fore with on at both ends pretty early after lunch. But it was Davis and this man Barnes immediately after the interval that got things going. And then Parkinson, who this morning picked up Robson, and got in with 2 in 2, White and Anderson. But Davis and Barnes picking up Eskenazi, Gubbins and Hanscom. As here's Barnes bowls and onto the legs of Helm, down to deep backward square leg it goes for 2, long leg coming around. So Helm off the mark with a couple, 230 for 7, and that was the one thing this morning in perhaps trying to be quite rightly aggressive and full. Perhaps they were a little bit two-sided this morning with the ball, Leicestershire. Although again, Middlesex weren't scoring at an alarming rate, were they? But it was just in terms of the intensified concentration of the attack, when you felt that, well, there is swing and seam, but they're not going past the edge enough. Maybe they just didn't find the right spot often enough. But they didn't bowl badly because, again, Middlesex hadn't particularly gone anywhere at lunch runs-wise. As on the back foot, this is played by Helm into the onside, which is the want of the coach as well. The morning session, especially of the first day, is not there for you to score runs. It's there for you to survive and put overs into the bowler's legs and take the shine off that ball. But a good day's cricket all round. It's been a day sandwiched really at the moment, unless you can change it. The middle session belonged to the hosts, the morning and the evening belonged to the visitors. Barnes bowls outside of the off stump, and Helms resists the temptation on that one.
Better length though.
Yeah.
And a drivable length, but at least it's giving the ball a chance to do a little something, and it did, albeit too wide.
There was a temptation, I think, from Helm.
Yeah.
There was a little wobble for a moment.
Another over 2, and that one's he's launching himself at that one.
Maybe. I mean, he's a pretty considered batsman for a tail ender, and he's been left stranded by others swinging at the other end on many an occasion, and he's sat there looking down the track at them thinking, well, what have you just done? So he'll be desperately resisting here and trying to play his part for Simpson. As this ball's defended into the offside. 230 for 7. Let's look at his stats actually, Helm, because again he is a really good batsman, but probably only seen cameos from him so far. More often than not, he's been left stranded, and that's why there have been nothing more than cameos. I think there'll be a fair few not outs in Helm's career.
Filled in a little bit with the cloud. No danger of any showers or anything at the moment. There's plenty of light between the clouds, but I think that the sun is done for the day.
Barnes to Helm. Oh, and he does go after that one. That was a fuller delivery, and that time he did throw everything at it, and it swings away.
You could see he wanted to before.
Oh,
you talked him up, but
well, I did.
He let you down a bit.
He did. Although he probably let himself down, because if he'd have played that, you know, as less of a almighty heave-ho. Although I tell you what, it did swing late on him, that one. It was a very, very, very full delivery. It almost pitched on the crease out there, didn't it? And he swung hard at it. But no foot movement, crucially.
No.
Turned 27 in May. Really unlucky with injury. Tom Helm, 33rd first-class match. This ball's full and swinging and played actually quite well in the end by Helm with an angled bat. He's dropped the bat down on that one and he gets 4 down to the vacant third man. And he moves to 6. Middlesex at 234 for 7. And that's the end of the 17th over from Barnes. 6 to bowl tonight, 2 for 44 for Barnes. So Helm on 6, Simpson will have strike on 57. His batting, his first class average is just 15.9, but he's a much better batsman than that. 150 in 47 innings with 10 not outs in the 47 innings. For a guy who bats probably at 8 or 9, that's a lot of not outs. 1 in 5 he ends up stranded, so perhaps tells you a little bit about how he hasn't had the chance to prove himself with the bat.
Aylesbury boy, Buckinghamshire. Oh, no, that's the thing. The Misbourne School, Buckinghamshire. I'm pretty sure that's where my nephew went, or may even still be at school. Davis to continue from the Bennett end to the obdurate Simpson. Comes in and bowls. Taken off middle and leg. Just pushed out towards mid-wicket. Right runs around from mid-on. Settle for a single. Simpson happy to give Helm the strike. Moves on to 58. 235 for 7.
Peter Mead says the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy started with a radio series in the late 70s.
Yeah, but it was a book. It's based on a book.
Right.
I guarantee you that.
It was really, really entertaining. It must be possible to access that online.
Yeah.
One for long evenings in the hotel. There we go. Although we're allowed out of the hotels again now, aren't we?
It would look a bit dated, I suspect, now. Zayford Beadwell-Brox's second head. You'll see what I mean. In goes Davis and bowls very straight to Helm on off stump.
Oh.
It's a kind of papier-mâché thing on his other shoulder.
Yeah, I remember that.
Well, there you go.
What, that was the robot, the android,
No,
the guy with the
no,
papier-mâché.
yeah,
oh no, I know
no,
of it, but I just didn't know the android.
Oh, okay, I know that's Marvin.
And all true Hitchhikers fans will tell you to start with the original radio series, writes the Void, but you're protesting, saying no, start with the book.
Yeah, for me, yes. But I promise you that there was a book before.
Yeah.
Davis is in. Bowl stays a bit low. Helm
Ooh.
does well to come down on it and jab it down into the ground. It bounces down and runs through 2 swindles behind the stumps, but that did not get up very high. Certainly not to the height that Helm was entitled to expect it would.
Helm won't mind seeing that as a tall, fast bowler himself.
Well, first one that's done something.
Well, they talked about it
in that
potentially
respect.
breaking up, didn't they? And breaking up generally means it's not just for the spinners. That might.
Crack or two,
Yeah.
Ooh, some dark smoke. In goes. Oh, Davis and bowls a lovely outswinger that is, well, a little bit too good for Tom Helm. Just drifts an inch or 2 past his bat. Lovely delivery from Will Davis, who's bowled pretty well today, 2 for 36. If he can pick up one more before the close, I think it would be. I think it's a fairly balanced day. I suspect that Middlesex won't be unhappy with 235 for 7 at the moment, and if they get through to the close with just 7 down, they'll be okay. Davis is in, bowls very straight, middle and off, and Helm defends carefully back down the pitch to Will Davis.
In the match where Mohammed Abbas took 6 for 11 and Middlesex were bowled out for 79, I'm not going to put it down fully, I'm not going to put it down much to this at all, but on the first day Middlesex were really happy when they had Hampshire 252 for 8. They actually thought they'd bowled well and they'd done a good job. Come back the next morning and knock off the final 2. Now obviously 252 for 8 compared to 79 was no good, but they Hampshire recovered 319 all out, so added nearly 70.
Davis is in, bowls, Helm firmly back past him. That could be a decent shout for a run out. He got his hand to it onto the stumps, but Simpson, very alert, had flung himself back into his crease, reaching out with his bat, got it back down, and umpire Newell shakes his head.
The dive saved Simpson there. Oh, I tell you what, that was tight, Richard. Looking at the replay on here, that was really tight. Very difficult for the umpire to give that.
That was quite raised, wasn't it?
See if we can get one more look at it. Oh, that was tight.
So
I mean, they'd have gone
hard to
upstairs for sure.
So hard to give.
You definitely have to give Simpson the benefit of the doubt there, which I'm not even sure the umpire pondered it that long, but that was not a bad shout at all.
That would have been a horribly unfortunate way to get out.
Yeah.
Not one that John Simpson deserved. Leicestershire have now gone to spin. 11 overs old, this ball. So we will get more than the allotted, perhaps, number of overs in the day.
Oh, I've done it. He's in. Great call by the umpire. I've frozen it just before the bails are removed and Simpson's bats in. And this one's short and heaved away by Simpson. All the way? No, 4 over Cow Corner. He moves to 62. 239 for 7. And this was the danger earlier for Parkinson too, the left-handers, in particular Simpson. He will hit with the spin, and they're going to have to consider whether it's a wide long on, because they'll happily give Simpson, and it is going to be long on, isn't it? But they'll happily give Simpson the single to take Helm on to strike here against Parkinson. Whether they drop back mid-wicket as well. Parkinson left arm over, slipping a leg slip. And Simpson nudges a single down to deep backward square leg. 240 for 7. Middlesex closing on that second batting point. They'd be desperate if they missed out on it now, wouldn't they? Just before the bails are broken, you can see Simpson's bat's down, can't you, on that one? So great call by the umpire. But like we say, rightly, even if it was even tighter than that, which, I mean, that's as tight as you want. There's only a frame in it before that bail is about to be broken.
That's a useful little facility on your little computer.
What's that?
For freezing it.
It's just...
Oh, okay.
So here's Parkinson, left arm around bowls, and Helm gets a thickish edge down towards the vacant third man. Backward point comes around. They pick up a single. 240 for 7. Just rocking and rolling it on the live stream. Light aircraft buzzes overhead.
The aerodrome.
Can you see it? I can't see it anyway.
3 miles to the south.
Parkinson to Simpson, uses his feet and clips to the second of the 2 mid-wickets. The straight mid-wicket wasn't going to get there first.
Well, Ben Mike started to warm up, but we haven't seen him, have we?
No. Which will disappoint him.
Assuming, that is, that he's fit to bowl.
Yeah. As Parkinson bowls down the leg side and Simpson gets it away for, well, it might even go all the way. It does. I didn't think it was going to race, but 4 runs it is. Simpson moves to 67. Middlesex at 245 for 7. 1 to come of the over, and just starting a bit too straight there.
Yeah. It's the wrong line, and unless you have... Again, look at Ackerman. He's steaming at slip. They've let it slip in this session, Leicestershire.
They have, and I guess, again, the 2 left-handers really defied Parkinson, and in doing that, you know, they were very patient against Ackerman, who was turning it away from them as Parkinson's in, and Simpson nudges into the onside. There's no run.
Again, too straight. Again, Midland leg.
245 for 7. Simpson remains on 67, and Helm has 7 and will have strike, and there are 4 overs to go. On day 1 here on BBC Radio Leicester and BBC Radio London, with Middlesex 5 short of a batting point, which second batting point, which at 50 without loss, they'd have been very hopeful of making at least 250, but what were they when the sixth wicket fell?
For 6.
Yeah, at that point. I think I remember saying to you at 3 down, Middlesex, I think, would happily take 250 at that point, and then by the time the 6th had gone, it was quite the collapse. Again, it was a slow collapse, wasn't it? Funny one.
Davis back over the wicket to the right-handed. Helm bowls in the air, but driven firmly back past him. Again, not too much foot movement, but a good eye from Tom Helm. It was pitched up. He went for the drive, reached for it a fraction. Bat was a long way away from... It wasn't a classical off-drive, but it was an effective one, and he picks up 4. Moves on to... Waits for the electronic scoreboard. 11, or is he already gone up already? Is he on? Yeah.
He's not moving that front foot, is he? And what he ended up doing was taking the bottom hand off it, which actually probably saved him. If he'd have gone on it with 2 hands, he might have offered it back to somebody.
Davis again into Helm, very straight, and this time he's all caution and care as he defends that one out towards Parkinson at mid-on. They've just gone a little bit flat, Leicestershire.
But with that away swing to him, I think it just meant that he was reaching a little bit more for it. As I say, without the foot movement as well, it meant it was quite the reach, and he did well in the end to take the bottom hand off and still time it for 4 down the ground.
Davis is in, bowls, comes back in, but well played by Tolmhelm. Off the back foot, used his wrist to turn it away. Thick inside part of the bat, but got plenty on it as he pushed it away down towards deep backward square. And takes 1, moves on to 12. Is that the 250? Is that the second batting bonus point? It is. Well played, Middlesex.
Yeah, and that'll please them. See a recovery. Again, one of the things was when a collapse gets going, it's about somebody putting their hand up, isn't it, and saying, you know, I'm going to hang around, I'm going to stop this. Simpson and Holman did that and recovered the second half of this innings after a good start.
Davis around the wicket to Simpson onto off stump. Simpson getting in position to drive it away. It was a little bit too straight for him to take the risk. Ended up playing it firmly out to mid-off, and there's no run.
Yeah, watchfully played by Simpson, which is interesting because it was not far off a drivable length, in particular for Simpson. It wasn't quite a half volley, but wary of a little bit of late swing or seam movement around that off stump. I think he chose it correctly.
Davis is in. Bowls played in the air, but through mid-wicket. No chance for Hill. It was in the air as it went past him, around about 5 yards to his right, and it's running out to the deep mid-wicket boundary. Again, Simpson showing he's not afraid to hit the ball into the air. He's finding the gaps, that's why, and he's middling it. He moves on to 71 now, and accelerating his scoring rate accordingly. It's now 55, 56, his run rate. And it's been really an impressive innings from John Simpson, and potentially a hugely important one.
Highest score of the summer for John Simpson. I think the highest score for a couple of years. I think he went into the 70s last summer. 150 I think he returned last year. I'll double check that though. I could be horribly wrong. In fact, I think I am, because he had a decent return last year.
Davis is in, bowls, thick inside part of the bat of Simpson as he stands up tall, tries to force it away through mid-on, doesn't time it, and it's a comfortable stop for Chris Wright. The sound of the heavy roller being started up by groundsman Andy Ward, getting it into position to come on.
I think it was only the 150 last year, because of course it was a shortened season, wasn't it? He got 48 against Sussex at Radlett. Couple of starts against Hampshire at Radlett as well, 28 and 23, but 53 in the first innings of the season and 20 in the second at Surrey at the start of last year.
Unless it's being taken to its garage for the night. The heavy roller. It's been pointed out to me that, in fact, perfectly correct, the radio broadcast came just before the first book.
This ball's given a little bit of flight, left arm around Parkinson to the right-handed helm. 3 overs to go tonight.
Apologies, folks. Just shows.
Parkinson again bowls, and that was a lovely length. Good forward defence from Helm. That was certainly the kind of length where it could have taken the edge.
But it's flatter though, isn't it? Though from Parkinson, whether he might be a bit tired or the loop that was there in that afternoon session.
He comes again, bowls, quicker ball, Helm turns into the onside, and there's no run. Are we having this one from Anna Forsyth in Vancouver? Michael Pepper must be mates with Phil Sauls.
Pardon?
Michael Pepper must be mates with Phil Sauls. And,
it's been a long day.
Onions and
Sorry,
mustard. Parkinson was a quicker one, which Helm pushes back, and there's no run. Onions and mustard were the pair up at Durham, weren't they, for so many years?
Yep.
Two to go the over, then 2 to go the day as Helm's forward defending back up the track again. It's Parkinson.
Updates time. Yeah, looked like being more than decent when they had Middlesex at 132 for 6 shortly before the tea interval. Colin Parkinson, the left-arm spinner, picked up 2 wickets in 2 balls, but a really good stand of 90 between John Simpson and Luke Holman for Middlesex's 7th wicket. Have made it a sort of equal day between bat and ball. Holman has been dismissed now. He was bowled by Ed Barnes for 32, made the score 222 for 7. Simpson is still going though. He is 71, not out comfortably, the highest score of the innings. Tom Helm is with him on 12, not out. The Foxes, with just 2 overs to bowl today, would dearly love to pick up one of those 2 wickets. Middlesex 254 for 7. The first of those 2 overs will be bowled by Will Davis. 3 for 75 Parkinson has now from his 28 overs. He'll be tired. Davis is in around the wicket to John Simpson. Might be thinking now in terms of the close himself. Plays it carefully out to Chris Wright at mid-on.
Yeah, let's come back in the morning, John Simpson, and see if he can push on. As you said, if Middlesex could get up to 280, and Simpson, in his mind, obviously he's team first, but as part of team first, another 30 runs for the team would be quite useful. He needs another 29 runs for a century. He's batted extremely well.
Davis is in, bowling to him, edged. Did it carry to Ackerman at second slip? Put out his left hand. Ball went down either way. Might just have made it, maybe not. Was it just short of him? It was a good bouncing delivery from Davis. Got a little bit extra out of the pitch, and it was not very far from being a chance if it wasn't one.
I reckon a third slip low to his right might have got it, but I think it was short of the second slip, yeah.
Just short of second slip.
Low to his right, a third slip might have had a chance.
Almost on the half volley, reaching out to his left. There is a third slip in now for the right-handed Helm. As Davis is in, bowls to Helm outside off stump. A perfectly normal delivery that goes more or less straight through, but Rishi Patel greets it as though it shaved off stump instead of missing it by a foot.
Jedlad says, agree the Hitchhiker's books are the most interesting medium. Well worth the read. In terms of go for the books first.
I would. I enjoyed them rather more than the... Well, I enjoyed them both. TV series as well as the books, but the books were a product of an extraordinary mind. In goes Helm and plays it in the air, just wide of the diving Mike at mid-wicket. Maybe the ball isn't quite coming on. We've seen quite a few shots that have gone in the air past the infield. Mike flung himself away to his left, but Helm had timed it nicely. Runs out to the deep mid-wicket boundary for 4.
Yeah, I think a little bit of the lower order batsman about it as well from Helm. I mean, what now? He's on 16 from 23 deliveries. He's scoring at a rate that I don't think anybody else has scored at today, have they? Maybe Gubbins. But everybody else has really tried to take their time on this pitch, haven't they? Whereas Helm's played at a few deliveries now without having spent that period of time in the middle.
Davis in again to Helm. Plays it on the back foot, defends it off stump, back down the pitch, off and middle.
And that perhaps is where he's just offered that little bit of hope to Leicestershire that he might lift one. But he's batting well, 16 from 23, doing a great job for Simpson. And again, Middlesex, as they'll over to go tonight, they'll go in with 3 wickets standing, 40 runs shy of a third batting point, and they've recovered this innings mightily. For sure. Davis trying to lift Leicestershire before the close is in. Line and length delivery to Tom Helm, defended back down the pitch. Davis tries to backhand the ball onto the stumps just in case. Misses them, and Wright completes the fielding. End of the over and of Davis's work for the day. 19 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 50 for Will Davis. All that spin we've seen today, Rich, and we're still not finishing on time. No, I was thinking that. Suddenly I looked at it and you suddenly thought, hang on, we've got 4 overs to go and it's the top of the hour. That's still 10 past 6 finish. 28 overs from Parkinson. What did we have? 13 or 14 maybe even more from Colin Ackerman. Yeah, we had a hiatus when Hassan Azad picked up his injury, but even so. Parkinson, he's Left arm over, he bowls to Simpson, who pushes back up the track. You'd imagine Simpson will play this one out for a maiden. There'll be no great shakes about it, but long on and deep mid-wicket are set back. I think I'd probably have them up at this point and tempt Simpson to say, yeah, go on, if you want to go at this stage of the day for something, then do it. Parkinson's in, bowls, and forward he goes, defending into the offside, no run. Go on, bring him up, Parkinson. Be amazed if Simpson hold out to one of those at this time of day. I suppose they're thinking give him the single as well and bowl to Helm, but I think I'd try and gamble for the wicket of Simpson as Parkinson bowls and Simpson drives that single down to long on. Moves to 73, 260 for 7. And yeah, low scoring day.
We'll have had 43 overs of spin. It's still 10 past 6. And it wasn't like they were getting after Ackerman or anything like it, you know, they were mostly maidens.
Parkinson has 2 slips as he bowls to Helm, who defends solidly into the onside.
18 of the spinning overs were maidens.
And I guess if it wasn't for the injury, would have perhaps finished at 6, but even still. Parkinson bowls and forward goes Helm, pushing back up the track, and there's no run. I tell you what, Middlesex, who had a terrible record of the over rate, now under Hanscom, they seem to be getting through their overs particularly quickly. So if we do see a lot of Holman and Wallaluita, as we'd expect to in this match, then we could see a few days where we get through a lot of overs. Silly points instead of short leg now as Parkinson bowls and Helm defends into the offside, and that is Stumps on day 1. Intriguing first day. Middlesex dominating the morning and the evening sessions. Leicestershire ripping through the middle session today, and perhaps not the way you expect it to go for bat and ball. That perhaps the bowlers get going in the morning and come back in the evening. At the afternoon the batsmen make hay while the sun shines, but not today. 23 from Robson, 38 Eskenazi. That 50-run partnership, first wicket partnership to pass 50 for Middlesex this year, but it was the 73 not out from John Simpson, ably helped by Holman with 32, that really pulled things back into line for Middlesex. And for Leicestershire, they'll be disappointed that they weren't able to push through when that partnership came together, but Simpson and Holman, very capable batsmen, as we've seen.
So we'll be back with you. There'll be interviews put out by the clubs on the club website and via our own BBC radio stations, London and Leicester, with 2 of the main protagonists. John Simpson for you, perhaps? Yeah, says Kev, and I'll try and get either probably Will Davis or Callum Parkinson, perhaps. Otherwise, we'll be back with you bright and early tomorrow, 2:45 to 10 to 11, for the second day of what is potentially a fascinating LV Insurance County Championship match between Leicestershire and Middlesex. For now, from the Uptonsteel County Ground, it's a very good evening.